back to the studios.
आपको खुशामदीद कहता है जहां पर पाकिस्तान की इनिंग्स का आगाज हो चुका है और इजाज अहमद को इनिंग्स शुरू करने के लिए भेजा गया है और उनके साथ हैं शाहिद खान आफरीदी। बेकरूविला $217 रन का टारगेट पाकिस्तान को मिला। पंजाबी स्टेडियम फ्लड लाइट से जगमगाता हुआ, बहुत बड़ी तादाद पंजाबी स्टेडियम में तमाशाइयों की मौजूद है। शाहिद खान आफरीदी आलमी रिकॉर्ड होल्डर, तेज तरीन सेंचुरी बनाने वाले।
असल इस पाकिस्तान की बैटिंग ऑर्डर के जो चेंज किया है उन्होंने कि सईद खुद बैटिंग करने के लिए नहीं आए, ओपन करने के लिए नहीं आए, बल्कि उन्हें इजाज़ को भेज दिया है। उसकी एक ही चीज़ समझ में आती है कि उनका ख्याल होगा कि ये दोनों बड़े तेज़ रफ्तार से खेलने वाले, रन्स बनाने वाले बैट्समैन हैं और पेशतर इसके की तरफ और शाम ढल जाए और एटमॉस्फेयर हैवी हो जाए तो उससे जितना भी ये फ़ायदा उठा सके दोनों मिलके उठा लें।
बेकरूविला और शाहिद आफरीदी का उठता हुआ शॉट और गेंद बाउंड्री लाइन से थोड़े फासले पर गिरी और बाउंड्री लाइन पार 4 रन, पहला चौका पाकिस्तान की इनिंग का। शाहिद आफरीदी पाकिस्तान में इंतहाई मकबूल खिलाड़ी हैं। अपनी जारहाना बैटिंग की बदौलत दुनिया भर में उन्होंने बड़ा नाम कमाया। पाकिस्तान को एक अच्छे आगाज की जरूरत है, एक मुस्तहकम इनिंग की बुनियाद रखने के लिए।
हाँ, शाहिद अफरीदी ने बिल्कुल टिपिकल शाहिद अफरीदी शॉट खेला है, जैसे कि लोग उनसे एक्सपेक्ट करते थे और जैसे मुतवक्को था उनसे। बिल्कुल उन्होंने शॉट बॉल था, थोड़ा सा शॉट था और उन्होंने उसे भरपूर फ़ायदा उठाया और उसको मिड विकेट के ऊपर खेलते हुए 4 रन हासिल किए। मेरे ख्याल में कि शाहिद अफरीदी एक ऐसे बैट्समैन हैं पाकिस्तान के जो कि जब भी चाहें बड़ी ज़ोरदार हिट लगा सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर अपनी हिटिंग में एक मेथड पैदा कर लें, जिसका मतलब है कि भाई थोड़ा सा सूझबूझ के साथ हिटिंग किया करें, तो ये और कामयाब बैट्समैन बन सकते हैं।
देवाशीष मोहंती भारत के नौजवान तेज बॉलर। मोहंती में टोरंटो में बड़ी उम्दा कारकर्दगी दिखाई थी। परवेज, ये बड़ी दिलचस्प बात है कि एजाज को जब भी इनिंग्स का आगाज़ करने के लिए भेजा गया है उन्होंने अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दी है और टोरंटो में ये तजुर्बा किया गया था, वहाँ भी वो कामयाब हुए। और सन 1986-87 में जब पाकिस्तान की टीम ने भारत का दौरा किया था तो तमाम के तमाम 6 वनडे इंटरनेशनल मैचों में उन्होंने इनिंग्स का आगाज़ किया था और बड़े कामयाब रहे थे।
बाई एंड लार्ज ये देखा गया है कि ऊपर के जो 3-4 बैट्समैन होते हैं उनके ऑर्डर को अगर थोड़ा सा बहुत चेंज भी किया जाए तो इतना ज़्यादा फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता है। और फिर इजाज़ तो बहुत तजर्बाकार किस्म के बैट्समैन हैं जो कि किसी भी नंबर के ऊपर परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं।
पुल करना चाहते थे शाहिद आफरीदी। तमाशाई स्टेडियम की छतों पर भी खड़े हुए हैं, बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। महांती गेंद करेंगे आफरीदी को। शॉर्ट गेंद और स्टंप से बाहर। आफरीदी को खासा वक्त मिला स्ट्रोक खेलने का। 4 रन। दूसरा चौका शाहिद खान आफरीदी का। पाकिस्तान का स्कोर 10। कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं।
हाल में ऐसी विकेट के ऊपर अगर शाहिद अफरीदी जैसे बैट्समैन को इस किस्म का बॉल किया जाए, लूज बॉल किया जाए, तो उससे ये तवक्को रखनी कि वो उसको 4 नहीं मारेंगे तो ज्यादती होगी।
गेंद हवा में थी मगर जादेजा के आगे गिरी।
इस मैच में बहुत अच्छा क्राउड है हसन आया हुआ, और जितने लोग अंदर हैं उतने ही बाहर भी होंगे। बहरहाल ये एक दिलचस्प चीज़ होगी जानने के लिए कि टिकटों वाले अंदर ज़्यादा हैं या बाहर हैं।
शॉट गेंद इस वक्त भी पुल करना चाहते थे और गेंद बल्ले के ऊपरी किनारे को छूती हुई हमारे बिल्कुल सामने बाउंड्री लाइन पार कर गई। तीसरा चौका शाहिद आफरीदी का। 14 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर। कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं। ये गेंद भी शॉर्ट और ऑफ स्टंप से बाहर थी परवेज।
जी बिल्कुल, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा था कि कोई भी शॉर्ट बॉल हो तो अफरीदी एक ऐसे बैट्समैन हैं जो कि अपने आप को उसको हिट किए बगैर रोक नहीं सकते। लेकिन बहरहाल उनको ये चीज़ ज़रूर सोचनी चाहिए कि किस बॉल को हिट लगाना है और किस को छोड़ना है।
दूसरे ओवर के खात्मे पर 14 कुल स्कोर। कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं। रन बनाने की औसत और रिक्वायर्ड रन रेट 4.32। प्रोवेला की जानिब से। आप क्राउड की बात कर रहे थे परवेज, तो यहाँ ये भी दाद देनी चाहिए कि बड़ा स्पोर्टिंग क्राउड है और उन्होंने जो पहली इनिंग खत्म हुई है भारत की उसका पूरा लुत्फ उठाया और दोनों टीमों को उन्होंने बराबर की दाद दी।
ये आपका कहना बिल्कुल बजाय है। लाहौर का क्राउड शुरू से ही बड़ा स्पोर्टिंग क्राउड रहा है, बड़ा नॉलेजेबल क्राउड रहा है, और इसने हमेशा इर्रिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द फैक्ट कि भाई पाकिस्तान की टीम खेल रही हो, अंदर बैटिंग कर रही हो या मुखालिफ टीम खेल रही हो, उनको जो भी अच्छा खेलता है उसको पूरी दाद देते हैं।
तो ये आखिरी गेंद जिसे हिट करने में नाकाम रहे एजाज अहमद। पाकिस्तान का स्कोर 217 रन का टारगेट पाकिस्तान को मिला है। भारत की इनिंग की खास बात अजय जादेजा की निहायत ही उम्दा बैटिंग थी, जिन्होंने बड़े मुश्किल हालात में अपनी टीम को इस सूरत हाल से निकाला। सबा करीम ने अच्छी इनिंग खेली और फिर राजेश चौहान ने बड़ा अच्छा साथ दिया जादेजा का। अब्दुल्ला बड़े अच्छे और बासलाहियत बॉलर हैं और बड़ी जल्दी इन्होंने टीम में अपनी मुस्तकिल जगह बनाई है। और इस मरतबा फील्ड मूव करने में कामयाब हुए और गेंद बाउंड्री लाइन के बाहर। एक और चौका पाकिस्तान की जानिब से। 16 रन हो गए आफरीदी के। 4 चौकों की मदद से उन्होंने 16 रन बनाए हैं। 19 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं।
बड़े अच्छे तरीके से अपने बैट को एंगल किया। लास्ट मोमेंट पे एक्चुअली कवर ड्राइव खेलना चाहते थे, लेकिन लास्ट बॉल पे जब उन्होंने बॉल को अंदर आते देखा तो थोड़ा सा उसका एंगल चेंज करते हुए उस बॉल को उन्होंने मिड विकेट की तरफ मोड़ दिया और इस तरह 4 रन हासिल करने में कामयाब रहे।
बैक ऊपर आकर गेंद कवर बाउंड्री की तरफ जा रही है और 2 रन बड़े इत्मीनान के साथ हासिल कर लिए शाहिद आफरीदी ने। 21 पाकिस्तान का कुल स्कोर, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं। 30 ओवर के अख्तिताम पर और पाकिस्तान का स्कोर है 21 और कोई खिलाड़ी उसका आउट नहीं हुआ। चौथा ओवर शुरू होने वाला है। हम आपको अंग्रेजी खबरों के लिए स्टूडियो वापस लिए चलते हैं।
I don't think any bowler, particularly a new ball bowler, relishes the prospect of bowling to batsmen in limited overs cricket nowadays. Because with the field restrictions in place, batsmen can throw their bats around.
It's 36 for no loss. Openers have given them a fine start here, both still there. And Afridi's turn now to get back into the action. Another boundary from the offside. Again standing up tall and just punching it off the back foot.
He's got very, very strong forearms, very powerful wrists, and he does pack a punch when he's playing that shot square of the wicket off the back foot. Doesn't really move too much on the back foot. You can see he's just transferring his weight, giving himself a bit of room. And this is a quick outfield. Might slow down just a little bit to when the dew sets in, but till then the ball's going to travel like lightning.
Well, he's already a hero in this part of the world. And this is unorthodox, but look at the power. He's almost clubbed that over cover for a 6. We'll have to wait for the umpire signal. It could well be a 6. If it isn't, it might have just bounced inches before the rope. What a shot that was. 6 signal there. That is sheer power.
Well, this is one of the reasons why bowlers don't relish bowling in one-day cricket. This is not a bad delivery at all. It's a little bit short, all right, but this is an incredible shot. Off the back foot, over extra cover for a 6. One has seen 6s off the front foot over extra cover, but off the back foot, that is a rare one.
He's not finished as yet. This time he decides to go on the onside. And this could be another one, yes. He's signalled a 4. We'll have to take another look. But Shahid Afridi here is having a ball. Ijaz signalling to the umpire that it could be 6. 6 signal now. So what an over this for Pakistan. 16 runs of the first 3 balls.
Mohanty's inexperience showing over here. feeding Afridi's strength. He's got perhaps a much better chance getting the ball to swing, because even if Afridi is going to get onto the front foot and trying to hit it on the up, that movement might defeat him. But every time he's going to pitch it short at his pace, all that he's going to ask for and get is punishment. There it is. Shahid Afridi showing that he does no favors to anybody on the offside or on the onside. This one he has hit wide of mid-wicket for a 6.
Yes, I think Sunny, you hit the nail on the head there. It's his pace that's the problem. At his pace, he's got a new ball in his hand. He would be better off trying to pitch the ball up and get some movement. He might still get some stick, but at least he has a chance of picking up a wicket. Because Kuruvilla, we can understand, he's not a big mover of the ball. He relies more on hitting the ball into the deck. So it's fine with his kind of action. But problems here for the bowler, who now decides to come round the wicket.
Yes, Monty is not express at all, but we've seen even express bowlers getting clobbered in the first 15 overs by batsmen sent in as pinch hitters. Could be allowed to be bowled to a fast bowler.
Well, he's on the rampage, just short of the man at mid-on. We've seen everything happening in this over. Some belligerent shots. That one chipped up in the air, just falling short of the man at mid-on. Well, that's the only way he plays, Afridi.
They were tremendous shots, with tremendous power he had played those shots, especially the one he played over that extra covered boundary.
Just 16 balls for his 35 runs, 2 sixes and 5 boundaries. Having set the stadium on fire with some very, very power-laden strokes played by him. Pulls it across, gets a 6, over the wicket. He's on 24, and Pakistan's total is 59 for a loss, and this is only the 6th over being bowled.
Well, the ball was little short, but Shahid Afridi used its power fully and got another 6 runs. Shahid Afridi definitely living up to his reputation.
That was Ijaz who hit that one over mid-wicket. The slower delivery, just dabs it to point and gets a single for that.
It's amazing that Rehan, when 2 batsmen of the same caliber are playing, it's very difficult to differentiate between these two.
Alex Kuruvilla in charge of the attack. Let us look at his bowling figures. He has given away 22 runs of 3 overs, whereas Mohanty has given away 38 of 3 overs. Ijaz facing up to him.
Cricket, as a matter of fact, this kind of bowling is very, very ordinary, because the wicket is not at all helpful to the bowlers, and so the batsmen can play freely their shots.
He's having faced 21 balls for his 25. What a strike rate.
Definitely, Rehan, it is the strike rate, it's the powerful shots played by these 2 Pakistani batsmen, which have lit up the passion of the crowd in the stadium, and of course have raised the hopes of Pakistan team to win this game.
Kuruvilla to Ijaz. That's good running. More runs there, no. There was one fieldsman backing down on the onside. Better delivery from Kuruvilla. The batsman take an easy single, which takes Shahid Afridi to 26 or 36. correction, and the Pakistan total to 62 without loss. These two having given something to remember about for this very large crowd present at the Gaddafi Stadium. That could have been a risky single, in fact, had that ball been fielded in the first attempt. Batsman getting...
Yeah, indeed it was a very risky single, and one wonders why they have to take the risk at this moment.
There was absolutely no need for that. The total moves up to 63 for no loss. The guns blazing for Pakistan. This is only the 7th over being bowled. Over the point boundary, yes, it is. The signal is for a boundary, it is a 6. The umpire taking his time, but I was absolutely sure the moment that ball was struck that it was a 6.
Yes, indeed, another very powerful shot by
Watch that last stroke, going miles in the skies there.
Very, very powerful shot indeed by Afridi, and it has crossed the boundary. Indeed, one starts wondering it's the power of these shots which have lit up the stadium, or the lights which have been put up by the board over here.
For a change, he plays it defensively, and then looks for a single.
But definitely Pakistan team has outplayed Indian side in every department of the game, in fielding, in running between the wickets, bowling and batting.
The last ball coming up of over number 7. In the gap between extra cover and wide extra cover. The batsmen take 2 runs as Jajida feels at wide extra cover. The rate is 10.14 and the required rate having gone down to 3.48. We are going to see a change in the bowling attack. Pervez, it's the spinner Kulkarni has been introduced into the attack. Kulkarni to bowl to Ijaz. He's batting on 27, 71 for no loss Pakistan. Hits it majestically. The ball just bounces inside the mid-wicket boundary, 4 runs.
Well, I suppose the only difference which it has made is that Mohanty was hit for 6 and he has been hit for 4. So still there is a difference of 2 runs.
He hit that with contemptuous ease. Ijaz Ahmed into the 30s is on 31. Very worried looking Indian captain.
There is a brighter side to it also, that we may be able to get back home earlier than expected.
It appears so, because already we have seen 75 runs scored of just 7.1 overs. Ahmed faces up. He's on 31. To go through for 1. Played out to wide extra cover. Ijaz Ahmed is on 32. The strike back with Shahid, who's on 44. Pakistan 76 without loss.
There is a very slight turn also in the wicket, especially this last ball of Kulkarni turned a little bit, but without producing any effect on the batsman.
I doubt very much whether this wicket would be responsive to spin. And there could be a run out. No, he's safely home. As we cut it down to third man. The ball was fielded, the return comes in. This time he miscues his shot. Shahid Afridi. And the ball trickles towards fine leg. And they're going back for the third. 79 without loss. What a wonderful series, in fact, this flamboyant opener Shahid Afridi has had. And Ijaz being promoted with batting order, justifying his promotion. Single played out towards square leg. Ijaz is on 33, Pakistan to 80 without loss. There at the Gaddafi Stadium. It has gone high in the air. Someone is getting underneath, takes the catch, and Shahid is gone. Brilliantly caught by the Indian captain Tendulkar.
You see, Rehan, that's what I meant, that it wouldn't have been that easier to hit a spinner as it was to a medium fast bowler, because the ball in this atmosphere would be coming little slower than expected, and since Afridi had already established a rhythm in his hitting, so it could have been upsetting the this rhythm.
Batsman in, and the reason why he's there is due to this magnificent piece of catching displayed by the Indian captain Tendulkar.
A very well judged catch by Tendulkar, which shows his class. Show his stroke power.
Averaging 23.87. He's facing up to Kuruvilla. Has figures of no wicket for 33 or 4.4.
Reasons that Saeed Anwar had sent in Ijaz along with Afridi to take full advantage of whatever the circumstances existed at that time, because he knew that after some
1 over in which he gave away 9 runs, but had some consolation when he got the wicket of Afridi. Ijaz Ahmed now to face up to Kulkarni, the start of over number 10. Runs here for Ijaz. The ball is quickly down to wide third man, and comes back for the second. Takes him to 35. Another single to him. He's on 36, 83 for 1. This crowd has certainly enjoyed Pakistan's domination right from the start of the day's play.
Yes, I suppose they got the value of their money. The Pakistan team had played very well, and definitely the Pakistani crowd has enjoyed the performance of their team today.
They are equally enthusiastic. Towards deep wicket, and they're coming back for the third.
Indeed, Kulkarni is bowling a good line and length, and he has definitely put a stop at the Pakistani batsmen who were not scoring freely previous to this.
Nicely turned around the onside for a single.
So Pakistan's average coming down a little bit, 8.7, still a very, very high average per over. And Ujaz in fine form, 37 to his name. Promoted up the order once again. Played as an opener in the last game against India. Toronto, which Pakistan won. Ujaz got a very well put together 60. It's not up 37 or 29 deliveries. Kurubala in his sixth over, none for 33 his figures. Got past the important, won't quite reach the fence. Ganguly in pursuit, 2 more runs to Ujaz, 89 for 1. Ujaz is 39. Crowd now a little quieter after the exit of Shahid Afridi. Wonderful innings. Great entertainer, this young man, and he's been getting runs for Pakistan consistently over the last 6 matches. A little sorry to leave the field. Thought he had another chance for a 50. This one is in the air, but it's safe. It's going to fall away from the field. 2 of them. And Ujaz will come back for the second. As Kulkarni fields. It's 41. So Ujaz is going to continue with the way he's playing. He's not taking really anything outside the off stump, which he can't put away over mid-wicket. We've seen some smashing shots from him. That's the way he's got his runs. 41 now, 2 6s and 3 4s. Over the head of the bowler, lovely shot. That's another 4. Ujaz well in control of that shot, playing quite easily over the head of the tall man in his follow through, and 4 more runs to Ujaz. It goes to 45, and Pakistan now go up to 95 for the loss of 1 wicket. And we welcome Sunil Gavaskar once again in the commentary box, and Sunil, really India at the rough end of the stick.
Yes, and full credit to Pakistan for the way they have approached the target of 216. Now, a target of 216 doesn't always look a very demanding target, so a lot of teams would have taken it easy. but not Pakistan, with Shahid Afridi leading the way and taking the initiative away from the Indians. Now Pakistan can actually cruise to a victory. They've been given such a splendid start by young Shahid Afridi that it's made it easier for the rest of the batsmen. Now the rest of the batsmen can afford to play the odd dot ball, the odd maiden over, and not feel the pressure. This is wonderful stuff coming from Shahid Afridi. And now Ijaz, after taking his time, playing himself in, is now playing very good shots. The beauty about Ijaz's batting so far has been that he's played lofted shots, but lofted cricketing shots. He hasn't played across the line, he's played with a straight bat, and there really is no answer when you play cricketing shots.
96 for 1. And once again in the Pakistan batting order reshuffle, sending up in the lineup to steady the innings and just push for ones and twos and not lose his wicket, while Ijaz from the other end gets the scoring done. He's come down the wicket, he charges, it plays that one wide of the fieldsman there, it's over the ropes of it. Yes, it is 6. Once again Ijaz jumping out of his crease and pushing the ball up. Best of form in Toronto, where he got 60 in the last match against India, which Pakistan won. Scores of 20 and 30 in the first 2 matches, and here a wonderful little innings from Ijaz. He's still there on 52.
And what a way to get to your half century. This is a very good shot. He used his feet beautifully. The bowler might have thought coming over the wicket, left hand over the wicket, he might cramp him for room to play the lofted shot. But Ijaz has played it beautifully.
And he makes room for himself and cuts, but straight out to a fielder, a short third man. The intention was right. He got plenty of room to cut the ball, but played it straight to a man, the only man inside the circle. Pakistan's run rate going up once again to 9 with that 6 from Ijaz. And that's a wide. 103 for 1.
Well, that's what happens to a bowler when he's been given the charge in trying to overcompensate and cramp the batsman for room. He's bowled it wide down the leg side. But there really is no answer on a pitch as good as this. You cannot seriously expect to defend a score of 216 unless you get early wickets. And Pakistan have made sure that they haven't lost early wickets.
This is going down the leg side, another wide, 104 for 1. And Sunil, those were the first 2 wides of the Pakistan innings.
Yes, I think the bowler feeling the pressure, feeling the tension. He's young, he's not played too many internationals.
And this time he gets a bat onto ball, and that's going to be 4 runs. And for the 3rd time, Kulkarni straying down the leg side, and this time Ijaz got plenty of that on it, passed back in square leg, almost a deep fine leg position, and the ball ran down for 4. Just watch the fielder there, absolutely no hope of cutting that one off. And a wonderful stroke, which takes Ijaz now to 56.
And it really is that first ball 6 that has helped Ijaz to play the shot. It has made the bowler think which line he should be bowling, whether he should be bowling it up, whether he should be bowling it short. And the confusion in the young Indian's mind has been utilized by Ijaz, who is far more experienced.
And the first over that he faced from Kuruvilla, he played a maiden, Ahmed Wasim, so that shouldn't really worry the Pakistan side at all. They're averaging well over 9 at this point, and their target is only 217 on a very good batting track. As India were concerned, and they will rule the shots that some of the top batsmen played and lost their wickets. That's a fall of Shahid Afridi, and a great catch by Sachin Tendulkar, keeping his eyes glued to the ball. It's never easy when you are chasing the ball and looking at it over your shoulder. But a wonderful catch by the little man, and Shahid Afridi was really very, very unhappy leaving the field.
we've seen some fine catches today. We saw the catch dismissed Ganguly by Mahmood Hussain. Once again running back and keeping his eyes on the ball right till the ball was in his palms. Then Inzamam ul Haq took a brilliant one-handed catch to get rid of Jadeja. And this one from Sachin Tendulkar. So the fielding that the crowd has seen also has been top class. Certainly the catching has been top class. And that just goes to show the commitment of the two teams. They know that this is the deciding match and they're giving it everything.
Run rate 9.08 and required 2.92. Plenty of overs, plenty of wickets for the Pakistan batsmen. Ijaz in great form on 57. Wasim is 3 as Chauhan comes in from the pavilion end. So it's Chauhan coming in for the first over to Ijaz. Nicely down to dig the wicket. There is a man. Ijaz will go back for the second. He's very quick between the wickets, forcing Mohammad Wasim to come quickly back for the second. And Pakistan arrive at Nelson's with 1 wicket down. Ijaz on 59.
Chauhan did a good job for India in the first session, scoring 32 runs. It was his partnership with Ajay Jadeja that enabled India to get to the 200 mark and make some sort of a game, because the Indians had lost 5 wickets very early on. Didn't look as if they'd get to 170.
Is a single to Ijaz, 112 for 1. This is only the 13th over. So hurried a little bit as Wasim thought he had room to play it on just before a 1 wicket. The wicket of Afridi out for 47. It's never easy to maintain a rate of over 8 or 9 in the first 13 overs. Pakistan started with 10, and down to 9, but still maintaining well over 8 per over. To Ijaz, 3 to Wasim, 1-1-3 for 1.
Well, the Indian captain's problems are hardly over, because he's still got another over after this one for the field restrictions to apply. So he's got to make sure that the way Ijaz is batting, that Ijaz should be more at the non-strikers end and attack young Mohammad Wasim. Try and pressurize him. This is a big test for young Mohammad Wasim, because he's been given the opportunity by the Pakistan think tank to go in at number 3, because there is really not too much pressure in terms of the run rate. Shahid Afridi has seen to that, and Ijaz has followed it up. So there really is not much pressure. Now it will be a test of his temperament, how he comes through with it. With Inzamam ul Haq being in the kind of form he is in, they would have sent him to bat. But this is a very positive move, I think, from the Pakistan think tank to send Mohammad Wasim, because they know that their middle order is just a little bit uncertain. It's a wide ball again down the leg side. And the middle order being not very certain, they're trying to get it right, because they have a big season ahead of them. Pakistan plays South Africa shortly after this, and then West Indies and the quadrangular tournament as well.
Again, wide is it? Yes, it is. And Ijaz swung around to put it away down to deep fine leg. Didn't make contact, and this is the third time the bowler has gone down the leg side. Driven out to deep mid-on. One more run, 117 for the loss of one wicket. So, very, very sporting crowd. Back to cricket, the drinks over, and Pakistan 117 for one after 14 overs, and India at this stage was 63 for the loss of 3 wickets. And should India have got around 250 to 60, Sunil, it would have been a good match with India trying for an early breakthrough and no Salim Malik in the middle order. It would have been some pressure on the Pakistan batsmen.
Certainly, yes. I think in front of the Lahore crowd, they certainly would have been under pressure.
Through the covers, gloriously for 4. Well up to the batsman, and he took full advantage. Shakin stepped down and cracking the ball out to deep cover for 4 more runs. And Ijaz now 66 and Pakistan 121 for 1.
This is classic stuff. Any youngsters watching, this is the way to play the cover drive. The foot to the pitch of the ball, the head in line, the bat following through. Classic stuff.
See Ijaz really growing in confidence. And quite a miserable Sahara Cup, and he's coming back into his own. He has been getting a lot of runs for Pakistan over the last 3 years, and he had a lean Sahara Cup and got a very fine 60 in the last match. But this is the Ijaz that we know. He's in full form and a lot of confidence, now middling the ball.
This is good cricket from Mohammad Wasim. He knows that Ijaz is the man who's getting the boundaries. So he's just placing the ball around and giving more of the strike to his senior partner. This is good thinking. This way, by taking the singles, he's keeping his own score moving, the scoreboard moving as well, and giving strike to the more experienced and the more informed partner.
You have to hurry, but he's quick between the wickets. Safe. Ijaz 68 and Pakistan 124 for 1. Wasim has got 5 singles so far, and that's his job, to just rotate the strike. He's really not bogged down. He's played some good drives, very comfortable on the front foot. Deep backward square leg for a single, 125 run at the end of 50.
शुक्रिया शहनाज भाई। 15वें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान 125, भारत का स्कोर 66 था। 3 खिलाड़ी आउट हुए थे। एजाज ने 51 गेंदों पर 68 रन बनाए।
मैच जो है ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत जल्दी ख़त्म हो जाएगा। वो 125 15 ओवर में पाकिस्तान ने किए हैं और एजाज जो है इस वक्त बहुत ही अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। उन्हें चाहिए कि अब वो विकेट को रोकें क्योंकि इनके पास ओवर्स बहुत है और अपना रन्स करें और टीम को जो है एक विकेट के नुकसान पर ही जिताएं, क्योंकि यही प्रॉब्लम रही है। इससे पहले भी जो मैंने देखा है, जैसे अफरीदी थे कि हमें इतनी ज़रूरत उस वक्त नहीं थी क्योंकि उन्होंने 75 जो थे वो कोई 7 ओवर में या 6 ओवर में किए हुए थे, तो अननेसेसरी जो था उन्हें रिस्क नहीं लेना चाहिए था। अगर वो खेलते रहते तो हो सकता है कि इस वक्त स्कोर यही होता, मगर विकेट जो है कोई आउट नहीं होता। क्योंकि यही चीज़ें जो है जो अपकमिंग प्लेयर्स होते हैं उन्हें बतानी पड़ती हैं कि आइंदा ऐसी, क्योंकि अगर रिक्वायरमेंट ऐसी नहीं है जब आप मैचेस आराम से जीत रहे हैं तो आप टीम का ख्याल करें और टीम को ये ना करें कि कोई पीछे आके बैटिंग करे, बल्कि अपने आप बैटिंग करनी चाहिए और पूरे खेल के और टीम को जिता के विदाउट लूजिंग एनी विकेट मैच जीतना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल जावेद, और ये बहुत ज़रूरी इसलिए भी है कि बाज़ औक़ात अगर 2 या 3 विकेटें एक के बाद दीगरे गिर जाएं तो सूरत हाल यकसर तब्दील हो जाती है,
क्योंकि विकेट गिरने से बहुत प्रेशर पड़ जाता है जो भी बैट्समैन नीचे जो आते हैं, क्योंकि ये डिफरेंट गेम है। इसके अंदर रिक्वायरमेंट जो है वो आपकी रहती है कि 4 या 5 रन जो है आपको हर ओवर में करने पड़ते हैं। अगर दोनों बैट्समैन नहीं आ जाए तो वही सेम चीज़ आ जाती है जो कि जिन्होंने ऊपर बैटिंग पे अच्छा किया होता है, वही प्रॉब्लम जो है वो दूसरे बैट्समैनों पे आ जाती है। और इसी तरीके से अगर वो स्लो खेलते हैं तो रन रेट जो है वो इसी तरीके से 5-6 का जो है वो आ जाता है और बढ़ता जाता है।
ये है एजाज 68 के स्कोर पर नॉट आउट। 217 रन का टारगेट पाकिस्तान को मिला। चौहान पाकिस्तान की पहली विकेट की पार्टनरशिप 80 रन की थी शाहिद आफरीदी और एजाज अहमद के दरमियान। एक रन का इजाफा हुआ, 130 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, 1 विकेट के नुकसान। नेक्स्ट सेंचुरी पार्टनरशिप पाकिस्तान के लिए
ये बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है कि क्रिकेट में खासतौर वनडे में ये बैट्समैनों को चाहिए कि जब भी अगर आमने सामने आते हैं उनकी कोशिश यही होनी चाहिए कि पार्टनरशिप जो है वो ज़रूर लगनी चाहिए। जितनी पार्टनरशिप लगती है विकेट की उसमें टीम को फ़ायदा होता है और रन्स जो हैं बड़ी जल्दी बनते हैं और टीम के लिए चेज़ करने के लिए बड़ी आसानी हो जाती है।
जडेजा, ये है ऑन साइड की फील्ड, मिड ऑन मिड विकेट स्क्वायर लेग, डीप फाइन लेग।
लेग की तरफ स्वीप करने की कोशिश की, हालांकि उन्हें चाहिए कि उसको ग्लांस करते और 1 रन जो है उनके लिए आसानी था बनिस्बत इतना रिस्क लेने के लिए ये शॉट खेला था। को 86 रन करने हैं जीतने के लिए और ओवर्स इनके पास काफ़ी हैं और विकेटें भी काफ़ी बाकी हैं। 1 विकेट
70वें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान ने 130 रन बनाए हैं और एक खिलाड़ी आउट हुआ है।
नजर आ रही है ये दोपहर जब स्टार्ट हुआ था गेम तो नहीं था, उसने देखा कि सेकंड हाफ में क्राउड जो है पूरा जो ग्राउंड है फुल जैम पैक्ट
जी हाँ,
नजर आ रहा है और एंजॉय कर रहे हैं।
जावेद यहाँ तारीफ करनी चाहिए तमाशाइयों के रवैये की कि लाहौर के जो जिंदा दिल हैं उन्होंने एक बार फिर अपनी रिवायती मेहमान नवाजी और स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट का मुजाहरा किया है और दोनों टीमों को उन्होंने दिल खोल कर दाद दी।
तो ये बहुत अच्छी यानी कि इसमें पाकिस्तान का नाम है और हम सबको ये सोचना चाहिए और जितने भी स्पेशली ये क्राउड या स्पेक्टेटर आते हैं उनको चाहिए कि और दूसरे जो शहरों में देख रहे हैं उनको इस चीज़ से सबक सीखना चाहिए कि मेहमान टीम आती है और अगर इस तरीके से और अच्छे डिसिप्लिन के साथ मैच देखें तो उसका मज़ा ही कुछ और होता है। और बाहर मुल्कों में क्योंकि ये जो मैचेस हैं ये पाकिस्तान में नहीं बल्कि ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड जो है तकरीबन लोग देख रहे हैं तो पाकिस्तान की इज्जत होगी, सबकी इज्जत है, प्लेयरों की इज्जत, मुल्क की इज्जत।
वसीम का स्कोर हो गया 11, पाकिस्तान का स्कोर 132, 70 रन बनाए हैं इजाजत है। चौरासी रन पाकिस्तान को चाहिए हैं इस मैच में कामयाबी के लिए। 9 विकेटें अभी बाकी हैं।
तो पाकिस्तान के पास रन्स कम है, विकेटें काफ़ी हाथ में है, ओवर्स भी जो है काफ़ी हैं और इनको चाहिए बैट्समैनों को कि अपने जो आस्किंग रेट है इस वक्त रन के उसके मुताबिक खेलें। और किसी किस्म का रिस्क जो है वो नहीं लेना चाहिए क्योंकि और जिस तरह 5-6 ओवर और ऊपर जाएंगे और 20-30 रन ऐड होंगे तो सामने वाली टीम पर बड़ा दबाव पड़ता है और दूसरी टीम भी जो है वो थोड़ी सी हिम्मत जो है हार जाती है और रन आसानी होती है। तो बहुत ही
और ऐसे रन की भी मैं समझता हूँ
ज़रूरत नहीं है। आप देखेंगे इससे पहले ये चीज़ें दोनों बैट्समैन को चाहिए कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग पैदा करें और एक दूसरे से बात करते रहें कि कब और कहाँ रन लेना है। जब तक कम्युनिकेशन नहीं रहेगा तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग आएगी नहीं और रन लेने में हमेशा मुश्किल होगी और इसमें एक या दोनों में से एक बैट्समैन जो है वो आउट होने के चांसेस जो है वो हो जाएंगे।
पाकिस्तान के लिए बड़ी खुशाइन बात यह है कि एजाज अहमद उनके इंतहाई तजुर्बेकार बैट्समैन अपनी फॉर्म में वापस आ गए हैं। बड़ी अच्छी और जारहाना इनिंग उन्होंने खेली है।
ऐसा लग रहा है कि इनमें से कोई रन आउट ना हो जाए क्योंकि अंडरस्टैंडिंग नज़र नहीं आ रही है रन लेते वक्त क्योंकि एक दूसरे को काफ़ी मतलब बगैर बताए लगता है कि भाग रहे हैं। क्योंकि आपने देखा कि 2-3 ओवर से यही चीज़ देखने में आ रही है कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो है इनमें अभी पैदा नहीं हुई है रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट के।
और एक रोज़ा मैचों में जावेद रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट बड़ी अहमियत रखती है,
बहुत अहमियत रखती है और इसमें अंडरस्टैंडिंग पैदा करनी जो है वो सबसे ज़्यादा मायने रखती है। जब कि आपको सामने बैठना स्टार्ट लेना चाहिए तो आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि कहाँ कब और किस वक्त हमने रन लेना है कि फील्डर की कौन सी बाएं तरफ हो या दूसरी तरफ उनके गेंद है। जिस अगर राइट हैंड है तो उसके लेफ्ट पे अगर है तो वो आसानी से आप रन ले सकते हैं, बनस्बत राइट पे आप भागें तो उसके लिए मुश्किल हो जाती है।
मरतबा कनेक्ट करने में कामयाब हुए वसीम, मगर सिर्फ 1 रन बन सका। 12 रन हो गए मोहम्मद वसीम के। 135 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर। आउट होने वाले बैट्समैन आफरीदी 47 रन बनाने के बाद आउट हुए। राजेश चौहान, इजाज अहमद को। उन्नीसवें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान 136, 1 विकेट के नुकसान। अच्छा स्ट्रोक इजाज अहमद का। फील्डर बाउंड्री लाइन के करीब मौजूद है। 2 रन पर इजाफा हुआ स्कोर।
अच्छा शॉट था और इसी तरीके से एजाज को जो है फ्री खेलना चाहिए, अपने को प्रेशर नहीं लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि इससे पहले कुछ लग रहा है कि वो थोड़ा सा जिस तरह से उन्होंने इनिंग शुरू की थी और अब थोड़ा सा दब गए। हालांकि अब तो उन्हें और फ्री होके खेलना चाहिए, मगर थोड़े अपने शॉट जो है वो कंट्रोल रखें। प्लेसिंग पर जिस तरह वो अभी अब प्लेसिंग के ऊपर आ गए सिंगल पर, और ये चीज़ इनको जारी रखनी चाहिए। और जब तक के इन खुद महसूस ना करें कि अब जो मैच है वो उनकी ग्रिप में है और हम मैच जीतने के लिए आसानी है, जब तक इन्हें चाहिए कि पूरे ओवर्स खेलें। और जब तक पाकिस्तान ना ये स्कोर अप नहीं करते, जब तक इन्हें चाहिए कि विकेट पर खड़े रहें।
एजाज अहमद 76 नॉट आउट, 12 रन बनाए हैं वसीम ने। पाकिस्तान 139। 20वां ओवर पाकिस्तान की इनिंग का। अजहरुद्दीन,
इंडिया की फील्डिंग जो है काफ़ी इम्प्रूव कर गई है और आप देखें कि इतने इजी जो है वो सिंगल नहीं दे रहे हैं।
बीस ओवर्स के इख्तिताम पर पाकिस्तान 139, 1 खिलाड़ी आउट हुआ है। इससे विकेट के नुकसान पर पाकिस्तान का स्कोर। कमेंट्री के लिए रेहान नवाज, उनके साथ एक्सपर्ट इंतखाब वाले।
थैंक्स हसन। Chauhan to Ijaz. Locked it. That is a 6. That ball going miles in the air. He's straight for a 6. What a tremendous shot from Ijaz.
It was really a tremendous shot by Ijaz. He picked up the length beautifully. He came out of his crease and he could really.
This time he gets a single as he plays it down towards the square leg. What a wonderful shot that was from Ijaz.
Coming out of his crease, right on top of the ball, and hit it really beautifully for a huge 6.
This time he hits it on the wrong side. The ball is travelling towards the square of the wicket, beats the cage now. That's another boundary for Ijaz and runs once again coming quite thick and fast. Was it Wasim in fact to play that stroke? Yes, it was Wasim.
Well, actually Wasim is rubbing his shoulders with Ijaz.
This time he beats the field on the wall. And it trickles towards the long on boundary for 4 runs. Wasim into the 20s, he's on 20, Pakistan to 154 for 1.
Of his crease and really placed it beautifully for 4 runs. Well, he has started playing well now. He must have got a lot of confidence hitting those 4s.
That one is trickling down towards fine leg. And the batsman come back for the second. As his innings has progressed, he has gained in confidence, Mohammad Wasim. And that marked the end of over number 21. Pakistan 156 for 1. Ijaz. Not it so. It's well out. There it goes. Over the head. And that's a 6. What an amazing shot indeed. Hit away very, very strongly by Ijaz for his 5th 6, and Pakistan now to 162.
Once again, Ijaz picked it up the length very nicely indeed and really hooked it over deep mid-off for a 6.
This time all along the ground, splits the field on the off, boundary for Ijaz. He's going great guns here.
Well, from the very beginning, Ijaz have kept the pressure on all the Indian bowlers, and now he is really opening up. Another beautiful shot for 4 runs.
He's on 93, Pakistan to 166 for 1. Runs down to backward square leg. Ijaz now is on 94, just a stroke away from what would be a tremendous 100 indeed for him.
Well, the way Ijaz is batting, I think all of us will have an early night.
In the gap, square of the wicket on the offside. Comes back for the second run. So 2 more runs to Mohammad Wasim. He's on 22. Pakistan to 169 for 1. 22 overs gone. Pakistan cruising along to 169 for 1.
The good thing about Ijaz's innings so far that he has not slogged a single shot. He has played all cricketing shots, and it's really nice to see that he has played every ball.
Ijaz is going to face up, change in the bowling attack, and it's going to be Ganguly. It has been a very joyous crowd participation here. 5 sixes and 7 boundaries in his innings of 94. It is a bigger shot from Ijaz Ahmed. Now that's his 100. What a great innings indeed from him, hitting his 100 with a gigantic
He really played a magnificent knock, tremendous 100. That must have given him a lot of confidence for the future. Look at that. He hit it through the line of the ball with straight back, a huge six.
This time he miscues the shot as he goes in for the pull shot on the onside. It comes back for the second. Indian bowlers have been punished to all parts of the ground here. Hitting 6 sixes, 7 boundaries in his innings of 102. His innings would be remembered by this very large crowd for a very long time to come.
I don't think they can ask better cricket than that. They have been entertained really exceptionally well.
They have had their money's worth. Two more runs to him as he drove that one towards wide extra cover. The total is 179 for 1. Towards mid-on, easy single. Ijaz Ahmed 105, Pakistan 180 for 1. Amazing run rate 7.94 and required run rate is 1.41.
It's such a good wicket actually. If you play it straight and you hit through the line, you can create problems for the bowlers. And that is what exactly happened today. From the very first ball bowled, especially when Afridi and Ijaz opened the inning, they kept the pressure on Indian bowling all the time.
Well, this match is going to finish well inside 30 overs. Now let's watch that stroke, which he played it very nonchalantly indeed, to reach his 3-figure mark, right over the bowler's head.
Well, it shows the amount of confidence Ijaz had that he at 94 hit a 6. That shows the ability of a player and the confidence.
Change in the bowling attack. It's Robinson who has been summoned into the attack by Tendulkar. Deserves the punishment it has got. There goes a rank bad ball goal by Robinson. A gentle full toss and Ijaz hammered it over mid-wicket.
Well, it shows that all the Indian bowlers are under pressure. The very first delivery, Singh bowled full toss and Ijaz took a full advantage of that.
Ijaz Ahmed is on 112. That's down to 186 for 1. It really has been a thunderous innings from Ijaz Ahmed. This time splits the field on the offside towards point. One more to him. Have another look at that powerful stroke played by Ijaz on the onside for a 6 or mid-wicket. Day's play which has been overwhelmingly dominated by the Pakistan side right from the start of play this afternoon. Coming back for the second. Next. Another single to him. He's on 36, 83 for 1. This crowd has certainly enjoyed Pakistan's domination right from the start of the day's play.
Yes, I suppose they got the value of their money. The Pakistan team had played very well and definitely the Pakistani crowd has enjoyed the performance of their team today.
They are equally enthusiastic. Towards deep mid-wicket. And they're coming back for the third.
Indeed, Kulkarni is bowling a good line and length and he has definitely put a stop at the Pakistani batsmen who were scoring freely previous to this.
Nicely turned away on the onside for a single.
So Pakistan's average coming down a little bit, 8.7, still a very, very high average per over. And Ijaz in fine form, 37 to his name. Promoted up the order once again. Played as an opener in the last game against India at Toronto, which Pakistan won. Ijaz got a very well put together 60. It's not out 37 of 29 deliveries. Kuruvilla in his sixth over, none for 33 his figures. Started past the inner cordon, won't quite reach the fence. Ganguly in pursuit, 2 more runs to Ijaz, 89 for 1. Ijaz is 39. Crowd now a little quieter after the exit of Shahid Afridi. Wonderful innings. Great entertainer, this young man, and he's been getting runs for Pakistan consistently over the last 6 matches. He's a little sorry to leave the field. Thought he had another chance for a 50. This one is in the air, but it's safe. It's going to fall away from the fieldmen, 2 of them. And Ijaz will come back for the second. As Kulkarni fields. It's 41. So Ijaz is going to continue with the way he's playing. He's not taking really anything outside the off stump, which he can't put away over mid-wicket. We've seen some smashing shots from him. That's the way he's got his runs. 41 now, 2 sixes and 3 fours. Over the head of the bowler, lovely shot. That's another 4. To Ijaz, well in control of that shot, playing quite easily over the head of the tall man in his follow-through, and 4 more runs to Ijaz. He goes to 45, and Pakistan now go up to 95 for the loss of 1 wicket. And we welcome Sunil Gavaskar once again in the commentary box. And Sunil, really India at the rough end of the stick.
Yes, and full credit to Pakistan for the way they have approached the target of 216. Now, a target of 216 doesn't always look a very demanding target, so a lot of teams would have taken it easy. But not Pakistan, with Shahid Afridi leading the way and taking the initiative away from the Indians. Now Pakistan can actually cruise to a victory. They've been given such a splendid start by young Shahid Afridi that it's made it easier for the rest of the batsmen. Now the rest of the batsmen can afford to play the odd dot ball, the odd maiden over, and not feel the pressure. This is wonderful stuff coming from Shahid Afridi. And now Ijaz, after taking his time, playing himself in, is now playing very good shots. The beauty about Ijaz's batting so far has been that he's played lofted shots, but lofted cricketing shots. He hasn't played across the line, he's played with a straight bat, and there really is no answer when you play cricketing shots.
96 for 1. And once again in the Pakistan batting order reshuffle, sending up in the lineup to steady the innings, and that just push for 1s and 2s and not lose his wicket, while Ijaz from the other end gets the scoring done. He's come down the wicket and charges it, plays that one wide of the fieldsman there. It's over the ropes, is it? Yes, it is 6. Once again, Ijaz jumping out of his crease and pushing the ball up. For Ijaz, that's really been the best of form in Toronto, where he got 60 in the last match against India, which Pakistan won. Scores of 20 and 30 in the first 2 matches, and here a wonderful little innings from Ijaz. He's still there on 52.
And what a way to get to your half century. This is a very good shot. He used his feet beautifully. The bowler might have thought coming over the wicket, left hand over the wicket, he might cramp him for room to play the lofted shot. But Ijaz has played it beautifully.
And he makes room for himself and cuts, but straight out to a fielder, a short third man. The intention was right. He got plenty of room to cut the ball, but played it straight to a man, the only man inside the circle. Pakistan's run rate going up once again to 9 with that 6 from Ijaz. And that's a wide. 103 for 1.
Well, that's what happens to a bowler when he's been given the charge in trying to overcompensate and cramp the batsman for room. Is bowled it wide down the leg side. But there really is no answer on a pitch as good as this. You cannot seriously expect to defend a score of 216 unless you get early wickets. And Pakistan have made sure that they haven't lost early wickets.
This is going down the leg side, another wide. 104 for 1. And Sunil, those were the first 2 wides of the Pakistan innings.
Yes, I think the bowler feeling the pressure, feeling the tension. He's young, he's not played too many internationals.
And this time he gets a bat onto ball, and that's going to be 4 runs. And for the 3rd time, Kulkarni straying down the leg side, and this time Ijaz got plenty of bat on it, passed backward square leg, almost a deep fine leg position, and the ball ran down for 4. Just watch the fielder there, absolutely no hope of cutting that one off. And a wonderful stroke. This takes Ijaz now to 56.
And it really is that first ball 6 that has helped Ijaz to play the shot. It has made the bowler think which line he should be bowling, whether he should be bowling it up, whether he should be bowling it short. And The confusion in the young Indian's mind has been utilized by Ijaz, who's far more experienced.
In the first over that he faced from Kuruvilla, he played a maiden, Mohammad Wasim, so that shouldn't really worry the Pakistan side at all. They're averaging well over 9 at this point, and their target is only 217 on a very good batting track. As India were concerned, and they will rule the shots that some of the batsmen, some of the top batsmen played and lost their wickets. That's the fall of Shahid Afridi, and a great catch by Sachin Tendulkar, keeping his eyes glued to the ball. It's never easy when you are chasing the ball and looking at it over your shoulder. But a wonderful catch by the little man, and Shahid Afridi was really very, very unhappy leaving the field.
We've seen some fine catches today. We saw the catch to dismiss Ganguly by Mahmood Hussain. Once again running back and keeping his eyes on the ball right till the ball was in his palms. Then Inzamam ul Haq took a brilliant one-handed catch to get rid of Jadeja. And this one from Sachin Tendulkar. So the fielding that the crowd has seen also has been top class. Certainly the catching has been top class. And that just goes to show the commitment of the two teams. They know that this is the deciding match and they're giving it everything.
Run rate 9.08 and required 2.92. Plenty of overs, plenty of wickets for the Pakistan batsmen. Ijaz in great form on 57. Wasim is 3 as Chauhan comes in from the pavilion end. So it's Chauhan coming in for the first over to Ijaz. Nicely down to deep mid wicket. There is a man. Ijaz will go back for the second. He's very quick between the wickets, forcing Mohammad Wasim to come quickly back for the second. And Pakistan arrive at Nelson's with 1 wicket down. Ijaz on 59.
Chauhan did a good job for India in the first session, scoring 32 runs. It was his partnership with Ajay Jadeja that enabled India to get to the 200 mark and make some sort of a game, because the Indians had lost 5 wickets very early on. Didn't look as if they'd get to 170.
He's a single to Ijaz, 112 for 1. This is only the 13th over. Hurried a little bit as Wasim thought he had room to play it on. Just the fall of 1 wicket. The wicket of Afridi out for 47. It's never easy to maintain a rate of over 8 or 9 in the first 13 overs. Pakistan started with 10, came down to 9, but still maintaining well over 8 per over. Toss. (61 to Ijaz, 3 to Wasim, 113 for 1.
Well, the Indian captain's problems are hardly over because he's still got another over after this one for the field restrictions to apply. So he's got to make sure that the way Ijaz is batting, that Ijaz should be more at the non-strikers end and attack young Mohammad Wasim. Try and pressurize him. This is a big test for young Mohammad Wasim because he's been given the opportunity by the Pakistan think tank to go in at number 3 because there is really not too much pressure in terms of the run rate. Shahid Afridi has seen to that and Ijaz has followed it up. So there really is not much pressure. Now it will be a test of his temperament, how it comes through with it. That with Inzamam ul Haq being in the kind of form he is in, they would have sent him to bat. But this is a very positive move, I think, from the Pakistan think tank to send Mohammad Wasim because they know that their middle order is just a little bit uncertain. It's a wide ball again down the leg side. And the middle order being not very certain, they're trying to get it right because they have a big season ahead of them. Pakistan plays South Africa shortly after this and then West Indies and the quadrangular tournament as well.
And again, wide is it? Yes, it is. And Ijaz swung around to put it away down to deep fine leg. Didn't make contact. And this is the third time the bowler has gone down the leg side. Driven out to deep mid-on. One more run, 117 for the loss of 1 wicket. Inside, very, very sporting crowd. Back to cricket, the drink's over, and Pakistan 117 for 1 after 14 overs. And India at this stage was 63 for the loss of 3 wickets. And should India have got around 250 to 60, Sunil, it would have been a good match with India trying for an early breakthrough and no Salim Malik in the middle order. Would have been some pressure on the Pakistan batsmen.
Certainly, yes. I think in front of the Lahore crowd, they certainly would have been under pressure.
Through the covers gloriously for 4. Well up to the batsman and he took full advantage. Shakin stepped down and cracking the ball out to deep cover for 4 more runs. And Ijaz now 66 and Pakistan 121 for 1.
This is classic stuff. Any youngsters watching, this is the way to play the cover drive. The foot to the pitch of the ball, the head in line, the bat following through. Classic stuff.
See Ijaz really growing in confidence. And quite a miserable Sahara Cup, and he's coming back into his own. He has been getting a lot of runs for Pakistan over the last 3 years, and he had a lean Sahara Cup and got a very fine 60 in the last match. But this is the Ijaz that we know. He's in full form and a lot of confidence, now middling the ball.
This is good cricket from Mohammad Wasim. He knows that Ijaz is the man who's getting the boundaries. So he's just placing the ball around and giving more of the strike to his senior partner. This is good thinking. This way, by taking the singles, he's keeping his own scoreboard the scoreboard moving as well, and giving strike to the more experienced and the more informed partner.
You have to hurry. But he's quick between the wickets. Safe. Ijaz 68 and Pakistan 124 for 1. Wasim has got 5 singles so far, and that's his job, to just rotate the strike. He's really not bogged down. He's played some good drives, very comfortable on the front foot. Deep backward square leg for a single, 125-1 at the end of 15.
शुक्रिया शहनाज भाइयों। 15वें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान 125, भारत का स्कोर 66 था और 3 खिलाड़ी आउट हुए थे। एजाज ने 51 गेंदों पर 68 रन बनाए।
मैच जो है ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत जल्दी ख़त्म हो जाएगा। वो 125 15 ओवर में पाकिस्तान ने किए हैं और एजाज जो है वो इस वक्त बहुत ही अच्छा खेल रहा है। और उन्हें चाहिए कि अब वो विकेट पे रुकें, क्योंकि इनके पास ओवर्स बहुत है और अपना रन्स करें और टीम को जो है एक विकेट के नुकसान पर ही और जिताएं, क्योंकि यही प्रॉब्लम रही है। इससे पहले भी जो मैंने देखा है, जैसे अफरीदी थे कि हमें इतनी ज़रूरत उस वक्त नहीं थी, क्योंकि उन्होंने 75 जो थे वो कोई 7 ओवर में या 6 ओवर में किए हुए थे, तो अननेसेसरी जो था उन्हें रिस्क नहीं लेना चाहिए था। अगर वो खेलते रहते तो हो सकता है कि इस वक्त स्कोर यही होता, मगर विकेट जो है कोई आउट नहीं होता। क्योंकि यही चीज़ें जो है जो अपकमिंग प्लेयर्स होते हैं उन्हें बतानी पड़ती हैं कि आइंदा ऐसी, क्योंकि अगर रिक्वायरमेंट ऐसी नहीं है जब आप मैचेस आराम से जीत रहे हैं तो आप टीम का ख्याल करें और टीम को ये ना करें कि कोई पीछे आके बैटिंग करे, बल्कि अपने आप बैटिंग करनी चाहिए और पूरे ओवर खेल के और टीम को जिता के विदाउट लूजिंग एनी विकेट मैच जीतना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल जावेद, और ये बहुत ज़रूरी इसलिए भी है कि बाज़ औक़ात अगर 2 या 3 विकेटें एक के बाद दीगरे गिर जाएं तो सूरत हाल यकसर तब्दील हो जाती है,
क्योंकि विकेट गिरने से बहुत प्रेशर पड़ जाता है जो भी बैट्समैन नीचे जो आते हैं, क्योंकि ये डिफरेंट गेम है। इसके अंदर रिक्वायरमेंट जो है वो आपकी रहती है कि 4 या 5 रन जो है आपको हर ओवर में करने पड़ते हैं। अगर दोनों बैट्समैन नए आ जाएँ तो वही सेम चीज़ आ जाती है जो कि जिन्होंने ऊपर बैटिंग पे अच्छा किया होता है, वही प्रॉब्लम जो है वो दूसरे बैट्समैनों पे आ जाती है। और इसी तरीके से अगर वो स्लो खेलते हैं तो रन रेट जो है वो इसी तरीके से 5-6 का जो है वो आ जाता है और बढ़ता जाता है।
ये है एजाज 68 के स्कोर पर नॉट आउट। 217 रन का टारगेट पाकिस्तान को मिला। चौहान पाकिस्तान की पहली विकेट की पार्टनरशिप 80 रन की थी शाहिद आफरीदी और एजाज अहमद के दरमियान। एक रन का इजाफा हुआ, 130 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, 1 विकेट के नुकसान। एक और नेक्स्ट सेंचुरी पार्टनरशिप पाकिस्तान के लिए।
ये बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है कि क्रिकेट में, खासकर वनडे में, ये बैट्समैनों को चाहिए कि जब भी अगर आमने सामने आते हैं उनकी कोशिश यही होनी चाहिए कि पार्टनरशिप जो है वो ज़रूर लगनी चाहिए। जितनी पार्टनरशिप लगती है विकेट की, उसमें टीम को फ़ायदा होता है और रन्स जो हैं बड़ी जल्दी बनते हैं और टीम के लिए चेज़ करने के लिए बड़ी आसानी हो जाती है।
जडेजा, ये है ऑन साइड की फील्ड। मिड ऑन मिड विकेट स्क्वायर लेग और डीप फाइन लेग।
लेग की तरफ स्वीप करने की कोशिश की, हालांकि उन्हें चाहिए कि उसको ग्लांस करते और एक रन जो है उनके लिए आसानी था बनिस्बत इतना रिस्क लेने के लिए ये शॉट खेला था इन्होंने। पाकिस्तान को 86 रन करने हैं जीतने के लिए और ओवर्स इनके पास काफ़ी हैं और विकेटें भी काफ़ी बाकी हैं। एक विकेट
70वें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान ने 130 रन बनाए हैं और एक खिलाड़ी आउट हुआ है।
नजर आ रही है जो दोपहर जब स्टार्ट हुआ था गेम इतना नहीं था, आपने देखा कि सेकंड हाफ में क्राउड जो है पूरा जो ग्राउंड है फुल जैम पैक्ड
जी
नजर आ रहा है और एंजॉय कर रहे हैं।
और जावेद यहाँ तारीफ करनी चाहिए तमाशाइयों के रवैये की कि लाहौर के जो जिंदा दिल हैं उन्होंने एक मरता फिर अपनी रिवायती मेहमान नवाजी और स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट का मुजाहरा किया है और दोनों टीमों को उन्होंने दिल खोल कर दाद दी।
ये बहुत अच्छी यानी कि इसमें पाकिस्तान का नाम है और हम सबको ये सोचना चाहिए और जितने भी स्पेशली ये क्राउड या स्पेक्टेटर आते हैं उनको चाहिए कि और दूसरे जो शहरों में देख रहे हैं उनको इस चीज़ से सबक सीखना चाहिए कि मेहमान टीम आती है और अगर इस तरीके से नम और अच्छे डिसिप्लिन के साथ मैच देखें तो उसका मज़ा ही कुछ और होता है। और बाहर मुल्कों में क्योंकि ये जो मैचेस हैं ये पाकिस्तान में नहीं बल्कि ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड जो है तकरीबन लोग देख रहे हैं, तो पाकिस्तान की इज़्ज़त होगी, सबकी इज़्ज़त है, प्लेयरों की इज़्ज़त और मुल्क की इज़्ज़त।
वसीम का स्कोर हो गया 11, पाकिस्तान का स्कोर 132, 70 रन बनाए हैं इजाज़ अहमद। चौरासी रन पाकिस्तान को चाहिए हैं इस मैच में कामयाबी के लिए। 9 विकेटें अभी बाकी हैं।
सब पाकिस्तान के पास रन्स कम है, विकेटें काफ़ी हाथ में हैं, ओवर्स भी जो है काफ़ी हैं और इनको चाहिए बैट्समैनों को कि अपने जो आस्किंग रेट है इस वक्त रन उसके मुताबिक खेलें। और किसी किस्म का रिस्क जो है वो नहीं लेना चाहिए क्योंकि और जिस तरह 5-6 ओवर और ऊपर जाएंगे और 20-30 रन ऐड होंगे तो सामने वाली टीम पर बड़ा दबाव पड़ता है और दूसरी टीम भी जो है वो थोड़ी सी हिम्मत जो है हार जाती है और रन देने में आसानी होती है। तो बहुत ही
और ऐसे रन की भी मैं समझता हूँ कि
ज़रूरत नहीं है। आप देखेंगे इससे पहले ये चीज़ें दोनों बैट्समैन को चाहिए कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग पैदा करें और एक दूसरे से बात करते रहें कि कब और कहाँ रन लेना है। जब तक कम्युनिकेशन नहीं रहेगा तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग आएगी नहीं और रन लेने में हमेशा मुश्किल होगी और इसमें एक या दोनों में से एक बैट्समैन जो है वो आउट होने के चांसेस जो है वो हो जाएंगे।
पाकिस्तान के लिए बड़ी खुशाइन बात यह है कि इजाज़ अहमद उनके इंतहाई तजुर्बेकार बैट्समैन अपनी फॉर्म में वापस आ गए हैं। बड़ी अच्छी और जारहाना इनिंग उन्होंने खेली है।
लग रहा है कि इनमें से कोई रन आउट ना हो जाए, क्योंकि अंडरस्टैंडिंग नज़र नहीं आ रही है रन लेते वक्त, क्योंकि एक दूसरे को काफ़ी मतलब बगैर बताए लगता है कि भाग रहे हैं। क्योंकि आपने देखा कि 2-3 ओवर से यही चीज़ देखने में आ रही है कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो है इनमें अभी पैदा नहीं हुई है रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट के।
और एक रोज़ा मैचों में जावेद रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट बड़ी अहमियत रखती है,
बहुत अहमियत रखती है, और इसमें अंडरस्टैंडिंग पैदा करनी जो है वो सबसे ज़्यादा मायने रखती है। जब कि आपको सामने बैठना और स्टार्ट लेना चाहिए, तो आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि कहाँ कब और किस वक्त हमने रन लेना है, कि फील्डर की कौन सी बाएं तरफ हो या दूसरी तरफ उनके गेंद है। जिस अगर राइट हैंड है तो उसके लेफ़्ट पे अगर है तो वो आसानी से आप रन ले सकते हैं, बनस्बत राइट पे आप भागें तो उसके लिए मुश्किल हो जाती है।
इसमें कवर कनेक्ट करने में कामयाब हुए वसीम, मगर सिर्फ 1 रन बन सका। 12 रन हो गए मोहम्मद वसीम के। 135 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर। आउट होने वाले बैट्समैन आफरीदी 47 रन बनाने के बाद आउट हुए। राजेश चौहान, इजाज अहमद को। उन्नीसवें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान 136, 1 विकेट के नुकसान पर। अच्छा स्ट्रोक इजाज अहमद का। फील्डर बाउंड्री लाइन के करीब मौजूद है। 2 रन पर इजाफा हुआ स्कोर में।
अच्छा शॉट था, और इसी तरीके से एजाज को जो है फ्री खेलना चाहिए, अपने ऊपर प्रेशर नहीं लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि इससे पहले कुछ लग रहा है कि वो थोड़ा सा जिस तरह से उन्होंने इनिंग शुरू की थी और अब थोड़ा सा दब गए। हालांकि अब तो उन्हें और फ्री होके खेलना चाहिए, मगर थोड़े अपने शॉट जो है वो कंट्रोल रखें। और प्लेसिंग पर जिस तरह वो अभी अब प्लेसिंग के ऊपर आ गए सिंगल पर, और ये चीज़ इनको जारी रखनी चाहिए। और जब तक के इन खुद महसूस ना करें कि अब जो मैच है वो उनकी ग्रिप में है और हम मैच जीतने के लिए आसानी है, जब तक इन्हें चाहिए कि पूरे ओवर्स खेलें। और जब तक पाकिस्तान ना ये स्कोर अप नहीं करते, जब तक इन्हें चाहिए कि विकेट पर खड़े रहें।
एजाज अहमद 76 नॉट आउट, 12 रन बनाए हैं वसीम ने। पाकिस्तान 139, 20वां ओवर है पाकिस्तान की इनिंग का। अजहरुद्दीन,
इंडिया की फील्डिंग जो है काफ़ी इम्प्रूव कर गई है, और आप देखें कि इतने इजी जो है वो सिंगल नहीं दे रहे हैं।
बीस ओवर्स के इख्तिताम पर पाकिस्तान 139, 1 खिलाड़ी आउट हुआ है। इससे विकेट के नुकसान पर पाकिस्तान का स्कोर। कमेंट्री के लिए रेहान नवाज, उनके साथ एक्सपर्ट इंतखाब आ गए।
Thanks, Hassan. Chauhan to Ijaz. Blocked it. That is a 6. That ball going miles in the air. His fourth 6. What a tremendous shot from Ijaz Ahmed.
It was really a tremendous shot by Ijaz, and he picked up the length beautifully. He came out of his crease and he could really.
This time gets a single as he plays it down towards the square leg. What a wonderful shot that was from Ijaz.
Coming out of his crease, right on top of the ball, and hit it really beautifully for a huge six.
This time hits it on the wrong side. The ball is travelling towards squarish with wicket, beats the cage now. That's another boundary for Ijaz Ahmed. Runs once again coming quite thick and fast. Or was it Wasim in fact who played that stroke? Yes, it was Wasim.
Well, actually, Wasim is rubbing his shoulders with Ijaz.
This time it beats the field on the on. And it trickles towards the long on boundary for 4 runs. Wasim into the 20s, he's on 20, Pakistan to 154 for 1.
Of his crease and really placed it beautifully for 4 runs. Well, he has started playing well now. He must have got a lot of confidence hitting those 4s.
That one is trickling down towards fine leg. And the batsmen come back for the second. As his innings has progressed, he has gained in confidence, Mohammad Wasim. And that marked the end of over number 21. Pakistan 156 for 1. Ijaz. Not it so. It will be out. No, it goes over the head. And that's a 6. What an amazing shot indeed. Hit away very, very strongly by Ijaz for his 5th 6, and Pakistan now to 162.
Once again, Ijaz picked it up the length very nicely indeed and really hooked it over deep mid-off for a 6.
This time all along the ground, splits the field on the off, a boundary for Ijaz. He's going great guns here.
Well, from the very beginning, Ijaz have kept the pressure on all the Indian bowlers, and now he's really opening up. Played another beautiful shot for 4 runs.
He's on 93, Pakistan to 166 for 1. Runs down to backward square leg. Ijaz now is on 94, just a stroke away from what would be a tremendous 100 indeed for him.
Well, the way Ijaz is batting, I think all of us will have an early night. He was nowhere near the ball. His body was away from the ball, but he was very lucky that he got away with it.
In the gap, square of the wicket on the offside. Comes back for the second run. So 2 more runs to Mohammad Wasim. He's on 22. Pakistan to 169 for 1. 22 overs gone. Pakistan cruising along to 169 for 1.
The good thing about Jazz innings so far that he has not slogged a single shot. He has played all cricketing shots, and it's really nice to see that he has played every ball.
Jazz is going to face up, change in the bowling attack, and it's going to be Ganguly. It has been a very joyous crowd participation here. 5 sixes and 7 boundaries in his innings of 94. That should be another 6. It is a beaten shot from Ijaz Ahmed. Now that's his 100. What a great innings indeed from him, hitting his 100 with a gigantic 6.
He really played a magnificent knock, tremendous 100, and that must have given him a lot of confidence for the future. Look at that. He hit it through the line of the ball with straight bat, a huge 6.
This time he miscues his shot as he goes in for the pull shot on the onside and comes back for the second. Indian bowlers have been punished to all parts of the ground here. Hitting 6 sixes, 7 boundaries in his innings of 102. His innings would be remembered by this very large crowd for a very long time to come.
I don't think they can ask better cricket than that. They have been entertained really exceptionally well.
They have had their money's worth. Two more runs to him as he drove that one towards wide extra cover. The total is 179 for 1. Towards mid-on, easy single. Ijaz Ahmed 105, Pakistan 180 for 1. Amazing run rate, 7.94, and required run rate is 1.41.
It's such a good wicket actually. If you play it straight and you hit through the line, you can create problems for the bowlers. And this is what exactly happened today. From the very first ball bowled, especially when Afridi and Ijaz opened the inning, they kept the pressure on Indian bowling all the time.
Well, this match is going to finish well inside 30 overs. Now let's watch that stroke, which he played it very nonchalantly indeed, to reach his 3-figure mark, right over the bowler's head.
Well, it shows the amount of confidence Ijaz have that he at 94 is a 6. That shows the ability of a player and the confidence.
Change in the bowling attack. It's Robin Singh who has been summoned into the attack by Tendulkar. Full toss. It deserves the punishment it has got. 6. that was a rank bad ball bowled by Robin Singh. A gentle full toss and Ijaz hammered it over mid-wicket.
Well, it shows that all the Indian bowlers are under pressure. The very first delivery, Singh bowled full toss and Ijaz took a full advantage of that.
Ijaz Ahmed is on 112. Pakistan to 186 for 1. It really has been a thunderous innings from Ijaz Ahmed. This time splits the field on the offside towards point. One more to him. Have another look at that powerful stroke played by Ijaz on the onside for a 6 over mid-wicket. A day's play which has been overwhelmingly dominated by the Pakistan side, right from the start of play this afternoon. Coming back for the second. 23.5 overs gone, Pakistan 189 for 1. The target is looking very, very friendly indeed, 217. And they have 9 wickets intact.
Well, I must say, Rehan, that Pakistan have outclassed India in this particular match in every department of the game.
Yes, absolutely no doubt about that. The bowlers bowled exceedingly well, and then the batsmen, in fact, have really been on top. Ganguly then to Ijaz Ahmed. Cracks it down to point for an easy single. Ijaz to 113, Pakistan to 190 for 1. In indomitable position here to wrap up the series. Indian bowling, in fact, has looked very, very friendly indeed.
Well, actually, it's a very good wicket, and as I said, that margin of error on a wicket like this is absolutely nil. If you are off the target or you give a little bit of width, and if you pull up to the batsman, you're looking for trouble. You have to bowl on a sort of a nagging length. You have to be really, really very quick, or you have to be really a world-class spinner to be successful.
And their medium-fast bowlers were very unimpressive indeed.
Well, it was straight up and down, really. They've been bowling under pressure from the beginning, actually.
Easy single.
And as I said, that both Afridi and Ijaz, they played very sensibly, and they took advantage of loose bowling as well, especially in the first 15 overs. I mean, they weren't slogging, they were actually good cricketing shots.
Swung away for a boundary on the on towards mid-wicket. Ijaz now is 117 and Pakistan 195 for 1.
Well, actually, before Ganguly delivered that ball, Ijaz gave himself a little room And then he saw it was a short delivery and pulled it beautifully towards mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nicely pulled again.
This time, magnificently struck indeed by Jaws for a boundary over the top of extra cover.
And how can you bowl to him in such a good form? As I said earlier, anything which is up, he's going to drive. Anything short, he's going to pull or hook. This is such a tremendous touch. And it's really lovely to watch him the way he's playing today. He has really entertained a lot of people.
This time square. Runs flowing from his bat like water rushing down the hill. This really has been a tremendous innings indeed from Ijaz Ahmed. So Pakistan 199 for 1. The commentary to Hassan Jalil. With him is Pervez Sajjad.
शुक्रिया फरहान नवाज। पाकिस्तान की इनिंग के 200 रन्स, सिर्फ 17 रन्स पाकिस्तान को और चाहिए हैं।
हसन, आज पाकिस्तानी टीम के कैप्टन ने जब इजाज़ को ओपनिंग इनिंग्स की ओपनिंग के लिए भेजा तो जो तवक्कुआत उनको इनसे थी उन्होंने उनको डेफिनेटली पूरा किया है और एक बहुत ही उम्दा और बहुत ही अच्छी इनिंग्स खेली।
शाहिद आफरीदी और इजाज़ अहमद ने इनिंग्स का आगाज़ किया और एक मुस्तहकम इनिंग की बुनियाद रखी। शाहिद आफरीदी ने सिर्फ 23 गेंदों पर 47 रन बनाए। उसके बाद इजाज़ अहमद ने जारियाना बैटिंग के सिलसिले को जारी रखा। बहुत ही शानदार इनिंग इजाज़ ने खेली। शॉर्ट गेंद रॉबिन सिंह की, पुल किया इजाज़ ने, एक और चौका। 125 इजाज़ अहमद का स्कोर, 204 पाकिस्तान।
आज इजाज़ को जो भी ज़रा भी शॉर्ट बॉल मिला है उसने उससे भरपूर फ़ायदा उठाया है, जैसे कि अभी हमने देखा है। मेरा ख्याल क्रिकेट की तारीख में बहुत कम ऐसी इनिंग्स होंगी जहाँ पे कि एक बैट्समैन ने इतने ज़्यादा छक्के लगाए हैं जो कि तकरीबन उनकी बाउंड्रीज़ के बराबर हैं।
मानती है फील्डर जिन्होंने बाउंड्री लाइन के बिल्कुल करीब गेंद को फील्ड किया। 2 रन बनाए इजाज़ ने, 127 इजाज़ का स्कोर हो गया। 206 पाकिस्तान, और पाकिस्तान को सिर्फ 11 रन चाहिए।
आज जब इस मैच का आगाज़ हुआ तो किसी को भी गालिबन ये ख्याल नहीं होगा कि ये मैच इतनी आसानी से पाकिस्तान जीत जाएगा। दोनों टीमों का ख्याल था कि ये मैच बहुत ज़्यादा मुकाबले वाला मैच होगा और क्योंकि इस मैच ने इस सीरीज़ का भी फैसला करना था, इसलिए दोनों टीमें बहुत कीन थीं कि ये मैच किसी तरह से जीत जाएं। लेकिन पाकिस्तान ने इस मैच को इतनी आसानी से जीता है कि भारत की टीम की तमाम कमज़ोरियाँ जो हैं उन्होंने अयां करके रखी।
और इजाज़ अहमद का एक जोरदार शॉट और गेंद बाउंड्री लाइन से खासी दूर जाकर गिरी। एक और छक्का इजाज़ अहमद का। 212 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर और इजाज़ का स्कोर 133। नहायत ही शानदार और जारियाना इनिंग इजाज़ अहमद की।
यकीनन आज जिस तरह इजाज़ ने अपनी इनिंग्स खेली है उसे यूँ लग रहा है कि जैसे बॉलर जो थे उनके सामने कोई हैसियत नहीं रखते थे। बॉलर जब बॉल फेंकता था तो यूँ लगता था कि जैसे उनसे कह रहे हों मर्जी है आपकी, इसके ऊपर एक चुंगा लगा दें या एक छक्का।
दिलचस्प बात यह है कि यही बॉलर्स थे टोरंटो में जो पाकिस्तानी बैट्समैनों के लिए हवा बने हुए थे। आज वही बॉलर इजाज़ अहमद के सामने बिल्कुल बेबस और मामूली दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
जी यकीनन हसन, यही एक क्रिकेट का असूल है जो कि बात समझने की है कि मौसम किस तरह एक ऑर्डिनरी बॉलर को भी एक अच्छा बॉलर बना सकता है और मौसम किस तरह एक दरमियाने दर्जे के बैट्समैन को भी लाजवाब बैट्समैन बना सकता है। नॉट दैट कि भाई एजाज अच्छे बैट्समैन हैं, एजाज बहुत अच्छे बैट्समैन नहीं हैं, लेकिन टोरंटो में यही बॉलर जो थे वो अपनी बॉलिंग की वजह से नहीं कामयाब हुए थे, बल्कि मेरा ख्याल में कि वेदर था जिसने कि उनको बहुत उम्दा बॉलर बना दिया।
अच्छा रन, 27 रन हो गए मोहम्मद वसीम के, 213 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, और सिर्फ 4 रन चाहिए हैं पाकिस्तान को ये मैच और 3 मैचों की ये सीरीज जीतने के लिए। वनडे इंटरनेशनल मैचों में एजाज का ये बेहतरीन स्कोर 133 नॉट आउट। इससे पहले एजाज का बेहतरीन स्कोर 124 था। शुक्रिया साबिक। और इसमें एजाज ने एक और ऊंचा शॉट खेला, नहायत ही जोरदार शॉट, और ये विनिंग स्ट्रोक है एजाज अहमद का। एक और छक्का एजाज का, और इसके साथ ही पाकिस्तान ने ये मैच 9 विकेटों से जीतकर सीरीज भी 2-1 से हासिल कर ली है। तेंदुलकर एजाज अहमद को मुबारकबाद दे रहे हैं, और एजाज और ये वसीम दोनों नहायत खुश फातिहाना अंदाज से पवेलियन की जानिब रवा दवा। शानदार कामयाबी पाकिस्तान की जानिब से, 9 विकेटों से पाकिस्तान ने भारत को हराकर 3 मैचों की सीरीज 2-1 से जीत ली।
यकीनन आज जब की इनिंग्स, पाकिस्तान की इनिंग्स एक्चुअली जो थी सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक बैट्समैन की इनिंग्स थी, और वो थे एजाज। एजाज ने बहुत उम्दा अपने खेल का मुजाहरा किया,
और ये विनिंग स्ट्रोक
आखिरी बॉल तक वो छक्के लगाते रहे, और हिंदुस्तानी बॉलर्स जो थे वो बिल्कुल इस विकेट के ऊपर नाकाम रहे, बिल्कुल नाकाम रहे एजाज को कंटेन करने में, और एजाज ने अपनी अज़मत का और अपने बेहतरीन स्ट्रोक्स का लोहा एक बार फिर से मनवा लिया।
और ये पाकिस्तान का स्कोर कार्ड, और एजाज ने अपने 139 रन सिर्फ 84 गेंदों पर बनाए, जिसमें 9 चौके और 9 छक्के शामिल हैं। आफरीदी ने सिर्फ 23 गेंदों पर 47, और वसीम ने 52 गेंदों पर 27 रन बनाए। बॉलिंग पुरुवेला ने 6 ओवर किए, 42 रन दिए। मोहांती ने सिर्फ 3 ओवर्स में 38 रन दिए। कुलकानी ने 8 ओवर्स में 57 रन दिए। चौहान ने 5 ओवर्स में 30, गंगोली ने 2 ओवर्स में 28, और रॉबिन सिंह ने 2 ओवर्स में 22।
May I now ask Mr. Sachin Tendulkar, the losing captain, to please come up. Mr. Sachin Tendulkar. Can we have the Indian captain here, please? Well, they've just gone into the dressing room. Congratulations all around. The Indians and the Pakistan captains there. Mr. Tendulkar. Sachin, a wonderful match at Karachi, and a little bit of a letdown here at the Qaddafi Stadium in the final.
And it was very disappointing. We didn't get enough runs, but the way Ijaz batted, I thought we didn't have any chance at all.
But when you got it first, it was a good batting track.
Initially, the ball didn't come onto the bat quickly, but later stages, I thought when Ajay was there in the middle, I thought the ball was coming onto the bat. But I wouldn't want to take away the credit from Ijaz and Shahid Afridi, who batted like champions.
Well, the series 2-1, but you've had a wonderful tour of Pakistan. Have you enjoyed that?
Oh yeah, last time when I came here, we made few friends, and this time also we have made few friends. I'm glad we enjoyed this tour, and the hospitality you gave was excellent.
Well, we hope to see you more often in Pakistan, and congratulations for putting up a wonderful fight. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I now ask the winning captain, Mr. Saeed Anwar. Mr. Saeed Anwar to come and meet the chief guest. Anwar collecting the win bonus of 50,000 rupees from the chief guest, Mr. Shahid Hamid, the governor of Punjab. Saeed, a bit of a fight back after Karachi, where India played very well and came back to level the series. A good result here at the Qasafa Stadium.
I think the pitch was very good, a brilliant pitch for one-day cricket, and plus we bowled and fielded very well in the morning. Mohammad Hussain took 2 brilliant catches, and I think the fielding, for a long time I've seen Pakistan fielding brilliantly in the last 2 games. I think that made a big difference. Then Ijaz Ahmed, a brilliant knock, one of the best knocks of his life, I think, and that made us win the game.
Well, changing up in the batting order, Ijaz coming out to open the innings at Toronto in the last match, and here again he's come out to bat with Afridi. Is that a sort of a permanent solution?
No, I think Ijaz wanted to play freely in the first 15 overs, and I had a temperature, so I thought giving Ijaz a chance would be a good idea, and it paid off.
Well, congratulations in a wonderful series. Once again, congratulations from everyone. We're all waiting for the announcement for the man of the match, and the jury, as I said, Gavaskar, Imtiaz Sipra, Sahi, Fawad Hashmi, Itshamul Haq, Rehan Siddiqui and Rashid Shakur, and their unanimous decision, the man of the match, Ijaz Ahmed.
Just coming on right for Watford, isn't it? Lovely bounce. As I said, the ball bounces nicely above stump high. Stands up and smashes the ball. Where has that one gone? It's 6 for sure, no problem with the umpire's verdict there. Oh, what a shot. 50 to Saeed Anwar, and he couldn't have brought it up with a better shot.
Here he goes again, and the result will be the same. He's dealing in sixes at the moment. Second 6 of the over, and a Pakistan 100 coming up with that.
Very cold joint effort of the match.
Triangular series, this is the first match, Jeffrey. I'll have my chances. Shoaib Akhtar just not feeling the same comfort bowling to the left-hander. He's far more comfortable bowling to the right-handers, Shoaib Akhtar.
Yes, there is something to think about here for Wasim Akram with the World Cup coming up. While Shoaib Akhtar's working out his run-up and his mark, he's got to think how he's best going to use Shoaib Akhtar if he's going to be part of the World Cup. Is he going to open the bowling with him? He might get wickets, but he might be expensive. Or he's going to bowl him like Alan Donald, who bowls first change for South Africa. Good run in. I mean, they do have an alternative with the new ball to bowl Azhar Mahmood, quite a good medium pacer. At least bowl accurate. Don't let the batsman have 3 easy balls that are too wide and short. And then when the ball is just a few overs old, a little more easy to control, that's when South Africa bring on Alan Donald. Just when the batsmen think, well, they've had 5 overs at each end and probably a weaker bowler's going to come on. Actually, the best bowler comes on, the quickest bowler, Alan Donald. So they're going to have to give this some serious thought of Pakistan.
The slower delivery to end is over. It's 12 without loss.
The complete man, Raymond.
घर की दीवारें इतनी खराब,
फिर कर भी ना ना।
क्या करें? जो भी पेंट लगाओ झट से खराब। एक बारिश में आउट।
आ चुका है नया एप्कोलाइट एपेक्स एक्सटीरियर इमल्शन, जिसमें है एक्रिलिक ब्यूटी गार्ड।
We're 14 without loss. Sri Lanka 12 without loss, so not much of a difference there. Pakistan went on with a partnership of 148 for the first wicket.
This is good. This is good. I think this is a chance. Look at that for bad backing up. That's Shahid Afridi. Should have been backing up better than that. Nearly was an overthrow. See, a little underarm flick. Look, he's suddenly got a run as Afridi. They've got to be on the toes. They've got to do the simple, basic things correctly. And this is really good cricket by Sri Lanka. I think they've had a little talk about the running between the wickets. They're looking for the singles. They're alert.
Yes, they're, I think, looking not to really play the big shots all the time, but also trying to rotate the strike. It's a left and right hand combination. Picks out that. Question is whether the ball hit the pads first.
Well, I don't think he could really give that out. It's a touch and go whether he hit the pad first. He gets a bit of a striding forward. Might have just got outside off stump when he hits him. There's enough doubt to just say, well, not out. Very good again. Now then, some of these fielders, I think they're going to get a rocket shortly from the captain. You're going to have to tell one or two of these they're going to get in quick. I know it's hard. You're trying not to get too close in because you think if they play a shot it's going to go past you if it's only a couple of yards away. But you can't let them pinch singles. You've got to at least make them play a shot. To a great bowler like Wasim Akram, doesn't usually bowl too many bad balls to be hit for four.
Akram is really charging into ball. That's a good line around the right hand, is off stump with two slips in position.
Well, this is the difficulty. The ball before that. Watch him play Wasim Akram, going across him. Watch the bat. Look here, how the bat face is open. Can you see how... Now that's the difficulty. The ball's going across and open the face and you're a candidate for nicking it. See, he played that to extra cover and it slid off the bat face to third man. And that's the difficulty when it goes across you. 15 for no wicket.
इनके जोश से बच के कहाँ जाओ?
Do you drive any of these cars?
15 without loss. 7 and 7 to Kunwardana, 4 to Atapatu. They've been dealing mainly in singles.
Well, the guys at cover definitely have to get in quick. They haven't quite taken up their positions yet. He has here. He can't get in too close. It comes off the bat at some very funny angles. But this guy here, going back, he has to make a big effort. And the guy at mid-on. In certain positions, you can't get in too quick. But the mid-on, he's definitely got in to cover this area. He must get in tight.
I think the grunt really deceived Atapatu.
He bowled that one about as quick as yours, Sonny.
Well, if that was the speed at which I bowled, why did you duck that delivery in the Jubilee Test in 1980? It should have hit you on the ankle then.
Surprise. I didn't think you could get the ball up that high.
He's actually got a very good slow delivery, Shoaib Akhtar. He uses that quite cleverly too. This time the grunt was really for the effort that he put in. Atapatu is technically a good batsman. Moves very fluently back in front. 24 runs short of completing 2,000 runs in one-day internationals. All that extra pace, it's going to beat the fielder at deep fine leg. Jeffrey Boycott was saying about how that extra pace can be a bit of a minus. This is the reason why.
Well, he just clips this, doesn't he? Watch it rush away, races away. No chance of catching that. And this is the problem. You let him get on the back foot. I think you've got to pitch it up a little bit, because to a quick bowler, most people are staying back. Yes, shouting to fine leg, but he can't stop that. He'd need wings on, or four legs to get after that. No chance. He must pitch the ball up. And the trouble is, I'm not sure he's a swinger of the new ball. He reverse swings the old ball. That's better. See Fuller.
Become quite a rage in Pakistan. Shoaib Akhtar, after the dismissals of Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar's first ball in the first of the Asian Test Championships at the Eden Gardens in Calcutta.
Yes, Sonny, but he can't live on that forever, can he? It was brilliant. Everybody puts their hands up when they see it and say, fantastic. But I would say to him, listen, that's gone. That's a memory. Now deliver me something else. Rolled. Got that through with a bit of pace. 19 for no wicket.
They were 27 without loss after 4 overs. Sri Lanka behind. This is brilliantly timed. Again, the extra pace from Akram being used very well by Avishka Gunawardena. Have a look at this. He didn't even have a follow-through.
It was a little firm push, wasn't it? I'd have been looking for a single from that. It went all the way for 4. Just shows, you see, using the pace of the bowling. It's a cracker, I'll repeat again. Whoever pays the groundsman here should increase his wages. Oh, it is an absolute belter for one-day cricket.
A bit more conventional. Marwan Atapatu's methods a lot more conventional than Gunawardana's. They need 223 runs to win. A little less than 5 and over. just missed the stumps. Kunwardhana's bat was out. He would have been run out. Ball deflected by Akram.
Well, you could say Wasim Akram gave away a run, but this was deliberate. He was going for the run out. See? Oh, dear. 2 or 3 inches.
Five overs gone. It's 25 for no loss.
Making money matters easy by ICICI. Bonds are like fixed.
25 for no loss. Jayavardhan, Arvinda, Ranatunga, Hassan Tilak, Ratne to follow.
Now just watching when Shoaib Akhtar in these early overs, whenever he's pitched the ball up, nobody's really timed it against him. They've tried to drive, they haven't scored a run off him off the front foot. They've stayed back, boundary, and be able to push it for one. Now they may do that, but that's what I was saying about he has to get a fairly fullish length. If he gives it short and wide, they crack him on the offside. If it's short and going onto the hip, they can use the pace and work it on the leg side. He's got to risk that they're driving and keep it fairly fullish. Okay, they're off again. See, it's too short, he's too deep. I was saying the man at cover, Shahid Afridi, lacking experience, that's beautifully right. You cannot allow them to pinch runs like that. You wouldn't have done that to Jonty Rhodes or Herschel Gibbs. Wait till you see South Africa in the World Cup. This guy, Herschel Gibbs, is a terrific athlete. And I think that's lack of experience there from Shahid Afridi. When I say experience, I don't mean in age, I mean in being a specialist cover fielder.
That's a good effort that by Azhar Mahmood at mid-on. But even in age, I would imagine Shahid Afridi is pretty young, Jeffrey.
Not that young. I've been watching him shaving, he's still got that darker beard than me.
Azhar Mahmood certainly has used the razor. He shaved his moustache off. Big crowd in here now, anticipating a keen finish to this first of the triangular one-day internationals.
See, lovely firm push off the hip from the back foot. I think Wasim Akram might think of giving him a little rest. You've only got 10, and if it doesn't work when you put one of your fastest bowlers on, you've got to be prepared to rotate the bowling, try something else.
I would think, Jeffrey, that if you can remove that slip and bring him down here to stop that single being pinched by the Sri Lankans, that might be a good move. He's not getting the ball to move away from the right-hander, and they're picking the singles. Look at the way Atapattu is moving around his off stump, and That's exactly where the fielder would have been. He would have stopped that run. He wouldn't have been giving away these singles.
Yes, he works it very well, does Marvin Patu. That's Johanna. Good pick up. Save the two. But at the moment, Sri Lanka playing well. Except for a couple of early play and misses by this fella, Gunawardena. They've actually played very well. They must be feeling very confident in the Sri Lankan dressing room. Very happy. Things going quite well. Leg by. And six off the over. 30 for no wicket. 31 for no wicket.
ये दिल मांगे more.
Hey, drink Pepsi. Look under the crown and you could win a 29-inch LG color TV.
ये दिल मांगे more.
शेल पर मेरा इतना विश्वास है कोई और जो धरती की गहराई से लेकर पैक तक हर बूंद खुद बनाए, इसीलिए शेल शुद्धता में ही सुरक्षा। शेल इंजन ऑयल्स यानी सुरक्षा।
Pakistan with 36 without loss, Sri Lanka 31 without loss. It really has been singles. The Pakistani opening batsmen are dealing in boundaries. The Sri Lankans have been running very intelligently, very smartly between the wickets. To take you through to the next half an hour will be Harsha Bogle and Ramesh Raja. This is a good batsman, this Avishka Gunawardena. That's very well played. That's beautifully played for that. Was a really good Yorker from Wasim Akram. Not only did the batsman get under it, he hit it hard enough for four.
Well, this was straight as an arrow, really. Timing it nicely. A difficult shot, really, to get hold of. Gunawardena was down on it in a flash. And placed it beautifully.
Surami is very similar to the one of the hat-trick balls that Anil Kumble kept out. Got for four in Delhi, I think it was. I think it was against Wasim as well. Just call him hat-trick Akram.
Well, Pakistan needed a good knock from Ijaz Ahmed today. Platform was well set for him, really, to launch himself the way he does normally in one-day cricket.
Don't always see Marwan Atapattu playing shots like those. You can see from his reaction that he's not very impressed with himself either.
Well, it's a good enough pitch to really play through the line. Not a lot of lateral movement for the fast bowlers. And Marwan Atapattu really looking to play it on the up.
No ball.
Wasim Akram has been lately plagued with his no-ball problem. This one was a slow one tried by Wasim Akram, but there on the screen you can clearly see him overstepping. Pakistan need a quick wicket here.
It's a very strong breeze coming up here at the Keenan Stadium. And that's beautifully played. Now that's more the kind of shot you tend to see from Marwan Atapattu. Pick up two more. Breeze is coming from our left to our right. Though if you viewers, I guess that doesn't mean too much to you.
Yes, Wasim Akram is bowling against it. But it wouldn't matter a lot to him. Very short run-up Wasim has. Quick arm and wrist action.
A bit of raising a bit of dust as well. It's 39 for no loss.
पेश है नई फेविस्टिक ग्लू स्टिक। फेविस्टिक, no chip chip, no chick chick.
Ramiz Raja tells me that the left half of the Pakistan Manhattan is more Islamabad than Multan. I can tell right away that Ramiz doesn't come from Multan.
Inzamam does, but I don't seem to be a flat personality.
There you are. Now, according to Ramiz, this is Islamabad and this is Multan. Right now, if you think that's wrong, tell Ramiz, not me. Ramiz, no such problems with the Sri Lankan Manhattan. It's just one Colombo.
Well, they'll ideally like the skyscraper to stay the upward way. That should be close. Not picked up cleanly by Azhar Mahmood. Sri Lankans have been stealing, pinching those singles from the Pakistani fieldsmen, even in the first 15 overs when the fielders are close to the batsman. One-handed pickup, a clean pickup, in fact, would have seen Gunawardene to be just a little close.
He's normally a pretty good fielder. When it mattered, ball just slipped out of his hand. What a lovely shot. That'll go all the way, though I just suspect square leg might have got a hand to it. But this is the great strength of Marwan Atapattu.
Well, you can't afford to bowl on the pads of a top-class batsman in international cricket. This was help on its way by Atapattu. Nicely getting on top of it. Acrobatic dive there from the 12th man, Imran Nazir. Couldn't stop that one going to the boundary. See those wrists coming into play.
It's a pretty solid start. Sri Lanka need to go at under runner balls. If they can get a good, nice start like this one, they wouldn't mind too much. Now, quite as bad as the one that follows about 3 or 4 seconds later. 3 or 4 seconds later, I think that's when you realize the pain starts to really make its presence felt. This one is looking very bad. Now, you must tell me, Ramiz, you've played international cricket for so many years. Why has no one really been able to produce a foolproof glove for the fingers?
Well, I think there are different reasons. There are players who want to have comfort in place of padded up things for them. And these are quite reasonable gloves that Atapattu is wearing. They're of high quality. Some players do have extra fingers padded up on top of the actual 5 just to make it a little bit more protective.
Yes, and the funny thing with those fingers is, once you've got a bad one on the finger, the ball tends to follow it everywhere, and then even a little nudge can get terribly painful. I think it's coming off. Do you have an expression, Urdu for it, Ramiz? In Marathi, we call it, the finger goes blind.
I don't have anything in Urdu, but that looks very painful and serious. You can see the index finger swollen there. And Atapattu is not taking any chances. There's a worried Sri Lankan manager, Ranjit Fernando.
Yes, Ramesh, and I just get the feeling, it's a dirty feeling, that once he takes a close look at Atapattu's finger, he'll be even more miserable. Didn't like the look of that finger at all.
Well, the physio was out there and he thought that there was a case of Atapattu coming back to the pavilion and maybe initially icing the injured area and then maybe an X-ray later on. This one was really a real rib roast, as you'd call it. Oh, he was in no position to that one. He wasn't expecting a short pitch delivery from Shoaib Akhtar. It was really quick. It was clocked 153 kilometers in Dhaka recently. And this pitch is still quite helpful for fast bowling.
So Mahela Jayawardene comes out to bat. I also think he got taken in a bit by the bounce. You could see he was trying desperately to get high enough to play it. He's a good young player, Jayawardene. He's done enough in his brief career, just 17 matches there, to suggest he could be one of Sri Lanka's future stars. That century against England at Adelaide was just fantastic innings.
Well, Pakistan were looking for a breakthrough, but I'm not sure whether Wasim Akram would have been wanting to end it this way, or to produce it this way. Jayawardene is the new player in, who is very talented. Tries to play straight.
Yes, Mahela Jayawardene represents a huge hope for Sri Lankan cricket. One of their problems was that there was a whole generation. Mahanama and Gurusena were not around anymore, and Ranatunga, De Silva, even Tilakratna, about the same age. Jayawardene represents the new hope. 319 from 17 games, really built around that one century against England. I can tell you there's a lot more to come. The top three batsmen in this order represent the future for Sri Lanka: Gunawardene, Atapattu and Jayawardene.
Yes, he's produced few very good innings in the test match level, although he seemed to just struggle a little bit in the one-day version. But considered a very, very good talent for the Sri Lankans.
He got a double 100 in the Asian Test Championship. The New Zealanders were raving about one innings of 160 that he got out of a total of 300 on a terrible pitch at Kandy. Just got a hand to it, but he'll get a single. 45 for no loss.
Watch out for the best of cricketing action in Seagram's Royal Stag Magic Moments.
.45 for no loss from 8 overs. Mahela Jayawardene is in because Marwan Atapattu is retired hurt on 19, and Avishka Gunawardene is on 19. Free stroking left-hander Gunawardene, but it's Jayawardene in strike.
Well, Wasim Akram has picked up Jayawardene now a couple of times. He was the third victim of his hat-trick when he played away from the body in Dhaka and was caught nicely in the slips of Awasti. Got him LBW on the other occasion.
Yes, how's that for 2 hat-tricks? Clean over the tail one day, and clean up the top the next.
Well, he's a marvellous bowler, Wasim Akram. Can really make that ball talk. Against Sri Lanka has done particularly well. 61 wickets at just 21.80, the average. And that's very high-class bowling, very tight bowling.
It's also a lot of wickets in one-day internationals. 364. I think he's one of the geniuses in the game. It's one of the highlights for me right through this series has been to watch Wasim Akram bowl. More so in the test matches than here, because you can see him working on a batsman in the test matches. You can see him having a go, just saving himself, coming on for a burst. No doubt, he's one of the geniuses of the game.
There you see him bowl well within the stumps. Now that is the art of fast bowling in one-day cricket. Not allow any width. A left armer can easily bowl that ball away from the off stump of a right-hander because of his natural angle. But Wasim Akram is there pitching the ball within the stumps, and there you see him probably hitting middle and off stump every time.
364 wickets in one day. You're getting very popular in India, Ramiz.
Well, I tell you, Harsha, commentating is much easier than playing this game out there. It's the end of the over, it's 45 for no wicket.
Watch out for the tough one of the match. Brought to you by Tata Sumo.
Watch out for Fevicol, joint effort of the match, brought to you by Fevicol, the champion adhesive.
Oh, फिर नहीं वो पुराना टूथब्रश। हाँ, हमें चाहिए वो टूथब्रश जो पहुंचे हमारे बीच में गहराई तक। कोलगेट जिगजैग।
जिगजैग ब्रिसल्स वाला टूथब्रश दांतों के बीच कीटाणुओं का खात्मा करे गहराई तक जाकर, जहां साधारण ब्रश पहुंचे मुश्किल से।
कोलगेट प्लस जिगजैग गहराई में जाकर सफाई करे बेहतर।
Back here at the Keenan Stadium in Jamshedpur, we're seeing a very good cricket match. Pakistan just allowing Sri Lanka to slip into this game after a sensational start. Now they're trying to do their act with the ball. Oh, did him for pace again there, just outside the line of the leg stump, and I'll tell you that would have hurt.
Well, Gunawardene doesn't often come behind the line of the ball. There you see him just staying on his leg stump, even out of it. And then coming back really was just a little late by then because Shoaib Akhtar is a swift bowler.
So it must have hurt because it hit him on the back leg. You normally wear your thigh pad on the front leg. Do batsmen do that sometimes? If there's a really fast bowler and you're a little, well, not very happy playing him, would someone slip a thigh pad on both thighs?
Yes, I know for sure Saeed Anwar has two thigh pads when he's playing in Australia and also in England, where the ball just moves a little bit or where you're playing on bouncy tracks. Gunawardene being tested fully by Shoaib Akhtar has not allowed him any width outside the off stump. That is what he wants.
Is one of the reasons, of course, that you can wear two thigh pads. Now, as they're much smaller and lighter, I'm sure when you started off playing international cricket, those thigh pads were massive. They started off somewhere on your hip and ended with the pad started. This is going to be a good contest because Shoaib Akhtar is fired up. Jayawardene is a good player. And he's played that with time to spare. What a good stop. That's young man Imran Nazir at square leg. That's a wonderful stop.
Jayawardene didn't middle it, but Imran Nazir is a fantastic fielder. He's the newcomer and he's got absolute natural abilities out there when he's fielding. Can really dive well. Very light on his feet.
This is something I don't understand. I mean, there's a lot of young boys. Now, here's a young man, Imran Nazir, who we know is a very exciting stroke player. If he can be an outstanding fielder as well, then he's doing two things for his team. And someone like Jonty Rhodes is regarded as an all-rounder because of the work he does in the field. I don't know why more young people are not keen to field outstandingly. 4.98 now, the asking rate, especially on the subcontinent. I wonder if it's because the outfields are hard, whether the elbows tend to lose the skin pretty quickly.
Well, I think, Asha, the idea is to enjoy it when you're out there fielding. And possibly that is one reason why fielders in India and Pakistan, the youngsters, find it a little too hard because there's not a lot of incentive and encouragement from the captain or the type of outfields that they're allowed to field. Don't really bring in the best out of the youngsters, so they just want to bat and bowl. But the key is to enjoy your fielding.
Mid-on stride on the edge of the circle, so they'll pick up a single. Sri Lankan supporters. The news is that Marwan Atapatu's right finger's pretty badly swollen. He's in a bit of difficulty.
Well, Shoaib Akhtar trying his best to get a bit of movement. This one was the attempted Yorker. The ball just came back to the right hand a little bit. It's good bowling.
Shoaib Akhtar, by his own confession, is one of the biggest fans of Waqar Younis. He's learning to do what Waqar Younis was so good at. 47 for no loss.
ICICI Safe Hands. Introducing Astra Club with a sunroof. Goodyear GPS2 polysteel, the global radio.
That tells you what a great start Pakistan got off to. In fact, they were even better in the next 10. They made 77 in the next 10 overs. Sri Lanka prefer to go about it rather more carefully. It's understandable because they know what their target is. Don't quite want to have a collapse the kind Pakistan had. The original rate required is 4.94. They now need 5.02. They've lost batsmen due to injury. It can bat if necessary. They're going at 4.64.
Well, I think Pakistan will be looking to chalk up runs for the Sri Lankans. They'd ideally be looking to bowl as straight as possible, not experiment a lot, just bowl a decent line and maybe vary the pace, bowl a few slow deliveries in between. So far they've got things under control. A lot will depend on how well Saklan and Arshad Khan bowl later on in this innings. Arshad Khan has the ability really to pitch the ball in the right area and spot in one-day cricket. He was primarily taken in the Pakistan squad for his one-day prowess.
Picked that ball off his stumps. That's an amazing shot. He actually went a bit across the line. That is quite an audacious shot to play.
Jayawardene showing his talent and what he can do. This was nicely picked from just outside the middle on off stump. Good roll of the wrist and playing it in the air, but middling it quite nicely.
50 comes in the 11th over. 4.78 per over. It's not bad at all. What a good bowler Wasim Akram is. He's just been hit over mid-on with a ball that swings back into the right-hander. He slowed his pace, got it to go away.
Yes, bit of movement there from Wasim Akram. There you see the ball carrying away to Moeen Khan on first bounce, but there was just a little bit of outswinger.
Four from the over, it's 51 for no loss.
ज्यादा देर तक टीवी देखकर थक गई ना आंखें? ले आइए LG कलर टीवी जिसमें है गोल्डन आई टेक्नोलॉजी जो बदलती रोशनी के साथ खुद को बदल कर दे परफेक्ट पिक्चर ताकि खाने की चीज सिर्फ खाई जाए। LG गोल्डन आई सुप्रीम, इसकी अदा सबसे जुदा।
LG proudly sponsors the '99 Cricket World Cup. LG.
"51 for no loss." This is a good start for Sri Lanka, even though they've lost the services of Mawan Altapattu, hopefully only temporarily. Here comes Azhar Mahmood. So Shoaib Akhtar goes off after a 5-over spell. 5 overs for 24 to Shoaib Akhtar. It's Avishka Gunawardena, who's obviously modelled himself on Sanat Jayasuriya. Those built very differently. It's taller, bigger built. In the end, that was a good stop. He got there, which was a pretty good job, Yusuf Yohana. He'd have looked very, very clumsy if it slipped and let the ball go through under him.
Well, Gunawardena does look like a very sweet timer of the ball. And Yusuf Yohana slipping on a straight ball.
He's got it! That is as good a catch as any you'll see from Wasim Akram. That went off the middle of the bat from Gunawardena. Super catch.
Well, Wasim Akram, a natural athlete. You see him really picking that 1 inches above the ground there. Beautiful one-handed catch by Wasim. They wanted a wicket, they've got it now. Gunawardena, the stroke player, goes for 19 in Sri Lanka, now 51 for 1.
चलने वाले राह में रुकना न हार के, ऐ चलने वाले राह में रुकना न हार के, है तेरे इंतजार में सारे बहार के। जब झूम के निकल पड़े मंजिल की चाह में, फिर चाहे जितने मोड़ मिले आज राह में, चलते चलो ये राह जहाँ तक चली चले, ऐ चलने वाले राह में रुकना न हार के।
Presenting Caliber, the unshakable.
Out comes Aravinda De Silva, one of the modern masters of the game, and he's here because another of those has pulled off a sensational catch.
This was wonderful stuff by Wasim Akram. There you see him, a reflex catch, a reflex action, beautifully held by the left hand. Gunawardena trying to hit it down, but this was brilliantly held in the end.
Because that ball was flying off the middle of the bat. That's what made it such a good catch. Wasim Akram's got a reputation for his bowling, for his batting as well. He'll be very, very satisfied with that catch.
Well, Aravinda could be as exciting as Saeed Anwar. He has the ability to play brilliant knocks, aggressive knocks, and this pitch is ideally suited for his kind of play. 53 50s and 1100s. That's a phenomenal record.
It's a bit like Sanat Jayasuriya, whose career metamorphosized, I think. Is that right? Whatever. I think I'm using words a little too big for me, Ramesh. His career changed quite dramatically. I think Aravinda De Silva's had a similar career as well when he started off. Stroke player, wanted to hit the leather of the ball every time he went into bat. Since he's matured, I think if you split that average actually, and look at the last 100, 120 games, I find it's probably up in the mid-40s.
And most of his innings have been, the good innings have been match winners for Sri Lanka. Very cool and calm customer, Aravinda.
Rummies, it is metamorphosized. Got it, metamorphosized. There's a problem with the ball again. Now this is interesting because it was around this time, or maybe just a little later, that there's a change of ball from the Sri Lankans as well, and we know what Wickramasinghe did after that. 4 for 8 from 4 overs. Umpire Jamula has decided one look at the ball and it's good enough to go. And if you look at the close-up on that ball, you can tell exactly why that ball has run a very grave risk of being split into two. That's staggering for a ball that's 11 or 12 overs old. Now they've got to look for a ball of similar hardness and a ball that doesn't have a gaping crack down the middle.
Yes, in the Sri Lankan innings, that ball was changed in the 17th over, if I remember correctly, and was sandpapered so that the ball could be have the same size and shape as that of the dilapidated one. Sri Lankans were quick to pounce on the opportunity of a roughed up ball, and really from that moment onwards they brought in Wickramasinghe, and things started happening for them, although they were ably helped by some poor footwork from the Pakistani middle order batsmen. But really Wickramasinghe from that point onwards did make life very difficult for the Pakistani batsmen. Azhar Mahmood working hard on the cherry. It has been replaced, so we'll see just a little bit of movement now from Azhar probably.
It's amazing how some words become part of your vocabulary, don't they? The cherry. Virtually every cricketer has played the game calls ball a cherry. Of course, something to do with the fact that it used to be bright blazing red like a cherry. Down the leg side, it should be called wide. It is. This one's a slightly bleached cherry. The word stays.
Well, Azhar has got to find his line and length quickly. He hasn't played very many games for the Pakistanis recently. Been in and out of the side. Wasim Akram require him to bowl a good decent spell here. Keep the pressure on the Sri Lankans.
Just a single to round off the over. In fact, not. What looked like a harmless little single out to cover has ended in a scrambling diving stop right down at the other end. 12 overs gone, it's 55 for 1.
Hayward's 2000. एक Hayward's 5000.
Hayward's 5000.
इनके जोश से बच के कहां जाओगे?
MRF legend. Attire a legend.
$55 for 1 from 12 overs. Gunawardhan as the man out for 19. Ottapattu was retired hurt. Jayawardene and De Silva in the commentary box. Sunil Gavaskar and Ravi Shastri.
Thank you, Harsha. 55 for 1 here after 12 overs. De Silva, the man on strike. He's the kind of player who'll enjoy batting on the surface if he stays there for a while. The ball's coming onto the bat. It's still hard and new. But Sunny, still a long way to go for the Sri Lankans. They're not chasing a really huge target, but Pakistan have the ammunition in the bowling department.
They certainly also have the variety, because we still haven't seen Saqlain Mushtaq. Arshad Khan bowled very well in Dhaka. So it's not going to be easy for the Sri Lankans. Not if they get deliveries like that. Just a little bit of width. Quick to latch onto that Arvinda De Silva. That's a lovely shot.
Yes, he got the opportunity here to free his arms. Didn't get that front foot really out too much, but was still well balanced to put that away.
Having watched Arvinda De Silva in Dhaka, I'm not too sure he's back to 100% fitness. Maybe just feeling a little bit of that pain. Even in the morning when he was fielding, it did look as if he was just a little hampered by that groin injury which he suffered in the test match against India at Colombo. He's also put on a bit of weight, Arvind De Silva.
That's edge, but there's no gully. Every now and then you do see the odd ball just stopping on the batsman, and De Silva was early into his shot on that occasion.
It's a very clever bowler, Wasim Akram, having given him a wide delivery this time. He's angled it away, just a little bit of movement there. See that? Just a little movement, enough to deceive the batsman from getting the stroke in the direction he wanted.
One thing we noticed when Pakistan were batting, they got off to a great start, but once the ball got a little old, department.
They certainly also have the variety, because we still haven't seen Saqlain Mushtaq. Arshad Khan bowled very well in Dhaka, so it's not going to be easy for the Sri Lankans. Not if they get deliveries like that. Just a little bit of width. Quick to latch onto that, Arvind De Silva. That's a lovely shot.
Yes, he got the opportunity here to free his arms. Didn't get that front foot really out too much, but was still well balanced to put that away.
Having watched Arvind De Silva in Dhaka, I'm not too sure he's back to 100% fitness. Maybe just feeling a little bit of that pain. Even in the morning when he was fielding, it did look as if he was just a little hampered by that groin injury which he suffered in the test match against India at Colombo. He's also put on a bit of weight, Arvind De Silva.
That's edge, but there's no gully. Every great start, but once the ball got a little older and softer, runs were a little harder to come by. They lost wickets. The ball started moving a bit. We saw the odd ball stopping on the batsman. Well, we've reached that stage now in this Sri Lankan innings, where the batsman cannot just afford to relax. 60 for 1.
ओए वर्ल्ड कप क्रिकेट मिला रुकना ओए ब्रिटानिया वर्ल्ड कप के 100 टिकट मुफ्त दे रहे हैं। वो यकीन ना आए तो सचिन से पूछो। ओए सचिन,
ब्रिटानिया खाओ, पैक पे रन्स पाओ, 100 रन पे बुकलेट पाओ, बुकलेट स्क्रैच करो और वर्ल्ड कप टिकट मुफ्त पाओ। रियली? ये अच्छू बोलना।
Very simple enough. Get your Britannia packs, collect 100 runs, get your World Cup booklet, scratch it. Simple enough. My turn. Britannia खाओ, World Cup जाओ। 100 World Cup tickets मुफ्त पाओ या Videocon TV, bats, watches.
टिंग टिंग टिडिंग।
So 60 for 1 here. Azhar Mahmood continuing.
This is a wonderful opportunity for Arvind De Silva to get a big score and get going for this tournament as also for the World Cup. Nothing quite like spending time out in the middle and getting runs under your belt.
That's driven straight to cover. Important from Sri Lanka's point of view that they get the big boys peaking at the right time. It's always handy to have the experienced players in form when the big tournaments start, because they are the kind of guys who can cash in once they're set. Looking to play across, but that hit him high.
The previous delivery, he had driven well to extra cover. Now this one's on the off stump, and he's tried to play across the line, mainly due to that frustration of not being able to pierce the field. Dot balls therefore become so important in one-day cricket. It makes the batsman think of alternate methods to try and get runs, and sometimes those methods don't work. It's very important therefore to try and make it difficult for the batsman to get runs. Stop the singles, don't give them easy runs through overthrows. There again, don't know what's going on in Arvinda De Silva's mind, but he certainly isn't very happy.
Yes, there's no need for him to play shots of this nature because they are risky. Again, lucky just to be hit outside the line and maybe a little high. Because the last thing Sri Lanka want at this stage is to lose a wicket and allow Pakistan to really come back into the game. I get the feeling he's still thinking of the fielding restrictions. He knows that there's a little more than an over left before the fielding restrictions will not apply. So he's trying to make the most of it. Slower delivery. Get only a single. He's not the quickest between the wickets.
Lovely,
Almost 8,000 runs. If he is in good nick, he should be able to get to 8,000 runs during this triangular series itself. He's got over 2,000 runs against Pakistan, almost 1,600 runs against India. These are the countries he's played more matches against.
That's good shot. That's punched down the ground for 4. 5 runs coming off that last over. 65 for 1. Last ball of the previous over.
Mahela Jayawardene showing that he can play proper cricketing shots and still get plenty of runs. Arvinda De Silva was trying to play across the line. Mahela Jayawardene playing a very, very classy on drive with a straight bat. So even in the first 15 overs, you can get plenty of runs by playing proper cricketing shots.
Well, a brave move by Wasim Akram here. He's got on Saqlain Mushtaq in the 15th over here. Now this is the last over till when the fielding restriction will apply. He's allowed to have just 2 men in the deep. A lot of wickets for Saqlain Mushtaq in one-day cricket. 90 matches, 176 is a good strike rate. You can see on the onside he's got a deep square leg and a man between deep mid-on and deep mid-wicket. So he's going to be bowling into the stumps here. Can't see him bowling too much outside the off-stump, even though he has a slip. Be more middle and leg.
He's not the easiest of bowlers to get away. He's got that ball that goes away from the right-hander, the drifter, and he bowls it very well, mixes it very, very cleverly. And of course there's a bit of breeze there, so that'll help his drifter quite a bit.
So easy 2 runs there for De Silva. Huge gaps on the onside, especially if you get past the inner ring. You can see this area here, big gap here between square leg and the man just wide of long on. De Silva also has the option of going over the top because mid-on and mid-off are up in the circle. But he'll have to try and hit a lot straighter.
Come on.
Catch it! And he goes over the top and luckily for him, is put down by the man at mid-off. Arshad Khan was the fielder. Tall man, he got across, got two hands to it, but put it down.
And we have the Sri Lankan dressing room just next to us, and there was a loud shout of admonition by the team management to Jayawardena. Not surprising, because he's one of their brighter prospects, and in the last couple of matches he's played some pretty ordinary shots to throw away his wicket. It's 70 for 1.
तू भी चल बोले अकल पर ये दिल मांगे मोर खुद से मोर उससे मोर मांगो
इनके जोश से बच के कहां जाओगे? ICICI Safe Hands.
Jack Callis, Glenn McGrath and Sachin Tendulkar take the top 3 places in the latest SIAT rankings, with Anil Kumble in 4th and Saklai Mushkak in 5th. Alan Donald and Sean Pollock tied in 6th, with Ty Muralitharan in 8th, and a tie in 9th place for Alex Stewart and Javagal Srinath. Now the team rankings: South Africa are top with 80 points from Australia, then India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka in 5th, with England on 37 points in 6th, Zimbabwe and New Zealand tied in 7th. The West Indies are in 9th, Kenya in 10th, and Bangladesh are down 11th place with just 2 points.
Like trains coming out of a railway station, these slabs of steel keep coming out of the furnaces, getting thinner and thinner and longer as they come out. And then the stage is set for the most spectacular sight of them all. A lovely thin film of steel that comes almost like it's out of the movies. There it is now, coming out of the furnaces and on its way into the rolling plant.
That was quite a spectacular sight. But you see Sri Lanka in comparison to Pakistan after 15 overs, 70 for 1. Pakistan great position at 118 for no loss, but then by the 25th over, Sri Lanka had fought back. They picked up 5 wickets, and after that they picked up wickets at regular intervals. Though in the end, one thought Pakistan did well to reach 246. Still plenty of cricket left in this game. 70 for 1. This match nicely balanced at this stage. A lot depends on this man, De Silva. And it's a hot day here in Jamshedpur with temperatures close to 40. And Azhar Mahmood will continue. De Silva will be the man on strike. Just a slip. 2 men on the deep, on the onside. You see there, he's got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg for Aravinda. Sunny, the ball not quite coming onto the bat now.
Well, Azhar Mahmood is bowling very well. He mixes it quite nicely. Doesn't bowl at full pace. And he's also got a slow leg cutter, which he uses judiciously. So it's not easy to get onto the front foot. The quicker bowlers, you can get onto the front foot and play on the up. But Azhar Mahmood also gets the ball to move away just a little bit. That's why Wasim Akram has still persisted with the slip, in spite of the field restrictions now being off. He may not have the slip for too long. Probably try and save a single towards mid-wicket, because there is just that mid-on, and then you have there's just the mid-on over here,
and there's nobody there. There's just a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. So every time the batsman won, they can always pick a single over here in this direction. Just tap the ball and go for a single, because at this stage they know that if they keep the strike rotating and pick the singles, they will still have a healthy average and will not have to feel pressured with the dot balls.
Good shot. There is deep point, but he'll have to move quickly. Afridi, the fielder in the deep, he's got a strong arm. Another couple of runs for Jayawardene. Didn't try and hit this one too hard.
Yes, he played it on the up. This is such a good batting pitch. That's what we've been saying right throughout. Very little net for the bowlers unless they really bend their backs. And all that the batsman has to do is to play through the line. Not much movement off the pitch as well.
What must be a problem for the batsman really is the breeze has picked up immensely here. Good strong cross breeze blowing across the ground.
That'll also make it easy for the fielders, because although the temperature's around the 40s, this kind of a breeze will certainly help the fielders.
It was round about this stage of the innings that Sri Lanka started their fight back, when Pakistan were batting. Adjustments being made by Wasim Akram, and Zaman moving out of slip and getting into a mid-wicket position. So Zaman ul Haq coming in that position to save the single. That's the area Sunny Gavaskar was talking of a little while earlier, where the batsman had the opportunity of picking up a single. It's 74 for 1.
Hello, yeah?
कैसे हो यार?
Oh, great! अरे, sorry, darling.
डार्लिंग? अरे कहाँ पे है यार? बता.
बाथरूम में?
बाथरूम में? अरे कैसी है बता ना यार?
सुनहरा रंग, लचकता बदन.
अरे नाम तो बता पांगड़ू.
Jaguar.
Too good to resist. Jaguar. Watch out for Fevicol, joint effort of the match, brought to you by Fevicol, the champion adhesive.
So it's still lunchtime for some. A good day for the man there, because plenty of people would be hungry. They've come here to watch the cricket. So Sakleen will continue. This is his second over. Very similar to the field he set in the first over, even though the fielding restrictions don't apply. He's got as many as 7 men in the ring. So Wasim Akram not giving the singles easily away. It also shows Sunny the confidence he has in Sakleen Mushtaq.
Yes, he's one of the top bowlers in world cricket today, Sakleen Mushtaq. Yes, that's what every cricket lover, not necessarily an Indian cricket lover, wishes. Speedy recovery for Sachin Tendulkar. But even a batsman as classy as Sachin Tendulkar found that he couldn't really collar Sakleen Mushtaq in the test matches. In fact, Sakleen had him on quite a few occasions in the first, I think the first 3 innings. He dismissed him every time. He's got a drifter, very, very good drifter that even had Sachin Tendulkar in trouble, getting him out in the first test in both the innings. And he would have had Mahela Jayawardena if Arshad Khan had moved a little quicker in the first over itself. He's bowling into the wind, so which will mean that the batsman, if he hits the ball right in the middle, the wind will help it to take a long distance. But it also means that the batsman really has to get to the pitch of the ball to be able to execute the drives well.
Nicely tossed up by Sakleen. Good fielding too. 76 for 1.
The complete man, Raymond.
Discover the Concord series from Mark, beyond your imagination.
So that's the award for the man of the series here in this Pepsi Triangular Cup.
Raymond.
Discover the Concord series from Mark, beyond your imagination.
So that's the award for the man of the series here in this Pepsi Triangular Cup. Fiat Siena. 7 matches to be played in this tournament. The best player in this series will be decided on the 4th of April in Bangalore. That's where the final will take place. It's a day-night match.
That's a nice shot by Mahela Jayawardena, just using the little width that Azhar Mahmood gave. He's now coming at just about the right pace, so unless he mixes that slower delivery, the Sri Lankans are going to pick singles off him. They're playing it well, the Sri Lankans now, not trying to score the boundaries, picking the ones and twos, keeping the scoreboard moving.
So that's what Sri Lanka need. 169 runs to win this contest. The required run rate just over 5 runs per over, so that's okay as long as they have wickets in hand. I think De Silva's presence out there in the middle, very important. Again, the slip moving out now to a mid-wicket position. Enzamam, the fielder there, moving backwards. In the air and just wide of that man at cover. Good slower delivery that deceived De Silva.
Well, that's a delivery that we've been talking about. The slower delivery that he bowls. It's more like a leg cutter. It actually isn't a leg cutter. It's like delivery that Salim Malik used to bowl. Doesn't really go the other way, the leg cutter. It in fact comes in straight. Leading edge there. Playing just a little too soon. There it is. Salim Malik used to bowl these deliveries. And about the same pace too.
One thing is certain that Pakistan have tightened things up in the last 6 or 7 overs. Saqlain's bowled economically. Azhar Mahmood has supported him well. And the scorebook kept in order there. The official scorer. And a good view for him from inside the scoreboard there. It's 81 for 1.
इनके जोश से बच के कहा जाओ. Watch out for Fevicol, joint effort of the match, brought to you by Fevicol, the champion adhesive. Introducing Astra Club with a sunroof.
So after 18 overs, Sri Lanka 81 for 1. We have a good match on our hands here. And to tell you more, Harsha Bhogle and Jeffrey Boycott.
Catch it! Just out of reach. Oh, in fact, got his hands to it. Did Wasim Akram, who took such a beautiful catch to dismiss Gunawardena. It's an interesting replay. I just think he was tall enough to get there.
Well, a couple of hard half chances have gone down. This one, a very difficult one. Smaller man wouldn't have been able to jump and touch it. And there was the one at mid-off.
Oh dear. I was about to tell you that maybe I was wrong when I said that he should have held the earlier one, but he certainly should have stopped this one.
Well, it's not what you want when you're captain. I know there's a little bit of a bounce, but he didn't really get his leg and body behind the ball. He got too far inside it.
This time he's got enough to clear the boundary. It's a ball that Saqlain Mushtaq deceives a lot of batsmen with, but Jayawardene had it well covered.
Yes, he just went through with the shot, played it as if it was a slow seamer, which it was, the top spinner, going straight on. He wasn't to the pitch, he hit it slightly on the up. He guessed right, or he judged it correctly. A beautiful shot.
First 6 in the Sri Lankan innings. Actually, I think he's reading Saqlain pretty well on this occasion as well. Just looking to play a shot on the onside and checking himself. He's 27 from 34 balls. 6 and 2 fours. He's doing all right.
Yes, I'm not sure that the captain really should be at mid-wicket. He's a very good cricketer, bowler and batsman. But when you've got any bowler bowling, you have to think, which are the most vulnerable areas? Where are the batsmen likely to be hitting you? And Saqlain, off-spinners coming in, you've got to think that mid-wicket is a very key position. You want a really fit, athletic, young player there. .91 for 1.
ICICI Safe Hands. Watch out for Fevicol, joint effort of the match, brought to you by Fevicol, the champion adhesive.
You're in control on the broken road outside your home because we've tested in a jungle in Brazil, tested around the world, perfected in India. Goodyear GPS2 Polysteel, the global radial.
Sri Lanka's innings a lot more control than Pakistan's, a lot less volatile. See, Pakistan started brilliantly and then losing 6 wickets in 6 overs in between. That's from the 20th to the 26th. And though they recovered, they never really got anywhere near the 300. It seemed they'd get quite easily. A few things here for Wasim Akram to think about. He's got 5 full bowlers, something that Sri Lanka didn't have, so that's a bit of an advantage. But Sri Lanka doing this well. They've got lots of batting to come. They've lost the services of Mavan Atapattu. Probably bat if necessary, but they've still got Ranatunga, Tilakratna. And a whole lot of all-rounders, Hathura Singha, Chandana, Kalpage. Jeffrey, don't look at me like that because I called Hathura Singha an all-rounder.
Well, it wasn't that. I was just thinking, well, perhaps Pakistan thought exactly the same when they were plundering runs. Batsmen to come always look very nice on paper. But I don't think anybody could have foretold when Anwar and Afridi were smashing the ball everywhere that we were going to have a gigantic collapse, and that thought may just spur the Pakistan team on to be aware that if it could happen to them, it can happen to Sri Lanka. What do the bowlers always say? It only takes one ball to get a wicket, no matter how good the batsman is. You have to keep that in your mind. I mean, on a flat pitch like this, it's a beautiful batting pitch. It shouldn't really happen. I mean, 72 and 71 by Anwar Afridi was splendid stuff. It really was. 55 balls, 70 balls. Then the rest. Well, there were 1 or 2 poor shots. Some very good bowling by Wickramasinghe. I thought his second spell of line and length outside of stump was exceptionally good. He was the key bowler. And then the idiotic running between the wickets by Pakistan helped, so you could say Wickramasinghe and running between the wickets so far is my man of the match. Just about caused the downfall of Pakistan.
Did I hear you right? Idiotic?
Well, if you played those run-outs again, I think they would speak for themselves to our viewers.
So sadly for Azhar Mahmood, he was involved in all of them. 3 from the over, it's 94 for 1.
जब भी आप लोग मुझे चैंपियन कहते हैं बड़ा अच्छा लगता है। एक चैंपियन के लिए जरूरी है इंस्टेंट स्टार्ट, फास्टर पिकअप, ऑफ कोर्स सुपर पावर। मगर आखिर इंसान हूँ, कोई सुपरमैन तो नहीं। लेकिन कैस्ट्रॉल सुपर टीटी की बात तो कुछ और ही है।
इंस्टेंट स्टार्ट, फास्टर पिकअप, सुपर पावर, कैस्ट्रॉल सुपर टीटी हमेशा दे सुपर परफॉर्मेंस।
काश मैं भी हर बार
चैंपियंस चॉइस।
Now it is here that Pakistan's honeymoon ended. After 20 overs, they were going at 7.5 runs an over. In the next 6 overs, they lost 6 wickets. Now, all along, those comparative run rates have been heavily skewed in Pakistan's favour. Now, as the match goes along from here, you'll notice that Sri Lanka will start to catch up. Now, that is one of the advantages of batting second. Sri Lanka need 153 runs at 5.12. Jeffrey, as long as they keep it around 5, I don't think they'll lose too much sleep.
Oh, lovely. Wickets is the key. Keep it around 5, you're going to canter home if you've got wickets in hand. But it makes fools of us all, does cricket. Just when you think you've got it worked out, then it just slaps you down. Good effort, but I really do feel that's a key position. If the ball is turning,
from left of your screen to right with the spin mainly. The right-handers are going to play with the spin like that. Now, I know he's left-handed, Wasim Akram, but you can't expect him as a bowler, batsman, captain, been around a long time, 32 years of age. You can't expect him to run around like a youngster. I'm sure he's pretty fit, but those old bones have been around a long time. Well, I didn't think he hit it, but it was a brilliant appeal. But it means nothing these days. They all shout from all over. Well, I didn't see anything there in the normal speed. I certainly didn't see anything on the replay. See how he's turning it all the time. He's getting outside the ball. You see how he's always turning. See, the ball's usually going like that, so he's playing it with the spin, and that's right. Dead right.
Firmly struck. There's a man there who's not made a very good effort at stopping the ball. It really should have been only a single. Sri Lanka managed to scamper home for a second. It's 97 for 1.
You're safe.
For 1 from 21 overs. It's a good partnership building up between Jayawardena and Aravinda de Silva. And Jeffrey Boycott used typically forthright, honest word to describe Pakistan's running between the wickets. I'll try and show you those 3 run-outs as we go along. Then I'll remind you of the expression that he used. Because as he said himself, look at them for yourself and judge if that was the right one. Azhar Mahmood is involved in all of them. They should be looking at least 2 here, and they will get them quite easily. And let's take a look at the first of those. This is Yusuf Yohana. Rohan Kalpage with the throw. Hathra Singh, the bowler here. This was Wasim Akram. This was the one that caused just a spot of controversy. And then Azhar Mahmood himself. Now, you let us know, or maybe think for yourself. Jeffrey Boycott's expression was the running between the wickets was idiotic. 100 comes up at 4.65 and over.
I think all you have to do is, if you meet, ask Wasim Akram, the Pakistan captain, ask him what he thinks about his run out. Played deliberately.
First 50 from 66 balls, the second from 64, so they've been pretty consistent. It looked very, very different when Pakistan were batting. The first 3 50s came at under run a ball or just about. The fourth took 120 balls.
This for me is a situation and a type of pitch where if you had a wrist spinner with the quality of Mushtaq as bowling, you really need him. Because they've got 2 off spinners, which are very... I know they bowl a little different in flight, but they both spin the ball the same way. And they've got 2 good fast bowlers, one right arm, left arm, so that's a good variation. But the pitch is played so good that you need somebody who's going to bowl different. Now, I know they've got a Freedy. I might have to try him, because somewhere they've got to, I wouldn't say buy a wicket or 2, but they've got to get a wicket or 2 somehow, even if it costs them 20, 25 runs. Sri Lanka are just playing very nicely. 102 for 1.
Hayward's 2,000. एक Hayward's 5,000.
Hayward's 5,000.
इनके जोश से बच के कहां जाओगे?
MRF Sigma VT, the new generation space age radio.
Sri Lanka's target is 247, and they've got the full 50 overs in which to get them, which in itself is an amazing comeback. It seemed at one stage they wouldn't get to more than 42 or 43 overs. But the moment Pakistan lost wickets, Sri Lanka just hurried through their overs. They'd finished 47, the scheduled lunch break. The match referee, Cammy Smith, thought that there were enough interruptions to allow them an additional 3 overs. Ball change on one occasion, there was an injury. Jayawardene is 33 not out from 46 balls.
I think Pakistan need to up their fielding as well. It's been a sort of indifferent day since the glorious batting early on. Very good catch by Wasim Akram, a couple of half chances gone, some bobbles in the field.
Lovely bowling,
If they're going to win the game, I think it's getting at the point where there's got to be some high quality bowling and fielding, and anything that comes along in the next 10 overs they've got to latch on to, otherwise the game's going to get right away from them. With 10 or 12 overs, they can't afford any mistakes. They're not out of the game yet. There could soon be a couple of wickets go down, and 160 for 5 is a different ball game then, 170 for 5. But they've got to get those wickets, and they've got to squeeze a bit of pressure, and there's got to be some sort of improvement in the bowling and fielding. He's just the right man to be bowling, Sakla. He's a fierce competitor.
I just wonder from the overall reaction if there might have been a bit of inside edge on that one. Moin Khan certainly made a desperate attempt to get there. Couldn't really tell on that one. Well, this is interesting stuff because Aravind decided to take chances against Saklen. 103 for 1.
क्या चाहिए?
एक पेप्सी. इंग्लैंड का टिकट और मेरा वर्ल्ड कप.
Yes! Look under your Pepsi crown and you could win a ticket to the finals at Lord's England. Plus, be presented with your very own World Cup.
अरे वो देख वर्ल्ड कप लेकर आए.
ये दिल मांगे मोर.
Top scorer for the match is Saeed Anwar. 72 came from just 55 balls. But Jayawardene and Aravinda De Silva both doing pretty well here. The score was when Avishka Gunawardene was out. Now the other off spinner, Arshad Khan, comes in. Pakistan have used a few spinners in recent times. They used the left-hand spin of Mohammad Hussain. They've used Mushtaq Ahmed whenever he's been available and fit. They used Nadeem Khan briefly. Now it's Arshad Khan's moment in the sun. 5 wickets in a test match recently for the first time, 5 for 38. In one-day internationals, 14 matches have only produced 10 wickets, an average of 45 runs per over, just under 5. So he's got a bit of making up to do.
See, this is what I was talking about. He's a good bowler, Arshad Khan. Bowled very well in Dhaka to help Pakistan win the Test match. But he's a slower off-spinner than Saqlain, but the ball is at least going to turn, if at all, the same way. There's no change in variety. I like balance in my attack. A left-arm seamer, right-arm seamer. An all-rounder we used to have in Azhar Mahmood. But I like an off-spinner and a left-arm spinner, or an off-spinner and a wrist spinner, leg spinner. Occasionally it works, two of the same off-spinners, but not a lot.
Catch it!
Well, that was safe. He saw the gap, chipped it, doesn't matter how high it goes. They're playing it very carefully and very, very sensibly. This is one of the better displays so far by Sri Lanka, because they have given some very indifferent one-day performances in recent times.
It's all a bit predictable when Arshad Khan is bowling. It confirms what Jeffrey's been telling you. Now 4 balls have produced 4 singles. The batsmen haven't had to do anything different at all. Just played the ball into the gaps, run the singles, 4 and over with 2 balls to go. If they can convert one of those into a single with no danger at all, they're going par for the course. There you are, 5 and an over already. Very easily done. Wasim Akram gave himself 7 overs. Probably can't come and slip in a couple here. Took him on the glove. He's got a single of the last ball. Might have been very close. We'll take a look at it coming back. 109 for 1.
Level of safety. ICICI. People first. If you think you don't need insurance, think again. You need United India's Mediclaim policy.
$109 for 1 from 24 overs. Jayabaz on a 37, Aravinda's 26.
Yes, I thought he bowls it slower. He found that on the receptive spinning pitch in Dhaka, that because he bowls it slower, he gets the opportunity to get the ball to turn a bit more. He almost teases the batsman a bit. And that's a little bit slower from Saqlain. And normally he's a much quicker off-spinner. That's why when he bowls his top spinner, his fizzer, it zips on to the batsman. He's such a fierce competitor, is Saqlain. You would almost think he was a fast bowler. He's tremendous. I always thought, surprised he didn't make a good captain. But it's going to take some really good skill from Pakistan to defeat Sri Lanka now. I just get the impression they got the bit between the teeth. And they got an opening, and Pakistan slipped up. They're running between the wickets, and Wickramasinghe got them in the game, and they've got the grasp of this match.
Well, this is an interesting battle because I think Saqlain is feeding Aravinda the sweep shot, and Aravinda's with no problems playing it at virtually every ball. He brings in a man close in on the offside when he bowls that as well. Just about every ball he's bowled, Aravinda's off with the sweep shot.
Yourself!
Now that's the ball that pitches and holds its line. He's got an unbelievable number of wickets with it.
So he was trying to manoeuvre this to the onside, getting outside it, and because it was the straight on top spin, it kind of nearly carried back to the bowler. Well, I was just thinking, that man on the offside, he doesn't really look to me as if he's going to catch anything. I know he's there for bat and pad. It's a position that's used a great deal by people. I wonder if he's better off there. When Saqlain bowls it slower, like Arshad Khan, it turns, and then it's more liable to go on the onside, I think.
Yourself!
Single to end the over, 25 gone. It's 113 for 1. 15, Pakistan were 118 after 25, 160 for 5, whereas Sri Lanka have made rather more sedate, rather more predictable progress. They're 113 for 1. They need another 134 from their last 25. Well, that's the kind of shot you decide before the bowlers come running into bowl. And Jayawardene will pick up a couple. He used the slowness off the track and picked it off, outside off. And Jeffrey, it's very interesting that you used the term competitor when you were referring to Saqlain. Fierce competitor, you said, which is fair. So almost like a fast bowler now. Why is it that every time people think of a competitor,
Yes!
they think of fast bowlers now?
Come on, yes! Come on!
Why not like an opening batsman? We've got two in this commentary box, both of whom define the spirit of competitiveness in their own country and abroad as well.
Come on, boys, come on!
Well, he's one of those bowlers that shows his emotion, Saqlain. He's almost at the batsman. There's some bowlers who, like Arshad Khan, they tease you with their flight. He competes in a different way, but Saqlain is very much like Derek Underwood, who he hated you even squeezing a single out of him. He would just look at the fielder who even dared to let somebody pinch a single. He'd stand and look at you. He didn't say anything, but you just got one of his looks you knew. And then I think Shane Warne's a competitor, really at you. I don't think he's back at his best yet, but Shane Warne at his best almost wanted a wicket every ball.
Oi, yes!
Yes, Anil Kumble is a bowler who almost doesn't like it getting a single, does he? He at the batsman all the time. And there are certain spinners like that.
You all seem up, didn't you, Jeffrey?
I bowled a bit of rubbish, me. Oh, tight. Oh, half a chance again. Well, it wasn't the best of throws, was it? You see, they're just these little half chances come in and you've got to grab one of them. Ijaz, got his left hand there, but look at it. Oh, it's a yard and a half wide. It's on the half volley.
Ijaz, the fielder there, seems to be off balance.
Yeah!
6 of the over, it's 119 for 1.
गर्लफ्रेंड्स तो बहुत है, स्वीटी, लवली, हनी, डायलॉग सिर्फ एक, शो मी द मनी। कैसे खुश रखूं लड़की जब छाई हो कड़की, एक फैंटा पिला दे यार, चुका दूंगा उधार।
क्राउन को मत फेंको, लाइनर के नीचे देखो।
25,000 rupees.
Fanta presents the Cash Bash. Look under the crown and you could win
100!
5,000
कुछ भी नहीं
10,000!
कुछ भी हो सकता है।
128 to win for Sri Lanka. They've got 24 overs left. They've lost that one wicket of Gunawardene, but they've also lost the service of Atapattu with a very badly swollen right index finger. They've got a very good partnership going here between Jayawardene and Aravinda De Silva. We've been talking about the fact that they needed to do something different. Saklain's gone off after having bowled 6 overs, leaves him 4 to bowl at the end. So Shahid Afridi, I suspect he'll eat into a few of Arshad Khan's overs. Arshad Khan's bowled 2 overs for 12 and has not posed any problems at all. 45 wickets from 73 games. 54 is the average. The more important statistic is runs per over, 4.73. For a man who plays such a lot of cricket on the subcontinent, and 5 and over is fast becoming the norm on the subcontinent, at least, if not more, it isn't too bad, actually. If you're playing in England or New Zealand, they tend to have low scoring one-days. Runs per over 4.73, you'd be concerned about that. New Zealand especially, it's 180 seems to be a match-winning score there.
Lovely bowling, shabash, good start.
It's going to be a bit of a culture shock, isn't it, Jeffrey, for all those of us weaned on one-day cricket on the subcontinent when the World Cup starts in England. No 300s, no 320s there.
Yes, just very well done.
Well, you will find early on that the scores may be a little, quite a bit different. As we get further on into the competition, the weather should get better. So therefore the pitches will get a little bit better and the scores should go up a bit more.
Bit of room. Still only a single. Does the weather ever get better in England, Jeffrey?
No, glorious weather.
In England?
Yes.
You're in India at the moment.
June and July, you can't play till 9:30 at night, like you can in England, and glorious English summer evenings. When you get to late June and July... Oh, missed. That's what they want, a slice of luck to Pakistan. Yes, he's just having to think about that, is Jawadina. It's easier to do it to the off spinner than the wrist spinner, like went through his legs and missed the stumps. He's a lucky man.
Afridi thought there was something there. I always thought the expression glorious English summer was a bit of literary license. We want World Cup to remain in Asia.
Well, if you do that, you'll never win it. You know, no home side's ever won the World Cup, so how are you going to win it if it's held in Asia?
Yourself, Shahid, come on.
I think you know what they meant, Jeffrey. 27 overs gone. It's 121 for 1.
साधारण फ्रिज में सब्जी रहती है आधी फ्रेश.
सिर्फ आधी. The two teams now narrowing, as we predicted it would, because Pakistan had that great start and then a terrible middle order collapse. In the commentary box, Ramiz Raja and Sunil Gavaskar.
Thank you, Harsha. Slow and steady wins the race, and Sri Lanka are moving slowly and steadily towards their target of 247. But we've seen when Pakistan were batting how a couple of overs can change the complexion of the game. And although Sri Lanka seem to be in a very good position here, 121 for 1, the same can happen to them.
Catch it!
There have been a few shots just like this one, played a little uppishly around the fielders, not quite going where the fielders can latch onto them. But all that is needed is a couple of such uppish shots to go to the fielders, and you might have another interesting twist and turn and make the game a little more competitive.
I think Pakistanis are looking really to choke up the flow of runs here. Put the pressure on the Sri Lankan batsmen so that they are pushed to play irresponsible shots. And so far these two have been very responsible. Jawad in special has been very, very good. He's been timing the ball nicely. So far as looking complete command out there. 67 balls for his 46. In fact, has looked better than Arvinda De Silva.
Well, they've been picking the singles quite comfortably. 124 for 1.
डार्लिंग, हमारा नया फर्नीचर। अरे क्या हो रहा है? और ये तो टर्माइट रेजिस्टेंट।
One. Saki tera hai, come on.
Very good running between the wickets there by Jayawardene. I didn't quite get the ball where he intended, but still got himself 2 runs with some very quick running between the wickets.
Shahid Afridi just a little quicker in the air. Jayawardene not timing that one. This is an important little session in the innings here.
Come on, Wasim bhai.
Wasim Akram has asked Shahid Afridi to come and bowl basic good line here, and that is what he's trying to do. Bowl that ball within the stumps. Good desperate effort there by the skipper.
Yourself, Shahid.
See there again, not letting Jayawardene free his arms.
Jayawardene not too short of a half century.
Yourself, Shahid, come on. Saki ball.
Well, he'll have to hurry up.
Wait. Shahid.
But he picked the fielder well. He picked a fielder who was going to throw with the right hand, so he had to make a lot of ground to his left, Saqlain Mushtaq.
Yes, good cricket by Jayawardene. You see Saqlain Mushtaq had to turn and then aim for the keeper instead of the bowler's end.
Oh, Wasim Akram will have to do something to stop these singles, because what is happening with the singles is there's no pressure at all on the Sri Lankans. So long as they can keep wickets in hand, even if they are a little behind the asking rate, they will not mind too much, because in the end they can try and throw their bats around and try and catch up with the asking rate. And that's a half century. Gentle push to long on brings up the half century for this talented young player Mahela Jayawardene, and Sri Lanka are 129 for 1.
पासवर्ड? उमा, क्रिकेट का चैनल किसने लॉक किया?
अरे मैंने कुछ नहीं किया।
मोहित!
मेरा कार्टून चैनल क्यों लॉक किया था?
पहला कलर टीवी हो ऐसा जिस पे आप गर्व कर सकें। पेश है नया ओनिडा ईगो चैनल गार्ड के साथ, जो एग्जाम के दौरान बच्चों को कार्टून देखने से रोके।
2 वीडियो गेम और 1 साइकिल दो तो बताओ।
नया ओनिडा ईगो, चुनेंगे एक बार ही, चुनिए सही।
Well, there you are. Once again, the singles coming through quite easily. Now, this is what will worry Wasim Akram. They need 5.61 runs per over. 5.61 runs per over is not much of an asking rate if you have wickets in hand.
Come on, Jasmine! Out हो गया!
Well, Arshad Khan doesn't have a lot of variety. He's a very good line bowler, and both these batsmen have so far found him easy, picking singles. And this one was pinched away from Ijaz Ahmed. A direct hit would have had Jayawardene in a bit of bother, but so far not a lot happening for the Pakistanis out there.
He does get the ball to turn, Arshad Khan. Even on good flat pitches, we've seen him getting the ball to turn. Gives it a bit of air, not afraid to flight the ball. This is a nice shot. Using his feet well and lofting it over extra cover.
Yes, this was an excellent shot. Although Arshad Khan read the intentions of the batsman, pitched it just a little short, but Jayawardene went through with the shot and played it in the air over the head of Wasim Akram, that cover position. Use of the feet and just falling through nicely.
Committed cricketer Saqlain Mushtaq giving it everything.
This was nicely played by Jayawardene and good effort by Saqlain.
Carry on, come on, keep working. Work!
8 runs coming from this over, the 30th of the innings, 137 for 1. The original run rate required to get to their target was almost 4, almost 5. The current run rate is a little over 4.5. So the rate required now is 5.5. But they have wickets in hand, and the news about Marwan Atapattu is that although he's got a badly bruised finger, it's not a broken finger.
Yourself!
So he will be available to bat if required.
So a lot will depend on that man in your screen, Arvinda De Silva. He's a cool and a calm customer, Arvinda. He's pacing in his innings nicely also. He's not been bothered by that run rate. Playing well within himself. 36 not out. He's taken his time and has looked quite formidable out there.
There is a fielder at deep cover. Inzamam. Standing in the shadows as well.
Yes, he's happy signing autographs there. Yes, Arvinda does have a very soothing effect on this Sri Lankan batting lineup. He has this ability really to guide the innings.
Now, was that really necessary? He's only a young man, he's only 21 years old, but now, when Sri Lanka is coasting along, is that shot required? We've seen in the past how trying to play non-cricketing shots can get batsmen into trouble, and he's got one in the ear for his efforts. He's got a clip around the ear. I know that if Geoffrey Boycott had played that shot, his mum would have given him a clip around the ear for that kind of a shot.
Well, obviously, Jayawardene is not well versed with this shot. Would have been pretty serious. But he got away with it because he didn't play it properly, didn't go through with the shot.
Come on, Shahid, come on!
The 5 runs have come off this over from Shahid Afridi. It's 142 for 1.
ICICI Save Hands. Watch out for Fevicol, joint effort of the match, brought to you by Fevicol, the champion adhesive.
Bacardi. Bacardi Cola. Bacardi Tonic. Bacardi mixes with everything except driving.
Goodyear GPS2 Polysteel, the global radial.
Jayawardene with 58, definitely a candidate for it, as will be Shahid Afridi, Saeed Anwar, Alex Konturi, the Sri Lankan physio, out there once again. He had to go out there when Atapattu was struck on the finger. Atapattu will bat if required. Jayawardene putting on a helmet. I'm sure he would have wished that he had the helmet on even when he was playing Shahid Afridi. Shoaib Akhtar being brought back. Now, will the ball reverse swing? That is what the Pakistanis will be hoping for.
Wasim Akram has brought back Shoaib Akhtar clearly to get a wicket here. It will also break the flow of the sequence. So far the spinners were in operation from both ends, and Sri Lankans were having no problems whatsoever, picking up singles and twos, even getting the balls to go to the boundaries at time. But a lot will depend on his 2 overs. Shoaib Akhtar probably will get a couple of overs in. If he can get either of these 2 out, it will be a huge bonus for the Pakistanis. They need wickets here. I'm not sure whether they'll be able to defend this total by just bowling tight. They need wickets.
No ball. So it'll be 2 runs, 1 for the stroke and 1 for the overstepping. Three no balls and 3 wides.
Does get behind the line of the ball, Jayawardene. Just a little bit of movement there from Shoaib Akhtar. It was a pitch and shot. Ball just intended to move away from the right-hander. It won't be a bad idea really to have a slip in position. Give Shoaib Akhtar a couple of balls really to adjust to the line, and then maybe Wasim Akram can have catcher in the slips.
Well, this is an extraordinary shot. He tried to play a lofted shot. There is nobody behind the circle at mid-off and mid-on, so he tried to loft it, cut the leading edge and went over where slip would have been. Should have been a fantastic catch if he had held on to it.
Yes, Imran Nazir was not too sure of the boundary rope. He thought that he was just very near to the boundary rope, and that is the reason why the effort wasn't that convincing. Needless stroke from Jayawardene. He was initially looking to play it on the front foot, and when he saw it a little short, he went for an aerial route shot over the top. He scored on both sides of the turf. Quite straight. There you see those runs coming through mid-on and mid-off.
No ball, and he's used the extra pace to glance it very fine. So it'll be 5 runs.
This is very crafty stuff from Aravinda de Silva. Played it fine, exactly knew where the fieldsman was. Getting nicely on top of it. Not an easy shot to place, and he placed it to perfection, away from the fieldsman.
He's got to be very accurate, because this is a quick outfield, and at his pace, the moment the ball goes between the fielders, it's going to run away for runs.
There is the temptation for the batsman to play through the line. This wicket is still very good for batting, and you can easily play your shots on the rise. Doesn't always need to get to the pitch of the deliveries. He can play from the crease, play through the line on either side of the turf. This partnership now worth 99, and that is what the Sri Lankans required, and they've got it. Very good batting by both these two.
I think he's somehow not happy with his run-up or his rhythm. This is his first over of a new spell, and we've already seen 3 slower deliveries from him. The third 50 has come in the quickest time, 63 deliveries. This is the 100 partnership between the two. It's 151. The two main rivers that run through the Jamshedpur area. And the two rivers are Subarnarekha and Kharkai. Pretty calm waters there. And pretty calm going there by the Sri Lankans as well. 100 partnership between Jayawardena and Arvinda De Silva. They are 151 for 1, chasing 246. They need to get, of course, 247. The man of the match gets 35,000 rupees. Man of the series, he gets this Fiat Siena. This is the drinks trolley that is returning back to its position. Will not be required now, the drinks trolley. Arvinda De Silva played some cross-patted shots to start with, trying to take advantage of the field restrictions, but then began to play a lot straighter. And is looking the class batsman that we all know he is.
Yes, he doesn't get panicked. That's the quality of Arvinda De Silva. Doesn't give too many chances as well. You really have to earn his wicket. So very methodical in his game plan, Arvinda De Silva. When he wants to attack, he has the area in mind and the shot in mind as well. He's quite happy picking up those singles.
While Jayawardena has 59 of 80 deliveries. He's had a couple of lives, Jayawardena.
Yes, those two have certainly been costly misses. Jayawardena has gone on to play a very good knock, and the way things are looking up, it's becoming increasingly difficult for the Pakistanis to pick up wickets, because they're quite happy bowling to a certain line. I don't see them creating opportunities here. No back pad, fieldsman in, no slip.
Easy, well bowled, very well bowled, Shahid.
So much better over, only 3 runs coming off it. It's 154 for 1.
जब भी आप लोग मुझे चैंपियन कहते हैं, बड़ा अच्छा लगता है. एक चैंपियन के लिए जरूरी है इंस्टेंट स्टार्ट, फास्टर पिकअप, ऑफ कोर्स सुपर पावर। मगर आखिर इंसान हूँ, कोई सुपरमैन तो नहीं। लेकिन कैस्ट्रॉल सुपर टीटी की बात तो कुछ और ही है।
Instant start, faster pickup, super power. Castrol Super TT हमेशा दे super performance.
काश मैं भी हर बार
Champion's choice.
Sri Lanka proceeding quietly towards their target of 246. Arvinda De Silva and Maila Jayawardena playing it very quietly, picking the singles, not going for the big shots. They know that they don't have to do anything silly. This man's got a few worries on his mind now, Javed Miandar, pretty wily customer. He must be definitely wishing that he was out there in the field to direct operations or be at the captain's elbow to tell him which bowler to bring on or what kind of field placing to be done. But this is a very good pitch. This is a flat pitch. Nothing much is happening. Shoaib Akhtar will have to produce some extraordinary deliveries, or the Sri Lankans will have to lose patience and play some ordinary shots. Let's wait and see if that happens. So take you through to the next half an hour. Ravi Shastri and Harsha Bhogle.
Shoaib Akhtar is going at 5.21 runs per over. What's more important is he hasn't got a wicket.
Well, Pakistan will have to try and do something different now. They'll have to try and create some pressure on the Sri Lankan batsmen. One way of doing that is probably getting in some more men in the circle, curtailing the singles. Because if they allow this game to drift, then Sri Lanka should win it quite comfortably. No real controversial issues for Cammy Smith to address as yet, but he's keeping an eye on the proceedings.
This quite literally. He's got his own, he's got his glasses, and he's got a pair of binoculars. Arvinda De Silva is playing wonderfully straight here. It's so important when you're playing the quick bowler. He's showing a lot of maturity in this innings. He's played confidently. You always get the feeling that he's in control. You know that he can up the rate whenever necessary. So he doesn't mind going at 46 from just 71 balls at a strike rate of 65.
He's very good at pacing his innings, Arvinda De Silva. This is a situation which he really enjoys. He likes to be in. He controls the game nicely, and his sheer presence in the middle is tremendous for Sri Lanka. Scoreboard will keep ticking along. He'll play the big shots when required. His partnership looking good now, 104, and Wasim Akram will have to pull out something special here, maybe even get himself back on into the attack to try and break this partnership.
Yes, I think it was an effort to do that he brought to Shoaib Akhtar. Back for a second spell. He's got him. Now Jayawardena, the batsman who's been going for the shots. He's played it on the rise and he's played it straight to the man at cover.
Well, he'll be very disappointed with this shot. Pakistan have got the breakthrough they're looking for. This goes to show some more men in the circle. Jayawardena trying to break free. He was looking to hit on the up, couldn't keep the ball down. And really, he's given his wicket away here. Akram making no mistake. He's taken his second catch. The partnership between Jayawardene and De Silva coming to an end. Jayawardene out for 60, 155 for 2.
जीजा जी, इंडिया आने का अपना ही मजा है। और एक बात है, वो घर की हालत देखिए।
Ranatunga comes out to bat and he's accompanied by the man carrying spare balls because we've got problems once again. The first one split down the middle. This one's lost its shape. He's come here because Jayawardene's good innings has just ended.
There you see, hitting it on the up. His foot nowhere near the pitch of the ball. He couldn't keep it down. And in the circumstances, he's given his wicket away. All he needed to do was stay with De Silva. The singles were there. Still plenty of overs remaining, so there was no real need to accelerate the scoring. Another problem here with the ball. We saw Sri Lanka getting a ball change when they were fielding, and that made all the difference because Wickramasinghe took wickets after that. We'll have to wait and see if it works for Pakistan as well. But some relief there for Javed and Saeed Anwar.
Yes, Jayawardene had been suggesting from time to time that he was quite happy taking risks. The Sri Lankan dressing room was frequently going up and putting out their hands saying, hang in there. I don't think the problem with the ball is over yet. Because umpire Gupta has produced another ball. Wasim Akram, Shahid Afridi, I don't think they're very happy with what they're seeing there. Moin Khan is joining the party now. Wasim Akram looks at the ball as if he's just been given an apple from last week's stock. It's been so many years since the white ball came into the game. Still haven't quite got it right. Arvind De Silva 47 not out from 72 balls. Ranjit Fernando responding to Arvind De Silva's waving at someone. Someone standing above the side screen. So he's got the manager of the team waving people away.
Very, very important now that Arvind De Silva tightens up his concentration. The last thing Sri Lanka want is two new batsmen out there. We saw that happening with Pakistan when Saeed Anwar and Shahid Afridi were going. They both got out in pretty quick succession, and then after that, once you had two new batsmen in, Sri Lanka got back into the game. So Afridi is going to continue, but De Silva has to continue as well in a long way.
Because the reason Ravi Shastri is saying that is that the rate now required is 5.74. It was around 5.1 or 5.2 for a very long time. And if these two can get a partnership going, they first need to bring that down to about 5.1. Now, what happens from this stage if you lose a few wickets is because the number of overs left is small, the denominator in that fraction small, it quickly goes up to 6.5 and 7 and over.
Yourself, Shahid. Very well bowled.
Yes, and if Ranatunga gets a move on, that will be good for the Sri Lankans because you've got a left-hand and right-hand batting combination out there. So the singles will be pretty easy to get. Akram will have to keep changing his fielders around. The bowlers will have to alter their line. So De Silva's role is very, very important at this stage now.
Duleep Mendes and Roy Dias. They've been out there in the Sri Lankan dressing room all day. Duleep Mendes, of course, was for so long the coach, the manager of the Sri Lankan cricket team.
Oh, come on, Shahid. This way.
Never really figured out, was he coach, was he manager? I don't think it mattered very much what Duleep Mendes was. He and Arjuna Ranatunga very close, planned strategy together. I think he was manager actually. Dave Watmore was coach and then Bruce Yardley was. Now Roy Dias is Ranjit Fernando's manager. It's meant that you're not hearing his cheerful voice in the air for a while. It's the voice of Sri Lankan cricket for so long.
Yourself. Come on, Wasim.
Yes, Ranjit Fernando's a great host. Cashew curry in Ranjit Fernando's house every time there's a tour in Sri Lanka is a must.
Yes, he's a jovial character, but he's never seen him so tense. It's only since he took over the managership. Plenty more grey hair.
Yes, Ravi. He must be thinking managing the tea business was a lot easier.
Yes, Shoaib! Well done, Shoaib. Very bothered here.
No problem managing businesses for Arjuna Ranatunga. He's been around for a very long time. Average of 37 against Pakistan, 36 in his career, so pretty identical figures. That's out. Got into position a little too early, played the shot too early. One of those things that happens from time to time, it makes you look a bit silly.
Yes, it wasn't a great delivery, but what a wicket to get here for Pakistan. The game has changed suddenly now. Ranatunga early into his shot, closing the face of the blade a little too quickly, and that's why he got the leading edge. Very simple catch for Wasim Akram. The ball's been following him. He's picked up his third catch here. Sri Lanka 158 for 3.
Humanian. And Sri Lanka in just a spot of trouble here with the loss of Ranatunga.
Well, it's a nothing delivery really. He's just looking to work it on into the gap on the onside. Look at his bat face here. Just closes a little too quickly. Leading edge is taken and a simple catch by Akram. It's just what Pakistan wanted. They've picked up 2 wickets now quickly.
So suddenly, Pakistan team a lot more animated, more pressure on this man, because Sri Lanka need 89 from 90. Let's run a ball from here. He's got a very, very experienced partner in Tilakaratne. Here's Shoaib.
And it's not going to be easy for the Sri Lankans, let me tell you that, because now what Akram can do is he can go a little bit on the defensive for De Silva, have just 4 men in the circle, but when the new man comes on strike, Tilakaratne, he can maybe get 6 men in and stop the single, and every dot ball now will create more pressure on the Sri Lankan batsmen, because even at this stage they need more than a runner ball.
You'd have thought that Aravinda would have contemplated breaking loose at some stage. Those plans have got to be put on hold for a while. His partner, Tilakaratne, is an unusual cricketer. He's been around for such a long time. He's always tended to bat down the order, and as a result, he's never quite acquired the reputation of a Ranatunga or a De Silva. He's played 177 games, 212 50s, and part of the reason is that he bats so low down the order. He's a pretty reliable batsman, very good to have in a crisis. For some reason, he's always batted down the order. Widely tipped to be a captain in his early years. Got the job when both Ranatunga and De Silva were injured. The test match in Pakistan. To Aravinda and 50 in style.
Yes, few people play this shot better than this man. He deserves every bit of the applause he's getting here. 77 balls to reach it, 3 boundaries. That was a very, very good shot to bring up his 50. One of the features of his batting is how quickly he picks up the length. You watch here. Just outside the off stump. It wasn't all that short, and he gets into great position. Now, if you've got to trouble him with that kind of delivery, it has to be more outside the off stump, and it should be shorter and a little higher. But for the moment, his job is half done.
And most people, Ravi, when they pull, tend to make a big movement on the back foot. and then they tend to pull around square leg, or if they're in good nick just in front of square. Aravinda doesn't have the same back foot movement. He tends to stand where he is, and so he tends to hit it over mid-wicket. That makes it a lot more difficult, doesn't it?
No, he picks up the length quickly, and the transfer of weight onto the back foot is so quick that he doesn't really move his back foot that much. And that's why you got to bowl a little wider and higher, so that that back foot has to move a little more. It's in a situation like this, it's important that Shoaib Akhtar keeps the ball up to Aravinda, makes him play more of the front foot. He's got tons of experience, as that graphic would suggest. Close to 8,000 runs in one-day internationals. This was his 54th 50. That's a lot of 50s.
Just another day at work. You go home, or rather go back to the hotel, call up home and say, well, another 50. What will make it different is if he can play match-winning innings from here. He'll keep strike. It's 163 for 3.
You can feel the magic, magic, magic. You can feel the magic. You can feel the magic.
You can feel the magic of Castrol.
अब है Castrol Scootek, beauty का ज़माना, starting stalling, problem को भूल जा.
भरोसेमंद Castrol Scootek 2T सुविधाजनक पाउच पैक में.
We talked about the need for Aravinda to play a match-winning innings. If he can, he'll be a front runner for the prize for the best player of the Pepsi Triangular Cup. It's a Fiat Siena. It's a wonderful car there, and I'm sure Aravinda's got an eye on it. He's got a weakness for cars. He's got a fantastic stable. Lots of gleaming cars there. This one's a Fiat Siena to go to the best player of this Pepsi Triangular. People collect all kinds of things. Some people collect watches. Some collect shoes. Aravinda collects flashy cars.
Yeah, this time he signaled wide. Saw one get away when Pakistan were batting.
I don't think he had a choice, Ravi. I think Aravinda virtually demanded it of him.
Yes, now is the time for Akram to create the pressure we are talking about. He's picked up those 2 wickets pretty quickly. Tilak Ratna has come on strike now. So we might just see a few more men in the circle. He's supposed to have 4 at all times. See there, 3 on the offside in the ring, 1 on the onside. So he still has just 4.
Oh, yes and no, yes and no. Luckily for them, it was a no finally. Now, 57 of his innings have come at 6, 29 at 7. So that's where he bats most of the time. A couple of times at, a few times at number 3, a few times number 4.
What really is amazing about that graphic is that he averages the best at number 6. He averages in the 20s when he's gone up the order. 34 is a very good average to have when you're batting at number 6, because you're often running out of partners. At times you've got to accelerate the scoring because you're coming towards the end of the innings, so there's every likelihood of you getting out.
Yes, but what I find interesting about it, most people who bat at number 6 aspire at some stage to be a number 3 or a number 4. Now, you bat a lot at number 6 yourself, Ravi, and then I know you aspired to be an opening batsman at some stage, which you did become. Tilak Ratna seems quite happy batting at 6. I wonder if it's because he's always had Ranatunga and De Silva above him. Number 3 might have been an option.
Probably because he is used to that situation. He prefers going in at that number. The field is spread out. It's similar to the situation here at the moment. He likes to take time to pick up the singles early on.
Yourself! Well done,
He can also accelerate the scoring. I've seen him play a couple of knocks when Sri Lanka were chasing big totals, and he did a good job. 167 for 3.
Excuse me, sir. This is your new LG GoldenEye TV speaking. You never have to adjust my picture because I can see you and adjust my picture to suit your room light. I adjust my color, brightness, contrast, sharpness, and even my white balance.
Now, problems here for Sri Lanka. The rate required has gone up to 6.15. So what they've done is they've played themselves into a situation where one of these two has to win the match for them. It's very difficult for a newcomer to then come out and start scoring at 7, 7.5 and over. So they've played themselves into a situation where they cannot lose a wicket.
There you see now what options Wasim Akram has. 3 overs he's got up his sleeve for himself.
Yourself, Shah. Arshad, come on.
Another single there for De Silva. He's also got Saklain Mushtaq to bowl a few overs. You can see there 4. So that's 7. Azhar Mahmood might be used for a couple. And Afridi is doing a pretty good job at the moment. He'll carry on. So Sri Lanka have to be a little careful here. They can't play the waiting game for too long. The required run rate is already over 6 runs per over.
Now we've got a slip on for Tilak Ratna. Ravi's been talking about being a little more attacking when the new batsman is in.
Well done, Ijaz bhai, well done.
And given Wasim Akram's luck with the ball today, the number of catches he's taking, he'll probably pick up one at slip as well.
Yes, he's just moving out of the slip position now, giving the ball a little more cover on the onside, because there were just 3 fielders before this on the on. Means that Arshad Khan can bowl more into the stumps.
What Sri Lanka are also doing is they're playing themselves into a situation where somewhere along the line they'll need a big over. Most teams don't like that to happen. They'd like to go along with a canter, 5 or 6 and over. The moment you get to 7, 6.5, 7 and 8, you start to feel the need for a couple of big overs, a 12 or a 13. And that means the batsmen have got to start to take chances. Jayawardene's wicket might just prove to be a very, very big event in this match.
Easy, Ijaz bhai.
When Shahid Afridi got out, we spoke about his relative inexperience, and has been around for a while.
Come on, Arshad. Ball pakdo haath se yaar.
Now Moin Khan's very unhappy with Arshad Khan, and with good reason. He was just jogging behind after the ball, while Aravinda and Tilak Ratna were debating on whether to take a single, with Tilak Ratna a few yards down the pitch.
One only, Joseph.
It's 170 for 3.
गर्लफ्रेंड्स तो बहुत है, स्वीटी लवली.
Hey, Wasim bhai, easy. Well done, skipper.
Aravinda's not quite getting the boundaries that he would like to. Somewhere along the line, they're going to start needing one every alternate over. So it's turning out to be a very, very good spell from Afridi. He'll come back for 2 quite easily. I think when Afridi came on, Ravi, the objective was to try and eat into some of Arshad Khan's overs, maybe give him an option. But he's gone on, he's in his 7th over. 1 for 24 so far.
Yes, he's bowled very few loose deliveries. He's kept the ball up to the bat. He's bowled into the stumps.
That'll be another boundary.
Now, that's one of the rare occasions he's given the batsman with. De Silva was not in total control of that shot, but it didn't matter. He's found the boundary. You watch how wide this is. Flies off the outside edge there, and shot third man was a little too square. So welcome boundary there for Sri Lanka. They need the odd boundary every now and then.
That's our cameraman up at mid-wicket, all by himself. Actually, not all by himself. He's got a lot of security people there watching the game with him. Wonder if it's rude to say that he's the only one working up there. Now that's not going to help. It's called no ball. So Sri Lanka get 2 of that one. A single plus the no ball.
Come on.
9 runs of this over. So Sri Lanka will be looking for a couple here. And what's that? He's looking through the lens of the still cameraman. A single to round it off. 10 came from the over. It is 180 for 3.
Making money matters easy by ICICI. Bonds are like fixed deposits, but you can sell them. ICICI. People first. If you think you don't need insurance.
This little skyscraper has appeared for Sri Lanka. 10 runs off the 13.
You don't need insurance.
This little skyscraper has appeared for Sri Lanka. 10 runs off the 39th over. They want one of those, every alternate over.
One, Josh, hai tu yaar. Come on. Wait nahi karo. Wait nahi kiya karo.
Now 66 from 65 balls in spite of a 10-run over. So Sri Lanka are always going to be against it. 6.09 is not comfortable, but they can live with it.
Yes!
I think Sri Lanka's first target at this stage should be reaching 200 without losing another wicket, because from then on, if they have 1 or 2 big overs, they suddenly get closer. What they can't afford is to lose maybe a couple of wickets here before they reach 200.
There's 3 dot balls in the over. And all of a sudden, Tilakratne is probably telling himself, you're 3 down now. Really, from here on, start to play it over by over. Very soon, ball by ball.
One!
And then comes a time when the batsman wants to play a big shot.
And what happens when you have a few dot balls being played? The pressure shows on the batsman at the non-striker's end, because someone like De Silva wants to keep the strike. He wants as much of the strike as possible. And when he's denied the strike, that's when he gets frustrated.
One!
There's a man in the deep. So just a single, 3 from the over. 183 for 3.
Hey, drink Pepsi, look under the crown, and you could win a 29-inch LG color TV.
Ye dil mange more.
The complete man. Rimmed.
हाँ, मैं हूँ शेल शुद्धता का पुजारी, और सिर्फ मैं ही नहीं, स्कूटर, ट्रक, ट्रैक्टर चलाने वाले सभी मानते हैं कि शेल शुद्धता में ही सुरक्षा। शेल इंजन ऑयल्स यानी सुरक्षा।
16. Sri Lanka have wickets in hand, but they've got a man who's set. Ravi Shastri was saying what a good player he is, Aravinda De Silva, off the pressure situation. And that's something that's come into his cricket in the last 4 or 5 years. That's what's made him one of the top players in the game. He's only 33. There's been a lot of talk, Ravi, about Ranatunga and De Silva maybe saying goodbye after the World Cup. Oh, the glove. Now, your guess is as good as mine. What is the appeal about?
Well, I just got the feeling he might have got some glove here. Moin Khan expected it to carry to him. Yes, in fact, it's hit the glove, but luckily for Tilakaratne, it died on him. It's up in the air. Imran Nazir underneath it. And a despairing dive there. Couldn't reach it. Boundary for Tilakaratne.
This is a very good young fielder, Imran Nazir, but he had to make a split decision. Do I go for the catch, or do I try and save the boundary? Because it was quite clear that if he went for the catch, he'd concede the boundary. He's made a fabulous attempt to get there. But in the end, he's conceded 4.
Great effort. He was never going to make it. It was too far away from him. 17 years of age. Wasim Akram there, having a chat with the youngster, telling him that he would have been better off trying to save the boundary. Better off stopping the ball on the first bounce. When you're young, you're fearless.
Shravi, also when you're young, you want to do the glory act. Because I guess the young man was telling himself, if I can get there and pluck it off, I've probably won the match for my team in some form.
I thought it was very good of Akram to go and have a chat with him straight away, because it's early days in his career. He might be in another situation like this in the future. And probably at that time common sense will prevail, and he would have cut off that boundary.
It's amazing how much you learn just by being around for long, isn't it? It's a great value of experience that everyone keeps talking about. Here's a man who was very impetuous when he started off. They look for 2 and get it. Well done by Tilakaratne. 9 came from the overs and 19 from the last 2. Sri Lanka 192 for 3. This one well set. The other showing signs of aggression. The commentary box, Jeffrey Boycott is joined by Sunil Gavaskar.
Wait.
Thank you, Harsha. Now the match poised very well indeed. As Harsha said, one batsman well set, Arvind De Silva, also very experienced.
Chalo, shahid easy.
The Pakistanis slowly tightening the screws, making it difficult even for these singles to be taken. So Arvinda and Hasham Tilakaratne will have to take the odd risk now.
Easy, well done, brilliant. Bowling, Shadar,
Pakistan need a big wicket. They need Aravinda De Silva. And from Sri Lanka's point of view, De Silva has to bat through the innings. If he bats there till the end, they've won it.
1-1, come on!
It's a good lesson for any youngster watching. If you bat well, you get yourself in a position where you can win the game for your team, like Aravinda De Silva has by the splendid innings, then go on and win it. Don't get out and leave it for somebody else, because you might find there's a little bit of a collapse, and it's much harder usually for new batsmen to come in. You win it if you get in that position.
Catch it!
Yes, we saw that in the morning as well, when Shahid Afridi, after Saeed Anwar was out, played a pretty ordinary shot to be caught at long off. And in the Sri Lankan innings, it was another young man full of promise and talent, Maila Jayawardena, who again played a loose shot to be dismissed and allowed Pakistan to get a foot in the door. Tilakaratne is 11 not out of 16 deliveries. That's a very good over. Only 3 runs off it. 195 for 3.
ICICI safe hands.
In India, Mercedes-Benz rides on JK Tire.
Watch out for that tough one of the match. Brought to you by Tata Sumo.
Arvind Diswala batting 72. There is Hathura Singh to come. Hathura Singh can bat a bit. Upul Chandana can also throw his bat round. Rohan Kalpage. He's an all-rounder. Chaminda Was too. So Sri Lanka do have a bit of batting to come. But in the kind of situation that they are in, it might not be easy for them to throw their bats around because they've got to counter some quality bowlers. Akram has got 3 overs left. Azhar Mahmood has got 4. And Saklan has got 4.
He's got a little bit of manoeuvrability there because he's used 6 bowlers and Afridi the 6 has bowled 8 of those. So he can use a bit of clever thinking and say, well, do I need Akhtar? Is he going to be more expensive? Extra pace, is it going to nip off the bat sharply? Is it going to be harder to hit the spinner or the medium pacer? It's best that you've got a little bit of manoeuvrability. You obviously want to bowl Saklan. There's no guarantee in any sort of cricket, but usually he's a bowler that bowls quite well under pressure. See, at least you've got to try him. If he gets collared, then you turn to somebody else. But what they wouldn't give for this man's wicket.
बहुत सीधा खड़ा हुआ है हाँ बहुत सीधा है.
This is going to be some contest now. Saklan Mushtaq, he does really bowl well, particularly in the final overs. 52 of 48 deliveries, 7 wickets in hand.
Yourself, Saki, very well.
Beautifully bowled this one. Just a little air, getting it to float outside the off stump. Going up in the air, possible chance the Pakistanis thought, but it was way beyond the wicketkeeper.
Well, this is a slice of luck. I think this gloves him. Well, it certainly hit his arm, but I'm not too sure that it hit his glove. Them first. Yeah, I think it did. He gave a run, did the umpire. I'll put it another way. If he'd only hit the arm, he'd have been a bit cross when he was given out. Could have been caught. You see, he's trying to sweep him off length, and that is the way to sweep. But if you miss it when it's a length ball, then you've always a chance of gloving it.
There is a long on and a deep mid wicket for the left-handed Tilak Ratne. The man in the circle is a long off as well. Fielder a deep cover.
Out for that tough one of the match. Brought to you by Tata Sumo.
Arvind Diswala batting 72. There is Hathura Singh to come. Hathura Singh can bat a bit. Upul Chandana can also throw his bat round. Rohan Kalpage. He's an all-rounder. Chaminda Was too. So Sri Lanka do have a bit of batting to come. But in the kind of situation that they are in, it Might not be easy for them to throw their bats around because they've got to counter some quality bowlers. Akram has got 3 overs left. Azhar Mahmood has got 4 and Saklan has got 4.
He's got a little bit of manoeuvrability there because he's used 6 bowlers and Afridi, the 6, has bowled 8 of those. So he can use a bit of clever thinking and say, well, do I need Akhtar? Is he going to be more expensive? Extra pace, is it going to nip off the bat sharply? Is it going to be harder to hit the spinner or the medium pacer? It's best that you've got a little bit of manoeuvrability. You obviously want to bowl Saklan. There's no guarantee in any sort of cricket, but usually he's a bowler that bowls quite well under pressure. See, at least you've got to try him. If he gets collared, then you turn to somebody else. But what they wouldn't give for this man's wicket.
बहुत सीधा खड़ा हुआ है बहुत सीधा है.
This is going to be some contest now. Saklan Mushtaq, he does really bowl well, particularly in the final overs. 52 of 48 deliveries. 7 wickets in hand.
Yourself, Saki, very well.
Beautifully bowled this one. Just a little air, getting it to float outside the off stump.
Position then at the end of the Indian innings is that they have made 216, so Pakistan will have perhaps 50 overs to make 217 to win the match, and as soon as Pakistan starts their innings after the interval, we'll be back with you to bring it live. Till then, it's back to the studios.
आपको खुशामदीद कहता है जहां पर पाकिस्तान की इनिंग्स का आगाज हो चुका है और इजाज अहमद को इनिंग शुरू करने के लिए भेजा गया है और उनके साथ हैं शाहिद खान आफरीदी. बेकरूविला $217 रन का टारगेट पाकिस्तान को मिला. पंजाबी स्टेडियम फ्लड लाइट से जगमगाता हुआ. बहुत बड़ी तादाद पंजाबी स्टेडियम में तमाशाइयों की मौजूद है. शाहिद खान आफरीदी आलमी रिकॉर्ड होल्डर, तेज तरीन सेंचुरी बनाने वाले.
पाकिस्तान की बैटिंग ऑर्डर के जो चेंज किया है उन्होंने कि सईद खुद बैटिंग करने के लिए नहीं आए, ओपन करने के लिए नहीं आए, बल्कि उन्हें इजाज़ को भेज दिया है. उसकी एक ही चीज़ समझ में आती है कि उनका ख्याल होगा कि ये दोनों बड़े तेज़ रफ्तार से खेलने वाले, रन्स बनाने वाले बैट्समैन हैं और पेशतर इसके की तरफ और शाम ढल जाए और एटमॉस्फेयर हैवी हो जाए तो उससे जितना भी ये फ़ायदा उठा सके दोनों मिलके उठा लें.
बेकरूविला और शाहिद आफरीदी का ऊपर शॉट, गेंद बाउंड्री लाइन से थोड़े फासले पर गिरी और बाउंड्री लाइन पार 4 रन. पहला चौका पाकिस्तान की इनिंग का. शाहिद आफरीदी पाकिस्तान में इंतहाई मकबूल खिलाड़ी हैं. अपनी जारहाना बैटिंग की बदौलत दुनिया भर में उन्होंने बड़ा नाम कमाया. पाकिस्तान को एक अच्छे आगाज की ज़रूरत है, एक मुस्तहकम इनिंग की बुनियाद रखने के लिए.
शाहिद अफरीदी ने बिल्कुल टिपिकल शाहिद अफरीदी शॉट खेला है, जैसे कि लोग उनसे एक्सपेक्ट करते थे और जैसे मुतवक्का था उनसे. बिल्कुल उन्होंने शॉट बॉल था, थोड़ा सा शॉट था और उन्होंने उसे भरपूर फ़ायदा उठाया और उसको मिड विकेट के ऊपर खेलते हुए 4 रन हासिल किए. मेरे ख्याल में कि शायद अफरीदी एक ऐसे बैट्समैन हैं पाकिस्तान के जो कि जब भी चाहें बड़ी ज़ोरदार हिट लगा सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर अपनी हिटिंग में एक मेथड पैदा कर लें, जिसका मतलब है कि भाई थोड़ा सा सूझबूझ के साथ हिटिंग किया करें, तो ये और कामयाब बैट्समैन बन सकते हैं।
देवाशीष मोहंती, भारत के नौजवान तेज बॉलर। मोहंती में टोरंटो में बड़ी उम्दा कारकर्दगी दिखाई थी। परवेज, ये बड़ी दिलचस्प बात है कि एजाज को जब भी इनिंग्स का आगाज़ करने के लिए भेजा गया है, उन्होंने अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस ली है और टोरंटो में ये तजुर्बा किया गया था, वहाँ भी वो कामयाब हुए। और सन 1986-87 में जब पाकिस्तान की टीम ने भारत का दौरा किया था, तो तमाम के तमाम 6 वनडे इंटरनेशनल मैचों में उन्होंने इनिंग्स का आगाज़ किया था और बड़े कामयाब रहे थे।
ये आज ये देखा गया है कि ऊपर के जो 3-4 बैट्समैन होते हैं, उनके ऑर्डर को अगर थोड़ा सा बहुत चेंज भी किया जाए तो इतना ज़्यादा फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता है। और फिर एजाज तो बहुत तजर्बाकार किस्म के बैट्समैन हैं जो कि किसी भी नंबर के ऊपर परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं।
पुल करना चाहते थे शाहिद अफरीदी। तमाशाई स्टेडियम की छतों पर भी खड़े हुए हैं, बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। मोहंती गेंद करेंगे अफरीदी को। शॉर्ट गेंद और से बाहर अफरीदी को खासा वक्त मिला स्ट्रोक खेलने का। 4 रन। दूसरा चौका शाहिद खान अफरीदी का। पाकिस्तान का स्कोर 10, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं।
हाल में ऐसी विकेट के ऊपर अगर शाहिद अफरीदी जैसे बैट्समैन को इस किस्म का बॉल किया जाए, लूज बॉल किया जाए, तो उससे ये तवक्को रखनी कि वो उसको 4 नहीं मारेंगे तो ज्यादती होगी।
गेंद हवा में थी मगर जाते जाके आगे गिरी।
इस मैच में बहुत अच्छा क्राउड है हसन आया हुआ, और जितने लोग अंदर हैं उतने ही बाहर भी होंगे। बहरहाल ये एक दिलचस्प चीज़ होगी जानने के लिए कि टिकटों वाले अंदर ज़्यादा हैं या बाहर हैं।
शॉट गेंद इस वक्त भी पुल करना चाहते थे और गेंद बल्ले के ऊपरी किनारे को छूती हुई हमारे बिल्कुल सामने बाउंड्री लाइन पार कर गई। तीसरा चौका शाहिद अफरीदी का। 14 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं। और ये गेंद भी शॉर्ट और ऑफ स्टंप से बाहर थी परवेज।
जी बिल्कुल, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा था कि कोई भी शॉर्ट बॉल हो तो अफरीदी एक ऐसे बैट्समैन हैं जो कि अपने आप को उसको हिट किए बगैर रोक नहीं सकते। लेकिन बहरहाल उनको ये चीज़ ज़रूर सोचनी चाहिए कि किस बॉल को हिट लगाना है और किस को छोड़ना है।
दूसरे ओवर के खात्मे पर 14 कुल स्कोर, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं। रन बनाने की औसत और रिक्वायर्ड रन रेट 4.32। प्रूवेला बॉलिंग की जानिब से। आप क्राउड की बात कर रहे थे परवेज, तो यहाँ ये भी दाद देनी चाहिए कि बड़ा स्पोर्टिंग क्राउड है और उन्होंने जो पहली इनिंग खत्म हुई है भारत की उसका पूरा लुत्फ उठाया और दोनों टीमों को उन्होंने बराबर की दाद दी।
ये आपका कहना बिल्कुल बजा है। लाहौर का क्राउड शुरू से ही बड़ा स्पोर्टिंग क्राउड रहा है, बड़ा नॉलेजेबल क्राउड रहा है और इसने हमेशा इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द फैक्ट कि भाई पाकिस्तान की टीम खेल रही हो, अंदर बैटिंग कर रही हो या मुखालिफ टीम खेल रही हो, उनको जो भी अच्छा खेलता है उसको पूरी दाद देती है।
ये आखिरी गेंद जिसे हिट करने में नाकाम रहे एजाज अहमद। पाकिस्तान का स्कोर 217 रन का टारगेट पाकिस्तान को मिला है। भारत की इनिंग की खास बात अजय जडेजा की निहायत ही उम्दा बैटिंग थी, जिन्होंने बड़े मुश्किल हालात में अपनी टीम को इस सूरत हाल से निकाला। सबा करीम ने अच्छी इनिंग खेली और फिर राजेश चौहान ने बड़ा अच्छा साथ दिया जडेजा का। विला बड़े अच्छे और बासलाहियत बॉलर हैं और बड़ी जल्दी इन्होंने टीम में अपनी मुस्तकिल जगह बनाई है। और इस मरतबा फील्ड अबूर करने में कामयाब हुए और गेंद बाउंड्री लाइन के बाहर। एक और चौका पाकिस्तान की जानिब से। 16 रन हो गए आफरीदी के। 4 चौकों की मदद से उन्होंने 16 रन बनाए हैं। 19 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं।
बड़े अच्छे तरीके से अपने बैट को एंगल किया। लास्ट मोमेंट पे एक्चुअली कवर ड्राइव खेलना चाहते थे, लेकिन लास्ट बॉल पे जब उन्होंने बॉल को अंदर आते देखा तो थोड़ा सा उसका एंगल चेंज करते हुए उस बॉल को उन्होंने मिड विकेट की तरफ मोड़ दिया और इस तरह 4 रन हासिल करने में कामयाब रहा।
बैक ऊपर आकर गेंद कवर बाउंड्री की तरफ जा रही है और 2 रन बड़े इत्मीनान के साथ हासिल कर लिए शाहिद आफरीदी ने। 21 पाकिस्तान का कुल स्कोर, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं 30 ओवर के अख्तिताम पर। पाकिस्तान का स्कोर है 21 और कोई खिलाड़ी उसका आउट नहीं हुआ। चौथा ओवर शुरू होने वाला है। हम आपको अंग्रेजी खबरों के लिए स्टूडियो वापस लिए चलते हैं।
I don't think any bowler, particularly a new ball bowler, relishes the prospect of bowling to batsmen in limited overs cricket nowadays. Because with the field restrictions in place, batsmen can throw their bats around.
It's 36 for no loss. Openers have given them a fine start here, both still there. And Afridi's turn now to get back into the action. and standing up tall and just punching it off the back foot.
He's got very, very strong forearms, very powerful wrists. And he does pack a punch when he's playing that shot square of the wicket off the back foot. Doesn't really move too much on the back foot, you can see. He's just transferring his weight, giving himself a bit of room. And this is a quick outfield. Might slow down just a little bit to when the dew sets in. But till then the ball's going to travel like lightning.
Well, he's already a hero in this part of the world. And this is unorthodox, but look at the power. He's almost clubbed that over cover for a 6. We'll have to wait for the umpire signal. It could well be a 6. If it isn't, it might have just bounced inches before the rope. What a shot that was. 6 signal there. That is sheer power.
Well, this is one of the reasons why bowlers don't relish bowling in one-day cricket. This is not a bad delivery at all. It's a little bit short, all right, but this is an incredible shot. Off the back foot, over extra cover for a 6. One has seen 6s off the front foot over extra cover, but off the back foot, that is a rare one.
He's not finished as yet. This time he decides to go on the onside. And this could be another one, yes. He's signalled a 4. We'll have to take another look. But Shahid Afridi here is having a ball. Ijaz signalling to the umpire that it could be 6. 6 signal now. So what an over this for Pakistan. 16 runs of the first 3 balls.
Mohanty's inexperience showing over here, feeding Afridi's strength. He's got perhaps a much better chance getting the ball to swing, because even if Afridi is going to get onto the front foot and trying to hit it on the up, that movement might defeat him. But every time he's going to pitch it short at his pace, all that he's going to ask for and get is punishment. There it is. Shahid Afridi showing that he does no favors to anybody on the offside or on the onside. This one he has hit wide of mid-wicket for a 6.
Yes, I think, Sunny, you hit the nail on the head there. It's his pace that's the problem. At his pace, he's got a new ball in his hand. He would be better off trying to pitch the ball up and get some movement. He might still get some stick, but at least he has a chance of picking up a wicket. With the Skuruvilla, we can understand he's not a big mover of the ball. He relies more on hitting the ball into the deck. So it's fine with his kind of action. But problems here for the bowler, who now decides to come round the wicket.
Yes, Mohanty is not express at all, but we've seen even express bowlers getting clobbered in the first 15 overs by batsmen sent in as pinch hitters. Could be allowed to be bowled to a fast bowler.
Well, he's on the rampage, just short of the man at mid-on. We've seen everything happening in this over. Some belligerent shots. That one chipped up in the air, just falling short of the man at mid-on. Well, that's the only way he plays, Afridi.
They were tremendous shots, with tremendous power he had played those shots, especially the one he played over that extra covered boundary.
Just 16 balls for his 35 runs, 2 sixes and 5 boundaries. Having set the stadium on fire with some very, very power-laden strokes played by him. Pulls it across, that's a 6, over the wicket. He's on 24, and Pakistan's total is 59 for a loss, and this is only the 6th over being bowled.
Well, the ball was little short, but Shahid Afridi used its power fully and got another 6 runs. Shahid Afridi definitely living up to his reputation.
That was Ijaz who hit that one over mid-wicket. A slower delivery, just dabs it to point and gets a single for that.
It's amazing that Rehan, when two batsmen of the same caliber are playing, it's very difficult to then differentiate between these two.
And it's Kuruvilla in charge of the attack. Let us look at his bowling figures. He has given away 22 runs of 3 overs, whereas Mohanty has given away 38 of 3 overs. Ijaz facing up to him.
Cricket, as a matter of fact, this kind of bowling is very, very ordinary, because the wicket is not at all helpful to the bowlers, and so the batsmen can play freely their shots.
He's having faced 21 balls for his 25. What a strike rate.
Definitely, Rehan, it is the strike rate, it's the powerful shots played by these two Pakistani batsmen, which have lit up the passion of the crowd in the stadium, and of course have raised the hopes of Pakistan team to win this game.
Kuruvilla to Ijaz. That's good running. More runs there, no. There was one fieldsman backing down on the onside. Better delivery from Kuruvilla. And the batsman take an easy single, which takes Shahid Afridi to 26 or 36. Correction, and the Pakistan total to 62 without loss. These two having given something to remember about for this very large crowd present at the Gaddafi Stadium. Could have been a risky single, in fact, had that ball been fielded in the first attempt. Batsman getting...
Yeah, indeed, it was a very risky single, and one wonders why they have to take the risk at this moment.
There was absolutely no need for that. The total moves up to 63 for no loss. The guns blazing for Pakistan. This is only the 7th over being bowled. That could be another 6 over the point boundary. Yes, it is. The signal is for a boundary. It is a 6. The umpire taking his time, but I was absolutely sure the moment that ball was struck that it was a 6.
Yes, indeed, another very powerful shot by
Watch that last stroke, going miles in the skies there.
Very, very powerful shot indeed by Afridi, and it has crossed the boundary. Indeed, one starts wondering it's the power of these shots which have lit up the stadium, or the lights which have been put out by the board over here.
For a change, he plays it defensively and then looks for a single.
Definitely, Pakistan team has outplayed Indian side in every department of the game, in fielding and running between the wickets, bowling and batting.
The last ball coming up of over number 7. In the gap between extra cover and wide extra cover. The batsmen take 2 runs. as Jajida feels at wide extra cover. His rate is 10.14 and the required rate having gone down to 3.48. We are going to see a change in the bowling attack. Pervez, it's the spinner Kulkarni has been introduced into the attack. Kulkarni to bowl to Ijaz, who is batting on 27-71 for no loss Pakistan. Hits it majestically. The ball just bounces inside the mid-wicket boundary, 4 runs.
Well, I suppose the only difference which it has made is that Mohanty was hit for 6 and he has been hit for 4. So still there is a difference of 2 runs.
He hit that with contemptuous ease. Ijaz Ahmed into the 30s is on 31. Very worried looking Indian captain.
There is a brighter side to it also, that we may be able to get back home earlier than expected.
It appears so, because already we have seen 75 runs scored off just 7.1 overs. Ahmed faces up. He's on 31. To go through for 1. Played out to wide extra cover. Ijaz Ahmed is on 32. The strike back with Shahid, who is on 44. Pakistan 76 without loss.
There is a very slight turn also in the wicket, especially this last ball. Kulkarni turned a little bit, but without producing any effect on the batsman.
I doubt very much whether this spin wicket would be responsive to spin. And there could be a run out. No, he's safely home. As we cut it down to third man. The ball was fielded, the return comes in. This time he miscues his shot. Shahid Afridi. And the ball trickles towards fine leg. And they're going back for the third. 79 without loss. What a wonderful series, in fact, this flamboyant opener Shahid Afridi has had. Ijaz being promoted with batting order, justifying his promotion. Single played out towards square leg. Ijaz is on 33, Pakistan to 80 without loss. Mulher at the Gaddafi Stadium. It has gone high in the air. Someone is getting underneath, takes the catch, and Shahid is gone. Brilliantly caught by the Indian captain Tendulkar.
You see, Marihan, that's what I meant, that it would have been that easier to hit a spinner as it was to a medium fast bowler, because the ball in this atmosphere would be coming little slower than expected, and since Afridi had already established a rhythm in his hitting, so it could have been upsetting the this rhythm.
Batsman in, and the reason why is there is due to this magnificent piece of catching displayed by the Indian captain Tendulkar.
played a very well judged game by Tendulkar, which shows his class. Show his stroke power.
Averaging 23.87. He's facing up to Kurubina. Has figures of no wicket for 33 or 4.4s.
Reasons that Saeed Anwar had sent in Ijaz along with Afridi to take full advantage of whatever the circumstances existed at that time, because he knew that after some
1 over in which he gave away 9 runs, but had some consolation when he got the wicket of Afridi. Ijaz Ahmed now to face up to Kulkarni, the start of over number 10. Runs here for Ijaz. The ball is trickling down to wide third man, and he comes back for the second. Takes him to 35. Another single to him. He's on 36, 83 for 1. This crowd has certainly enjoyed Pakistan's domination right from the start of the day's play.
Yes, I suppose they got the value of their money. The Pakistan team had played very well, and definitely the Pakistani crowd has enjoyed the performance of their team today.
They are equally enthusiastic. Towards deep wicket. And they're coming back for the third.
Indeed, Kulkarni is bowling a good line and length, and he has definitely put a stop at the Pakistani batsmen who were scoring freely previous to this.
Nicely turned away on the onside for a single.
So Pakistan's average coming down a little bit, 8.7, still a very, very high average per over. And Ijaz in fine form, 37 to his name. Promoted up the order once again. Played as an opener in the last game against India at Toronto, which Pakistan won. Ijaz got a very well put together 60. It's not out 37 or 29 deliveries. Kurubala in his sixth over, none for 33 figures. defence. Ganguly in pursuit, 2 more runs to Ijaz, 89 for 1. Ijaz is 39. Crowd now a little quieter after the exit of Shahid Afridi. Wonderful innings. Great entertainer, this young man, and he's been getting runs for Pakistan consistently over the last 6 matches. He's a little sorry to leave the field. I thought he had no chance for 50. This one is in the air, but it's safe. It's going to fall away from the field. 2 of them. And Ijaz will come back for the second. It's Kulkarni Field. It's 41. So Ijaz is going to continue with the way he's playing. He's not taking really anything upside the off stump, which he can't put away over mid-wicket. We've seen some smashing shots from him. That's the way he's got his runs. 41 now, 2 sixes and 3 fours. Shot, that's another 4. Ijaz well in control of that shot, playing quite easily over the head of the tall man in his follow through, and 4 more runs to Ijaz. He goes to 45, and Pakistan now go up to 95 for the loss of 1 wicket. And we welcome Sunil Gavaskar once again in the commentary box, and Sunil, really India at the rough end of the stick.
Yes, and full credit to Pakistan for the way they have approached the target of 216. Now, a target of 216 doesn't always look a very demanding target, so a lot of teams would have taken it easy. But not Pakistan, with Shahid Afridi leading the way and taking the initiative away from the Indians. Now Pakistan can actually cruise to a victory. They've been given such a splendid start by young Shahid Afridi that it's made it easier for the rest of the batsmen. Now the rest of the batsmen can afford to play the odd dot ball, the odd maiden over, and not feel the pressure. This is wonderful stuff coming from Shahid Afridi. And now Ijaz, after taking his time, playing himself in, is now playing very good shots. The beauty about Ijaz's batting so far has been that he's played lofted shots, but lofted cricketing shots. He hasn't played across the line, he's played with a straight bat, and there really is no answer when you play cricketing shots.
96 for 1. And once again in the Pakistan batting order reshuffle, sending up in the lineup to steady the innings, and that just push for 1s and 2s and not lose his wicket, while Ijaz from the other end gets the scoring done. He's come down the wicket, he charges, plays that one wide of the fieldsman there. It's over the ropes of it. Yes, it is 6. Once again, Ijaz jumping out of his crease and pushing the ball up. For Ijaz, hasn't really been the best of form in Toronto, where he got 60 in the last match against India, which Pakistan won. Scores of 20 and 30 in the first 2 matches, and here a wonderful little innings from Ijaz. He's still there on 52.
And what a way to get to your half century. This is a very good shot. He used his feet beautifully. The bowler might have thought coming over the wicket, left hand over the wicket, he might cramp him for room to play the lofted shot. But Ijaz has played it beautifully.
He makes room for himself and cuts, but straight out to a fielder, a short third man. The intention was right. He got plenty of room to cut the ball, but played it straight to a man, the only man inside the circle. Pakistan's run rate going up once again to 9 with that 6 from Ijaz. And that's a wide. 103 for 1.
Well, that's what happens to a bowler when he's been given the charge in trying to overcompensate and cramp the batsman for room. Is bowled it wide down the leg side. But there really is no answer on a pitch as good as this. You cannot seriously expect to defend a score of 216 unless you get early wickets, and Pakistan have made sure that they haven't lost early wickets.
This is going down the leg side, another wide, 104 for one. And Sunil, those were the first two wides of the Pakistan innings.
Yes, I think the bowler feeling the pressure, feeling the tension. He's young, he's not played too many internationals.
And this time he gets a bat onto ball, and that's going to be 4 runs. And for the third time, Kulkarni straying down the leg side, and this time Ijaz got plenty of bat on it, passed backward square leg, almost a deep fine leg position, and the ball ran down for 4. Just watch the fielder there, absolutely no hope of cutting that one off. And a wonderful stroke, which takes Ijaz now to 56.
And it really is that first ball 6 that has helped Ijaz to play the shot. It has made the bowler think which line he should be bowling, whether he should be bowling it up, whether he should be bowling it short. And the confusion in the young Indian's mind has been utilized by Ijaz, who is far more experienced.
And the first over that he faced from Kudavilla, he played a maiden, Mohammad Wasim, so that shouldn't really worry the Pakistan side at all. They're averaging well over 9 at this point, and their target is only 217 on a very good batting track. As India were concerned, and they will rule the shots that some of the top batsmen played and lost their wickets. That's the fall of Shahid Afridi. And a great catch by Sachin Tendulkar, keeping his eyes glued to the ball. It's never easy when you are chasing the ball and looking at it over your shoulder. But a wonderful catch by the little man, and Shahid Afridi was really very, very unhappy leaving the field.
We've seen some fine catches today. We saw the catch dismissed Ganguly by Mahmood Hussain. Once again running back and keeping his eyes on the ball right till the ball was in his palms. Then Inzamam ul Haq took a brilliant one-handed catch to get rid of Jadeja. And this one from Sachin Tendulkar. So the fielding that the crowd has seen also has been top class. Certainly the catching has been top class. And that just goes to show the commitment of the two teams. They know that this is the deciding match, and they're giving it everything.
Run rate 9.08 and required 2.92. Plenty of overs, plenty of wickets for the Pakistan batsmen. Ijaz in great form on 57. Wasim is 3 as Chauhan comes in from the pavilion end. Chauhan coming in for the first over to Ijaz. Nicely down to deep wicket. Here's a man. Ijaz will go back for the second. He's very quick between the wickets, forcing Mohammad Wasim to come quickly back for the second. And Pakistan arrive at Nelson's with 1 wicket down. Ijaz on 59.
Chauhan did a good job for India in the first session, scoring 32 runs. It was his partnership with Ajay Jadeja that enabled India to get to the 200 mark and make some sort of a game, because the Indians had lost 5 wickets very early on. Didn't look as if they'd get to 170.
This is single to Ijaz, 112 for 1. This is only the 13th over. Hurried a little bit as Wasim thought he had room to play it on just before a 1 wicket. The wicket of Afridi, out for 47. It's never easy to maintain a rate of over 8 or 9 in the first 13 overs. Pakistan started with 10, and down to 9, but still maintaining well over 8 per over. To Ijaz, 3-2 Wasim, 1-1-3 for 1.
Well, the Indian captain's problems are hardly over because he's still got another over after this one for the field restrictions to apply. So he's got to make sure that the way Ijaz is batting, that Ijaz should be more at the non-striker's end and attack young Mohammad Wasim, try and pressurize him. This is a big test for young Mohammad Wasim because he's been given the opportunity by the Pakistan think tank to go in at number 3 because there is really not too much pressure in terms of the run rate. Shahid Afridi has seen to that and Ijaz has followed it up. So there really is not much pressure. Now it will be a test of his temperament, how he comes through with it. With Inzamam ul Haq being in the kind of form he is in, they would have sent him to bat. But this is a very positive move, I think, from the Pakistan think tank to send Mohammad Wasim because they know that their middle order is just a little bit uncertain. It's a wide ball again down the leg side. And the middle order being not very certain, they're trying to get it right because they have a big season ahead of them. Pakistan plays South Africa shortly after this and then West Indies and the quadrangular tournament as well.
Again, wide is it? Yes, it is. And Ijaz swung around to put it away down to deep fine leg. Didn't make contact. And this is the third time the bowler has gone down the leg side. Driven out to deep mid-on. One more run, 117 for the loss of 1 wicket. So, very, very sporting crowd. Back to cricket, the drinks over, and Pakistan 117 for 1 after 14 overs. And India at this stage was 63 for the loss of 3 wickets. And should India have got around 250 to 60, Sunil, it would have been a good match with India trying for an early breakthrough and no Salim Malik in the middle order. It would have been some pressure on the Pakistan batsmen.
Certainly, yes. I think in front of the Lahore crowd, they certainly would have been under pressure.
Through the covers, gloriously for 4. Well up to the batsman and he took full advantage. Shakil stepped down and cracking the ball out to deep cover for 4 more runs. And Ijaz now 66 and Pakistan 121 for 1.
This is classic stuff. Any youngsters watching, this is the way to play the cover drive, the foot to the pitch of the ball, the head in line, the bat following through. Classic stuff.
Ijaz really growing in confidence. And quite a miserable Sahara Cup, and he's coming back into his own. He has been getting a lot of runs for Pakistan over the last 3 years, and he had a lean Sahara Cup and got a very fine 60 in the last match, but this is the Ijaz that we know. He's in full form and a lot of confidence, now middling the ball. This is good cricket from Mohammad Wasim. He knows that Ijaz is the man who's getting the boundaries, so he's just placing the ball around and giving more of the strike to his senior partner. This is good thinking. This way, by taking the singles, he's keeping his own score moving, the scoreboard moving as well, and giving strike to the more experienced and the more informed partner. You have to hurry, but he's quick between the wickets. Safe. Ijaz 68 and Pakistan 124 for 1. Wasim has got 5 singles so far, and that's his job, to just rotate the strike. He's really not bogged down. He's played some good drives, very comfortable on the front foot. T-Packet square leg for a single, 125 run at the end of 50.
शुक्रिया शहनाज भाई। 15वें ओवर के खाते पर पाकिस्तान 125, भारत के स्कोर 66 था। 3 खिलाड़ी आउट हुए थे। इजाज ने 51 गेंदों पर 68 रन बनाए।
मैच जो है ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत जल्दी ख़त्म हो जाएगा। वो 125 15 ओवर में पाकिस्तान ने किए हैं और इजाज़ जो है इस वक्त बहुत ही अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। उन्हें चाहिए कि अब वो विकेट को रोकें, क्योंकि इनके पास ओवर्स बहुत है, अपना रन्स करें और टीम को जो है एक विकेट के नुकसान पर ही जिताएं, क्योंकि यही प्रॉब्लम रही है। इससे पहले भी जो मैंने देखा है, जैसे अफरीदी थे कि हमें इतनी ज़रूरत उस वक्त नहीं थी, क्योंकि उन्होंने 75 जो थे वो 7 ओवर में या 6 ओवर में किए हुए थे, तो अननेसेसरी जो था उन्हें रिस्क नहीं लेना चाहिए था। अगर वो खेलते रहते तो हो सकता है कि इस वक्त स्कोर यही होता, मगर विकेट जो है कोई आउट नहीं होता। यही चीज़ें जो है जो अपकमिंग प्लेयर्स होते हैं उन्हें बतानी पड़ती हैं कि आइंदा ऐसी, क्योंकि अगर रिक्वायरमेंट ऐसी नहीं है जब आप मैचेस आराम से जीत रहे हैं तो आप टीम का ख्याल करें और टीम को ये ना करें कि कोई पीछे आके बैटिंग करे, बल्कि अपने आप बैटिंग करनी चाहिए और पूरे खेल के और टीम को जिता के विदाउट लूजिंग एनी विकेट मैच जीतना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल जावेद, और ये बहुत ज़रूरी इसलिए भी है कि बाज़ औक़ात अगर 2 या 3 विकेटें एक के बाद दीगरे गिर जाएं तो सूरत हाल यकसर तब्दील हो जाती है,
क्योंकि विकेट गिरने से बहुत प्रेशर पड़ जाता है जो भी बैट्समैन नीचे जो आते हैं, क्योंकि ये डिफरेंट गेम है। इसके अंदर रिक्वायरमेंट जो है वो आपकी रहती है कि 4 या 5 रन जो है आपको हर ओवर में करने पड़ते हैं। अगर दोनों बैट्समैन नहीं आ जाए तो वही सेम चीज़ आ जाती है जो कि जिन्होंने ऊपर बैटिंग पे अच्छा किया होता है, वही प्रॉब्लम जो है वो दूसरे बैट्समैनों पे आ जाती है। और इसी तरीके से अगर वो स्लो खेलते हैं तो रन रेट जो है वो इसी तरीके से 5-6 का जो है वो आ जाता है और बढ़ता जाता है।
ये है इजाज 68 के स्कोर पर नॉट आउट। 217 रन का टारगेट पाकिस्तान को मिला। चौहान पाकिस्तान की पहली विकेट की पार्टनरशिप 80 रन की थी शाहिद आफरीदी और इजाज अहमद के दरमियान। 130 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, 1 विकेट का नुकसान। एक और मिस सेंचुरी पार्टनरशिप पाकिस्तान के लिए।
ये बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है कि क्रिकेट में, खासतौर वनडे में, ये बैट्समैनों को चाहिए कि जब भी अगर आमने सामने आते हैं उनकी कोशिश यही होनी चाहिए कि पार्टनरशिप जो है वो ज़रूर लगनी चाहिए। जितनी पार्टनरशिप लगती है विकेट की, उसमें टीम को फ़ायदा होता है और रन्स जो हैं बड़ी जल्दी बनते हैं और टीम के लिए चेज़ करने के लिए बड़ी आसानी हो जाती है।
जडेजा, ये है ऑन साइड की फील्ड, मिड ऑन मिड विकेट स्क्वायर लेग, डीप फाइन लेग।
लेग की तरफ स्वीप करने की कोशिश की, हालांकि उन्हें चाहिए कि उसको ग्लांस करते और 1 रन जो है उनके लिए आसानी था बनिस्बत इतना रिस्क लेने के लिए ये शॉट खेला था। पाकिस्तान को 86 रन करने हैं जीतने के लिए और ओवर्स इनके पास काफ़ी हैं और विकेटें भी बाकी हैं। 1 विकेट
70वें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान ने 130 रन बनाए हैं और 1 खिलाड़ी आउट हुआ है।
नजर आ रही है जो दोपहर जब स्टार्ट हुआ था गेम तो नहीं था, उसने देखा कि सेकंड हाफ में क्राउड जो है पूरा जो ग्राउंड है फुल जैम पैक्ड नजर आ रहा है और एंजॉय कर रहे हैं।
जावेद यहाँ तारीफ करनी चाहिए तमाशाइयों के रवैये की, तो लाहौर के जो जिंदा दिल हैं उन्होंने एक बार फिर अपनी रिवायती मेहमान नवाजी और स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट का मुजाहरा किया है और दोनों टीमों को उन्होंने दिल खोल कर दाद दी।
ये बहुत अच्छी, यानी कि इसमें पाकिस्तान का नाम है और हम सबको ये सोचना चाहिए और जितने भी स्पेशली ये क्राउड या स्पेक्टेटर आते हैं उनको चाहिए कि और दूसरे जो शहरों में देख रहे हैं उनको इस चीज़ से सबक सीखना चाहिए कि मेहमान टीम आती है और अगर इस तरीके से और अच्छे डिसिप्लिन के साथ मैच देखें तो उसका मज़ा ही कुछ और होता है। और बाहर मुल्कों में, क्योंकि ये जो मैचेज़ हैं ये पाकिस्तान में नहीं बल्कि ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड जो है तकरीबन लोग देख रहे हैं, तो पाकिस्तान की इज़्ज़त होगी, सबकी इज़्ज़त है, प्लेयरों की इज़्ज़त, मुल्क की इज़्ज़त।
वसीम का स्कोर हो गया 11, पाकिस्तान का स्कोर 132, 70 रन बनाए हैं इजाज़त में। चौरासी रन पाकिस्तान को चाहिए हैं इस मैच में कामयाबी के लिए। 9 विकेटें अभी बाकी हैं।
अच्छा, पाकिस्तान के पास रन्स कम है, विकेटें काफ़ी हाथ में है, ओवर्स भी जो है काफ़ी हैं और इनको चाहिए बैट्समैनों को कि अपने जो आस्किंग रेट है इस वक्त रन उसके मुताबिक खेलें। और किसी किस्म का रिस्क जो है वो नहीं लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि और जिस तरह 5-6 ओवर और ऊपर जाएंगे और 20-30 रन ऐड होंगे तो सामने वाली टीम पर बड़ा दबाव पड़ता है और दूसरी टीम भी जो है वो थोड़ी सी हिम्मत जो है हार जाती है और रन आसानी होती है। तो बहुत ही
और ऐसे रन की भी मैं समझता हूँ
जरूरत नहीं है। आप देखेंगे इससे पहले ये चीज़ें दोनों बैट्समैन को चाहिए कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग पैदा करें और एक दूसरे से बात करते रहें कि कब और कहाँ रन लेना है। जब तक कम्युनिकेशन नहीं रहेगा तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग आएगी नहीं और रन लेने में हमेशा मुश्किल होगी और इसमें एक या दोनों में से एक बैट्समैन जो है वो आउट होने के चांसेस जो है वो हो जाएंगे।
पाकिस्तान के लिए बड़ी खुशाइन बात यह है कि एजाज अहमद उनके इंतहाई तजुर्बेकार बैट्समैन अपनी फॉर्म में वापस आ गए हैं। बड़ी अच्छी और जारहाना इनिंग उन्होंने खेली है।
ऐसा लग रहा है कि इनमें से कोई रन आउट ना हो जाए क्योंकि अंडरस्टैंडिंग नज़र नहीं आ रही है रन लेते वक्त, क्योंकि एक दूसरे को काफ़ी मतलब बगैर बताए लगता है कि भाग रहे हैं। क्योंकि आपने देखा कि 2-3 ओवर से यही चीज़ देखने में आ रही है कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो है इनमें अभी पैदा नहीं हुई है रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट के।
और एक रोज़ा मैचों में जावेद रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट बड़ी अहमियत रखती है,
बहुत अहमियत रखती है और इसमें अंडरस्टैंडिंग पैदा करनी जो है वो सबसे ज़्यादा मायने रखती है। जब कि आपको सामने बैठना स्टार्ट लेना चाहिए तो आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि कहाँ कब और किस वक्त हमने रन लेना है, कि फील्डर की कौन सी बाईं तरफ हो या दूसरी तरफ उनके गेंद है। जिस अगर राइट हैंड है तो उसके लेफ्ट पे अगर है तो वो आसानी से आप रन ले सकते हैं, बनस्बत राइट पे आप भागें तो उसके लिए मुश्किल हो जाती है।
खबर कनेक्ट करने में कामयाब हुए वसीम, मगर सिर्फ 1 रन बन सका। 12 रन हो गए मोहम्मद वसीम के। 135 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर। आउट होने वाले बैट्समैन आफरीदी 47 रन बनाने के बाद आउट हुए। राजेश चौहान एजाज अहमद को उन्नीसवें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान 136 1 विकेट के नुकसान पर। अच्छा स्ट्रोक एजाज अहमद का, फील्डर बाउंड्री लाइन के करीब मौजूद है। 2 रन पर इजाफा हुआ स्कोर।
अच्छा शॉट था और इसी तरीके से एजाज को जो है फ्री खेलना चाहिए, अपने को प्रेशर नहीं लेना चाहिए क्योंकि इससे पहले कुछ लग रहा है कि वो थोड़ा सा जिस तरह से उन्होंने इनिंग शुरू की थी और अब थोड़ा सा दब गए। हालांकि अब तो उन्हें और फ्री होके खेलना चाहिए, मगर थोड़े अपने शॉट जो है वो कंट्रोल रखें। प्लेसिंग पर जिस तरह वो अभी प्लेसिंग के ऊपर आ गए सिंगल पर, और ये चीज़ इनको जारी रखनी चाहिए। और जब तक के इन खुद महसूस ना करें कि अब जो मैच है वो उनकी ग्रिप में है और हम मैच जीतने के लिए आसानी है, जब तक इन्हें चाहिए कि पूरे ओवर्स खेलें। और जब तक पाकिस्तान ना ये स्कोर अप नहीं करते, जब तक इन्हें चाहिए कि विकेट पर खड़े रहें।
एजाज अहमद 76 नॉट आउट, 12 रन बनाए हैं वसीम ने। पाकिस्तान 139 20वां ओवर पाकिस्तान की इनिंग पर। अजहरुद्दीन
इंडिया की फील्डिंग जो है काफ़ी इम्प्रूव कर गई है और आप देखें कि इतने इजी जो है वो सिंगल नहीं दे रहे हैं।
20 ओवर्स के इख्तिताम पर पाकिस्तान 139 एक खिलाड़ी आउट हुआ। इससे विकेट के नुकसान पर पाकिस्तान का स्कोर कमेंट्री के लिए रोहान नवाज, उनके साथ एक्सपर्ट इंतखाब आ गए।
Thanks, Hassan. Chauhan to Ijaz. Left it. That is a 6. That ball going miles in the air. He's straight for 6. What a tremendous shot from Ijaz.
It was really a tremendous shot by Ijaz. He picked up the length beautifully. He came out of his crease and he could really...
This time gets a single as he plays it down towards the square leg. What a wonderful shot that was from Ijaz.
Coming out of his crease, right on top of the ball, and hit it really beautifully for a huge 6.
This time hits it on the wrong side. The ball is travelling towards the squarish wicket, beats the field now. That's another boundary for Ijaz and once again coming quite thick and fast. Was it Wasim in fact who played that stroke? Yes, it was Wasim.
Well, actually Wasim is rubbing his shoulders with Ijaz.
This time it beats the field on long and it trickles towards the long on boundary for 4 runs. Wasim into the 20s, he's on 20, Pakistan to 154 for 1.
Of his crease and really placed it beautifully for 4 runs. And he has started playing well now. He must have got a lot of confidence hitting those 4s.
That one is trickling down towards fine leg. And the batsman come back for the second. As his innings has progressed, he has gained in confidence, Mohammad Wasim. And that marked the end of over number 21. Pakistan 156 for 1. Ijaz. Not it so. It will be out. No, it goes over the head. And that's a 6. What an amazing shot indeed. Hit away very, very strongly by Ijaz. For his 5th 6 and Pakistan now to 162.
Once again Ijaz picked it up the length very nicely indeed and really hooked it over deep mid-off for a 6.
This time all along the ground, splits the field on the off, boundary for Ijaz. He's going great guns here.
Well, from the very beginning, Ijaz have kept the pressure on all the Indian bowlers, and now he's really opening up with another beautiful shot for 4 runs.
He's on 93, Pakistan to 166 for 1. Runs down to back
6-foot square leg. Jazz now is on 94, just a stroke away from what would be a tremendous 100 indeed for him.
Well, the way Jazz is batting, I think all of us will have an early night.
In the gap, square of the wicket on the offside. Comes back for the second run. So 2 more runs to Mohammad Wasim. He's on 22. Pakistan to 169 for 1. 22 overs gone. Pakistan cruising along to 169 for 1.
The good thing about Jazz innings so far that he has not slowed a single shot. He has played all cricketing shots, and it's really nice to see that he has played every ball.
Jazz is going to face up, change in the bowling attack, and it's going to be Ganguly. It has been a very joyous crowd participation here. 5 sixes and 7 boundaries in his innings of 94. It is a beaten shot from Ijaz Ahmed. Now that's his 100. What a great innings indeed from him. Hitting his 100 with a gigantic...
Really played a magnificent knock, tremendous 100. That must have given him a lot of confidence for the future. Look at that. He hit it through the line of the ball with straight bat, a huge 6.
This time he miscues his shot as he goes in for the pull shot on the onside and comes back for the second. Indian bowlers have been punished to all parts of the ground here. Hitting 6 sixes, 7 boundaries in his innings of 102. His innings would be remembered by this very large crowd for a very long time to come.
I don't think they can ask better cricket than that. They have been entertained really exceptionally well.
They have had their money's worth. Two more runs to him as he drove that one towards wide extra cover. The total is 179 for 1. Towards mid-on, easy single. Ijaz Ahmed 105, Pakistan 180 for 1. Amazing run rate 7.94 and required run rate is 1.41.
It's such a good wicket actually. If you play it straight and you hit through the line, you can create problems for the bowlers. And this is what exactly happened today. From the very first ball bowled, especially when Afridi and Ijaz opened the inning. They kept the pressure on Indian bowling all the time.
Well, this match is going to finish well inside 30 overs. Now let's watch that stroke, which he played it very nonchalantly indeed, to which is 3 to the mark, right over the bowler's head.
Well, it shows the amount of confidence Ijaz had that he at 94 hit a 6. That shows the ability of a player and the confidence.
Change in the bowling attack. It's Robin Singh who has been summoned into the attack by Tendulkar. Deserves the punishment it has got. 6. That was a rank bad ball bowled by Robin Singh. A gentle full toss and Ijaz hammered it over mid-wicket.
Well, it shows that all the Indian bowlers are under pressure. The very first delivery, Singh bowled full toss and Ijaz took a full advantage of that.
Ijaz Ahmed is on 112. Cuts down to 186 for 1. It really has been a thunderous innings from Ijaz Ahmed. This time splits the field on the offside towards point. One more to him. Have another look at that powerful stroke played by Ijaz on the onside for a 6 or a mid-wicket. Day's play which has been overwhelmingly dominated by the Pakistan side, right from the start of play this afternoon. Coming back for the second. Next. Another single to him. He's on 36, 83 for 1. Well, this crowd has certainly enjoyed Pakistan's domination right from the start of the day's play. Yes, I suppose they got the value of their money. The Pakistan team had played very well and definitely the Pakistani crowd has enjoyed the performance of their team today. They are equally enthusiastic. Towards deep mid-wicket. And they're coming back for the third. Indeed, Kulkarni is bowling a good line and length and he has definitely put a stopper on the Pakistani batsmen who are scoring freely previous to this.
Nicely turned away on the onside for a single.
So Pakistan's average coming down a little bit, 8.7, still a very, very high average per over. And Ijaz in fine form, 37 to his name. Promoted up the order once again. Played as an opener in the last game against India at Toronto, which Pakistan won. Ijaz got a very well put together 60. It's not out 37 of 29 deliveries. Kurubilla in his sixth over, none for 33 his figures. Started past the inner cordon, won't quite reach the fence. Ganguly in pursuit, 2 more runs to Ijaz, 89 for 1. Ijaz is 39. Crowd now a little quieter after the exit of Shahid Afridi. Wonderful innings. Great entertainer, this young man, and he's been getting runs for Pakistan consistently over the last 6 matches. He's a little sorry to leave the field. Thought he had another chance for a 50. This one is in the air, but it's safe. It's going to fall away from the fieldman, 2 of them. And Ijaz will come back for the second as Kulkarni fields. It's 41. So Ijaz is going to continue with the way he's playing. He's not taking really anything outside the off stump, which he can't put away over mid-wicket. We've seen some smashing shots from him. That's the way he's got his runs. 41 now, 2 6s and 3 4s. Lovely shot, that's another 4 to Ijaz, well in control of that shot, playing quite easily over the head of the tall man in his follow through, and 4 more runs to Ijaz. It goes to 45, and Pakistan now go up to 95 for the loss of 1 wicket. And we welcome Sunil Gavaskar once again in the commentary box, and Sunil, really India at the rough end of the stick.
Yes, and full credit to Pakistan for the way they have approached the target of 216. Now, a target of 216 doesn't always look a very demanding target, so a lot of teams would have taken it easy. But not Pakistan, with Shahid Afridi leading the way and taking the initiative away from the Indians. Now Pakistan can actually cruise to a victory. They've been given such a splendid start by young Shahid Afridi that it's made it easier for the rest of the batsmen. Now the rest of the batsmen can afford to play the odd dot ball, the odd maiden over, and not feel the pressure. This is wonderful stuff coming from Shahid Afridi. And now Ijaz, after taking his time, playing himself in, is now playing very good shots. The beauty about Ijaz's batting so far has been that he's played lofted shots, but lofted cricketing shots. He hasn't played across the line, he's played with a straight bat, and there really is no answer when you play cricketing shots.
96 for 1. And once again in the Pakistan batting order reshuffle, sending up in the lineup to steady the innings, and that just push for 1s and 2s and not lose his wicket, while Ijaz from the other end gets the scoring done. He's come down the wicket and charges it, plays it one wide of the fieldsman there. It's over the ropes, is it? Yes, it is 6. Once again Ijaz jumping out of his crease and pushing the ball up. Best of form in Toronto, where he got 60 in the last match against India, which Pakistan won. Scores of 20 and 30 in the first 2 matches, and here a wonderful little innings from Ijaz. He's still there on 52.
And what a way to get to your half century. This is a very good shot. He used his feet beautifully. The bowler might have thought coming over the wicket, left hand over the wicket, he might cramp him for room to play the lofted shot. But Ijaz has played it beautifully.
He makes room for himself and cuts, but straight out to a fielder, a short third man. The intention was right. He got plenty of room to cut the ball, but played it straight to a man, the only man inside the circle. Pakistan's run rate going up once again to 9 with that 6 from Ijaz. And that's a wide. 103 for 1.
Well, that's what happens to a bowler when he's been given the charge in trying to overcompensate and cramp the batsman for room. Is bowled it wide down the leg side. But there really is no answer on a pitch as good as this. You cannot seriously expect to defend a score of 216 unless you get early wickets. And Pakistan have made sure that they haven't lost early wickets.
This is going down the leg side, another wide. 104 for 1. And Sunil, those were the first two wides of the Pakistan innings.
Yes, I think the bowler feeling the pressure, feeling the tension. He's young, he's not played too many internationals.
And this time he gets a bat onto ball, and that's going to be 4 runs. And for the third time, Kulkarni straying down the leg side, and this time Ijaz got plenty of bat on it, passed backward square leg, almost a deep fine leg position, and the ball ran down for 4. Just watch the fielder there, absolutely no hope of cutting that one off. And a wonderful stroke, which takes Ijaz now to 56.
And it really is that first ball 6 that has helped Ijaz to play the shot. It has made the bowler think which line he should be bowling, whether he should be bowling it up, whether he should be bowling it short. And the confusion in the young Indian's mind has been utilized by Ijaz, who's far more experienced.
And the first over that he faced from Kuruvilla, he played a maiden, Mohammad Wasim, so that shouldn't really worry the Pakistan side at all. They're averaging well over 9 at this point, and their target is only 217 on a very good batting track. As India were concerned, and they will rule the shots that some of the top batsmen played and lost their wickets. That's a fall of Shahid Afridi. And a great catch by Sachin Tendulkar, keeping his eyes glued to the ball. It's never easy when you are chasing the ball and looking at it over your shoulder. But a wonderful catch by the little man, and Shahid Afridi was really very, very unhappy leaving the field.
We've seen some fine catches today. We saw the catch to dismiss Ganguly by Mahmood Hussain. Once again running back and keeping his eyes on the ball right till the ball was in his palms. Then Inzamamul Haq took a brilliant one-handed catch to get rid of Jadeja. And this one from Sachin Tendulkar. So the fielding that the crowd has seen also has been top class. Certainly the catching has been top class. And that just goes to show the commitment of the two teams. They know that this is the deciding match, and they're giving it everything.
Run rate 9.08 and required 2.92. Plenty of overs, plenty of wickets for the Pakistan batsmen. Ijaz in great form on 57. Wasim is 3 as Chauhan comes in from the pavilion end. Chauhan coming in for the first over to Ijaz. Nicely down to deep mid-wicket. There is a man. Ijaz will go back for the second. He's very quick between the wickets, forcing Mohammad Wasim to come quickly back for the second. And Pakistan arrive at Nelson's with 1 wicket down. Ijaz on 59.
Chauhan did a good job for India in the first session, scoring 32 runs. It was his partnership with Ajay Jadeja that enabled India to get to the 200 mark and make some sort of a game, because the Indians had lost 5 wickets very early on. Didn't look as if they'd get to 170.
Is a single to Ijaz, 112 for 1. This is only the 13th over. Ball hurried a little bit as Wasim thought he had room to play it on just the fall of 1 wicket. The wicket of Afridi, out for 47. It's never easy to maintain a rate of over 8 or 9 in the first 13 overs. Pakistan started with 10, came down to 9, but still maintaining well over 8 per over. Toss. (61) to Ijaz, 3 to Wasim, 113 for 1.
Well, the Indian captain's problems are hardly over, because he's still got another over after this one for the field restrictions to apply. So he's got to make sure that the way Ijaz is batting, that Ijaz should be more at the non-strikers end and attack young Mohammad Wasim, try and pressurize him. This is the big test for young Mohammad Wasim, because he's been given the opportunity by the Pakistan think tank to go in at number 3, because there is really not too much pressure in terms of the run rate. Shahid Afridi has seen to that, and Ijaz has followed it up. So there really is not much pressure. Now it will be a test of his temperament, how he comes through with it. That with Inzamam ul Haq being in the kind of form he is in, they would have sent him to bat. But this is a very positive move, I think, from the Pakistan think tank to send Mohammad Wasim, because they know that their middle order is just a little bit uncertain. It's a wide ball again down the leg side, and the middle order being not very certain, they're trying to get it right, because they have a big season ahead of them. Pakistan plays South Africa shortly after this, and then West Indies and the quadrangular tournament as well.
And again, wide is it? Yes, it is. And Ijaz swung around to put it away down to deep fine leg. Didn't make contact. And this is the 3rd time the bowler has gone down the leg side. Driven out to deep mid-on. One more run, 117 for the loss of 1 wicket. Inside, very, very sporting crowd. Back to cricket, the drink's over, and Pakistan 117 for 1 after 14 overs, and India at this stage was 63 for the loss of 3 wickets. And should India have got around 250, 260, Sunil, it would have been a good match with India trying for an early breakthrough, and no Salim Malik in the middle order. Would have been some pressure on the Pakistan batsmen.
Certainly, yes. I think in front of the Lahore crowd, they certainly would have been under pressure.
through the covers gloriously for 4. Well up to the batsman, and he took full advantage. Second step down and cracking the ball out to deep cover for 4 more runs. And Ijaz now 66 and Pakistan 121 for 1.
This is classic stuff. Any youngsters watching, this is the way to play the cover drive. The foot to the pitch of the ball, the head in line, the bat following through. Classic stuff.
See Ijaz really growing in confidence, and quite a miserable Sahara Cup, and he's coming back into his own. He has been getting a lot of runs for Pakistan over the last 3 years, and he had a lean Sahara Cup and got a very fine 60 in the last match. But this is the Ijaz that we know. He's in full form and a lot of confidence, now middling the ball.
This is good cricket from Mohammad Wasim. He knows that Ijaz is the man who's getting the boundaries. So he's just placing the ball around and giving more of the strike to his senior partner. This is good thinking. This way, by taking the single, he's keeping his own score moving, the scoreboard moving as well, and giving strike to the more experienced and the more informed partner.
You have to hurry, but he's quick between the wickets. Safe. Ijaz 68 and Pakistan 124 for 1. Wasim has got 5 singles so far, and that's his job, to just rotate the strike. He's really not bogged down. He's played some good drives, very comfortable on the front foot. T-Pack could square leg for a single, 125-1 at the end of 15.
शुक्रिया शहनाज भाइयों। 15वें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान 125, भारत का स्कोर 66 था और 3 खिलाड़ी आउट हुए थे। एजाज ने 51 गेंदों पर 68 रन बनाए।
मैच जो है ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत जल्दी ख़त्म हो जाएगा। वो 125 15 ओवर में पाकिस्तान ने किए हैं और इजाज़ जो है वो इस वक्त बहुत ही अच्छा खेल रहे हैं और उन्हें चाहिए कि अब वो विकेट पे रुकें क्योंकि इनके पास ओवर्स बहुत हैं और अपना रन्स करें और टीम को जो है एक विकेट के नुकसान पर ही और जिताएं, क्योंकि यही प्रॉब्लम रही है। इससे पहले भी जो मैंने देखा है, जैसे अफरीदी थे कि हमें इतनी ज़रूरत उस वक्त नहीं थी क्योंकि उन्होंने 75 जो थे वो कोई 7 ओवर में या 6 ओवर में किए हुए थे, तो अननेसेसरी जो था उन्हें रिस्क नहीं लेना चाहिए था। अगर वो खेलते रहते तो हो सकता है कि इस वक्त स्कोर यही होता, मगर विकेट जो है कोई आउट नहीं होता। क्योंकि यही चीज़ें जो है जो अपकमिंग प्लेयर्स होते हैं उन्हें बतानी पड़ती हैं कि आइंदा ऐसी, क्योंकि अगर रिक्वायरमेंट ऐसी नहीं है, जब आप मैचेस आराम से जीत रहे हैं तो आप टीम का ख्याल करें और टीम को ये ना करें कि कोई पीछे आके बैटिंग करे, बल्कि अपने आप बैटिंग करनी चाहिए और पूरे ओवर खेल के और टीम को जिता के विदाउट लूजिंग एनी विकेट मैच जीतना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल जावेद, और ये बहुत ज़रूरी इसलिए भी है कि बाज़ औक़ात अगर 2 या 3 विकेटें एक के बाद दीगरे गिर जाएं तो सूरत हाल यकसर तब्दील हो जाती है,
क्योंकि विकेट गिरने से बहुत प्रेशर पड़ जाता है जो भी बैट्समैन नीचे जो आते हैं, क्योंकि ये डिफरेंट गेम है। इसके अंदर रिक्वायरमेंट जो है वो आपकी रहती है कि 4 या 5 रन जो है आपको हर ओवर में करने पड़ते हैं। अगर दोनों बैट्समैन नए आ जाएं तो वही सेम चीज़ आ जाती है जो कि जिन्होंने ऊपर बैटिंग पे अच्छा किया होता है वही प्रॉब्लम जो है वो दूसरे बैट्समैनों पे आ जाती है, और इसी तरीके से अगर वो स्लो खेलते हैं तो रन रेट जो है वो इसी तरीके से 5-6 का जो है वो आ जाता है और बढ़ता जाता है।
ये है एजाज 68 के स्कोर पर नॉट आउट। 217 रन का टारगेट पाकिस्तान को मिला। चौहान पाकिस्तान की पहली विकेट की पार्टनरशिप 80 रन की थी शाहिद आफरीदी और एजाज अहमद के दरमियान। एक रन का और इजाफा हुआ। 130 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, 1 विकेट के नुकसान पर। एक और नेक्स्ट सेंचुरी पार्टनरशिप पाकिस्तान के लिए।
ये बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है कि क्रिकेट में, खासतौर वनडे में, ये बैट्समैनों को चाहिए कि जब भी अगर आमने सामने आते हैं उनकी कोशिश यही होनी चाहिए कि पार्टनरशिप जो है वो ज़रूर लगनी चाहिए। जितनी पार्टनरशिप लगती है विकेट की, उसमें टीम को फ़ायदा होता है और रन्स जो हैं बड़ी जल्दी बनते हैं और टीम के लिए चेज़ करने के लिए बड़ी आसानी हो जाती है।
जडेजा, ये है ऑन साइड की फील्ड, मिड ऑन मिड विकेट स्क्वायर लेग और डीप फाइन लेग।
लेग की तरफ स्वीप करने की कोशिश की, हालांकि उन्हें चाहिए कि उसको ग्लांस करते और 1 रन जो है उनके लिए आसानी था बनिस्बत इतना रिस्क लेने के लिए ये शॉट खेला था इन्होंने। पाकिस्तान को 86 रन करने हैं जीतने के लिए, और ओवर्स इनके पास काफ़ी हैं और विकेटें भी काफ़ी बाकी हैं। 1 विकेट।
70वें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान ने 130 रन बनाए हैं और 1 खिलाड़ी आउट हुआ है।
नजर आ रही है जो दोपहर जब स्टार्ट हुआ था गेम इतना नहीं था, और आपने देखा कि सेकंड हाफ में क्राउड जो है, पूरा जो ग्राउंड है फुल जैम पैक्ड नजर आ रहा है और एंजॉय कर रहे हैं।
और जावेद यहाँ तारीफ करनी चाहिए तमाशाइयों के रवैये की कि लाहौर के जो जिंदा दिल हैं उन्होंने एक मरता फिर अपनी रिवायती मेहमान नवाजी और स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट का मुजाहरा किया है और दोनों टीमों को उन्होंने दिल खोल कर दाद दी।
ये बहुत अच्छी, यानी कि इसमें पाकिस्तान का नाम है और हम सबको ये सोचना चाहिए, और जितने भी स्पेशली ये क्राउड या स्पेक्टेटर आते हैं उनको चाहिए कि, और दूसरे जो शहरों में देख रहे हैं उनको इस चीज़ से सबक सीखना चाहिए कि मेहमान टीम आती है और अगर इस तरीके से और अच्छे डिसिप्लिन के साथ मैच देखें तो उसका मज़ा ही कुछ और होता है। और बाहर मुल्कों में, क्योंकि ये जो मैचेस हैं ये पाकिस्तान में नहीं बल्कि ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड जो है तकरीबन लोग देख रहे हैं, तो पाकिस्तान की इज़्ज़त होगी, सबकी इज़्ज़त है, प्लेयरों की इज़्ज़त, मुल्क की इज़्ज़त।
वसीम का स्कोर हो गया 11, पाकिस्तान का स्कोर 132, 70 रन बनाए हैं एजाज अहमद। चौरासी रन्स पाकिस्तान को चाहिए हैं इस मैच में कामयाबी के लिए। 9 विकेटें अभी बाकी हैं।
इस वक्त पाकिस्तान के पास रन्स कम है, विकटें काफ़ी हाथ में हैं, ओवर्स भी जो है काफ़ी हैं और इनको चाहिए बैट्समैनों को कि अपने जो आस्किंग रेट है इस वक्त रन उसके मुताबिक खेलें। और किसी किस्म का रिस्क जो है वो नहीं लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि और जिस तरह 5-6 ओवर और ऊपर जाएंगे और 20-30 रन ऐड होंगे तो सामने वाली टीम पर बड़ा दबाव पड़ता है और दूसरी टीम भी जो है वो थोड़ी सी हिम्मत जो है हार जाती है और रन देने में आसानी होती है। तो बहुत ही
और ऐसे रन की भी मैं समझता हूँ कि
ज़रूरत नहीं है। आप देखेंगे इससे पहले ये चीज़ें दोनों बैट्समैन को चाहिए कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग पैदा करें और एक दूसरे से बात करते रहें कि कब और कहाँ रन लेना है। जब तक कम्युनिकेशन नहीं रहेगा तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग आएगी नहीं और रन लेने में हमेशा मुश्किल होगी और इसमें एक या दोनों में से एक बैट्समैन जो है वो आउट होने के चांसेस जो है वो हो जाएंगे।
पाकिस्तान के लिए बड़ी खुशाइन बात यह है कि एजाज अहमद उनके इंतहाई तजुर्बेकार बैट्समैन अपनी फॉर्म में वापस आ गए हैं। बड़ी अच्छी और जारहाना इनिंग उन्होंने खेली है।
ऐसा लग रहा है कि इनमें से कोई रन आउट ना हो जाए, क्योंकि अंडरस्टैंडिंग नज़र नहीं आ रही है रन लेते वक्त, क्योंकि एक दूसरे को काफ़ी मतलब बगैर बताए लगता है कि भाग रहे हैं। क्योंकि आपने देखा कि 2-3 ओवर से यही चीज़ देखने में आ रही है कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो है इनमें अभी पैदा नहीं हुई है रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट के।
और एक रोज़ा मैचों में जावेद रनिंग बिटवीन द विकेट बड़ी अहमियत रखती है,
बहुत अहमियत रखती है और इसमें अंडरस्टैंडिंग पैदा करनी जो है वो सबसे ज़्यादा मायने रखती है। जब कि आपको सामने बैठना और स्टार्ट लेना चाहिए तो आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि कहाँ कब और किस वक्त हमने रन लेना है, कि फील्डर की कौन सी बाएं तरफ हो या दूसरी तरफ उनकी गेंद है। जिस अगर राइट हैंड है तो उसके लेफ्ट पे अगर है तो वो आसानी से आप रन ले सकते हैं, बनस्बत राइट पे आप भागें तो उसके लिए मुश्किल हो जाती है।
इसमें कवर कनेक्ट करने में कामयाब हुए वसीम, मगर सिर्फ 1 रन बन सका। 12 रन हो गए मोहम्मद वसीम के। 135 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर। आउट होने वाले बैट्समैन आफरीदी 47 रन बनाने के बाद आउट हुए। राजेश चौहान, एजाज अहमद को। उन्नीसवें ओवर के खात्मे पर पाकिस्तान 136, 1 विकेट के नुकसान। अच्छा स्ट्रोक एजाज अहमद का। फील्डर बाउंड्री लाइन के करीब मौजूद है। 2 रन पर इजाफा हुआ स्कोर।
अच्छा शॉट था और इसी तरीके से एजाज को जो है फ्री खेलना चाहिए, अपने ऊपर प्रेशर नहीं लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि इससे पहले कुछ लग रहा है कि वो थोड़ा सा जिस तरह से उन्होंने इनिंग शुरू की थी और अब थोड़ा सा दब गए। हालांकि अब तो उन्हें और फ्री होके खेलना चाहिए, मगर थोड़े अपने शॉट जो है वो कंट्रोल रखें और प्लेसिंग पर जिस तरह वो अभी अब प्लेसिंग के ऊपर आ गए सिंगल पर, और ये चीज़ इनको जारी रखनी चाहिए। और जब तक के इन खुद महसूस ना करें कि अब जो मैच है वो उनकी ग्रिप में है और हम मैच जीतने के लिए आसानी है, जब तक इन्हें चाहिए कि पूरे ओवर्स खेलें। और जब तक पाकिस्तान ना ये स्कोर अप नहीं करते हैं, जब तक इन्हें चाहिए कि विकेट पर खड़े रहें।
एजाज अहमद 76 नॉट आउट, 12 रन बनाए हैं। वसीम ने पाकिस्तान 139, 20वां ओवर है पाकिस्तान की इनिंग का। अजहरुद्दीन।
इंडिया की फील्डिंग जो है काफ़ी इम्प्रूव कर गई है और आप देखें कि इतने इजी जो है वो सिंगल नहीं दे रहे हैं।
20 ओवर्स के इख्तिताम पर पाकिस्तान 139, एक खिलाड़ी आउट हुआ है। इससे विकेट के नुकसान पर पाकिस्तान का स्कोर। कमेंट्री के लिए रेहान नवाज, उनके साथ एक्सपर्ट इंतखाब आ गए।
Thanks, Hassan. Chauhan to Ijaz. Blocked it. That is a 6. That ball going miles in the air. His fourth 6. What a tremendous shot from Ijaz Ahmed.
It was really a tremendous shot by Ijaz. And he picked up the length beautifully. He came out of his crease and he really...
This time gets a single as he plays it down towards the square leg. What a wonderful shot that was from Ijaz.
Coming out of his crease, right on top of the ball and hit it really beautifully for a huge 6.
This time hits it on the wrong side. The ball is travelling towards squarish with wicket, beats the cage man. That's another boundary for Ijaz Ahmed. Runs once again coming quite thick and fast. Or was it Wasim in fact who played that stroke? Yes, it was Wasim.
Well, actually Wasim is rubbing his shoulders with Ijaz.
This time it beats the field on long and it trickles towards the long on boundary for 4 runs. Wasim into the 20s, he's on 20, Pakistan to 154 for 1.
Of his crease and really placed it beautifully for 4 runs. Well, he has started playing well now. He must have got a lot of confidence hitting those 4s.
That one is trickling down towards fine leg. And the batsmen come back for the second. As his innings has progressed, he has gained in confidence, Mohammad Wasim. And that marked the end of over number 21. Pakistan 156 for 1. Ijaz. Not it so. It will be out. No, it goes over the head. And that's a 6. What an amazing shot indeed. Hit away very, very strongly by Ijaz for his 5th 6, and Pakistan now to 162.
Once again Ijaz picked it up the length very nicely indeed and really hooked it over deep mid-off for a 6.
This time all along the ground, splits the field on the off, a boundary for Ijaz. He's going great guns here.
Well, from the very beginning, Ijaz have kept the pressure on all the Indian bowlers And now he's really opening up. Played another beautiful shot for 4 runs.
He's on 93. Pakistan to 166 for 1. Runs down to backward square leg. Ijaz now is on 94, just a stroke away from what would be a tremendous 100 indeed for him.
Well, the way Ijaz is batting, I think all of us will have an early night. Nowhere near the ball, his body was away from the ball, but he was very lucky that he got away with it.
In the gap, square of the wicket on the offside. Comes back for the second run. So 2 more runs to Mohammad Wasim. He's on 22. Pakistan to 169 for 1. 22 overs gone. Pakistan cruising along to 169 for 1.
The good thing about Ijaz's innings so far that he has not slogged a single shot. He has played all cricketing shots, and it's really nice to see that he has played every ball.
Ijaz is going to face up, change in the bowling attack, and it's going to be Ganguly. It has been a very joyous crowd participation here. 5 sixes and 7 boundaries in his innings of 94. It is a beautiful shot from Ijaz Ahmed. Now that's his 100. What a great innings indeed from him. Hitting his 100 with a gigantic six.
Really played a magnificent knock, tremendous 100, and that must have given him a lot of confidence for the future. Look at that, he hit it through the line of the ball with straight bat, a huge 6.
This time he miscues his shot as he goes in for the pull shot on the onside and comes back for the second. Indian bowlers have been punished to all parts of the ground here. Now hitting 6 sixes, 7 boundaries in his innings of 102. His innings would be remembered by this very large crowd for a very long time to come.
I don't think they can ask better cricket than that. They have been entertained really exceptionally well.
They have had their money's worth. Two more runs to him as he drove that one towards wide extra cover. The total is 179 for 1. Towards mid-on, easy single. Ijaz Ahmed 105.
Pakistan 180 for 1. Amazing run rate, 7.94, and required run rate is 1.41.
It's such a good wicket actually. If you play it straight and you hit through the line, you can create problems for the bowlers. And this is what exactly happened today. From the very first ball bowled, especially when Afridi and Ijaz opened the inning, they kept the pressure on Indian bowling all the time.
Well, this match is going to finish well inside 30 overs. Now let's watch that stroke, which he played it very nonchalantly indeed, to reach his three-figure mark, right over the bowler's head.
Well, it shows the amount of confidence Ijaz have that he at 94 hit a 6. That shows the ability of a player and the confidence.
Change in the bowling attack. It's Robin Singh who has been summoned into the attack by Tendulkar. Full toss. It deserves the punishment it has got. 6. There goes a rank bad ball bowled by Robin Singh. A gentle full toss and Ijaz hammered it over mid-wicket.
Well, it shows that all the Indian bowlers are under pressure. The very first delivery, Singh bowled full toss and Ijaz took a full advantage of that.
Ijaz Ahmed is on 112. Pakistan to 186 for 1. It really has been a thunderous innings from Ijaz Ahmed. This time splits the field on the offside towards point. One more to him. Have another look at that powerful stroke played by Ijaz on the onside for a 6 over mid-wicket. Day's play which has been overwhelmingly dominated by the Pakistan side, right from the start of play this afternoon. Coming back for the second. 23.5 overs gone, Pakistan 189 for 1. The target is looking very, very friendly indeed, 217. And they have 9 wickets intact.
Well, I must say, Rehan, that Pakistan have outclassed India in this particular match in every department of the game.
Yes, absolutely, no doubt about that. The bowlers bowled exceedingly well, and then the batsmen, in fact, have really been on top.
Oh!
It's Ganguly then to Ijaz Ahmed. Cracks it down to point for an easy single.
Ijaz to 113, Pakistan to 190 for 1. In indomitable position here to wrap up the series. Indian bowling in fact has looked very, very friendly indeed.
Well, actually it's a very good wicket, and as I said, that the margin of error on a wicket like this is absolutely nil. If you are off the target or you give a little bit width, and if you pull up to the batsman, you're looking for trouble. You have to bowl on a sort of a nagging length. You have to be really, really very quick, or you have to be really a world-class spinner to be successful.
And their medium fast bowlers were very unimpressive indeed.
Well, it was straight up and down really. They've been bowling under pressure from the beginning actually.
Easy single.
And as I said that both Afridi and Ijaz, they played very sensibly and they took advantage of loose bowling as well, especially in the first 15 overs. I mean, they weren't slogging, they were actually good cricketing shots.
Swung away for a boundary on the on towards mid-wicket. Ijaz now is 117 and Pakistan 195 for 1.
Well, actually, before Ganguly delivered that ball, Ijaz gave himself a little room, and then he saw it was a short delivery and pulled it beautifully towards mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nicely pulled again.
This time, magnificently struck indeed by Ijaz for a boundary over the top of extra cover.
And how can you bowl to him in such a good form? As I said earlier, anything which is up, he's going to drive. Anything short, he's going to pull or hook. He's in such a tremendous touch. And it's really lovely to watch him the way he's playing today. He has really entertained a lot of people.
This time square. Runs flowing from his bat like water rushing down the hill. This really has been a tremendous innings indeed from Ijaz. So Pakistan 190. 9-1, the commentary to Hassan Jalil, with him is Pervez Sajjad.
शुक्रिया रोहन नवाज। पाकिस्तान की इनिंग के 200 रन्स, सिर्फ 17 रन्स पाकिस्तान को और चाहिए हैं।
हसन आज पाकिस्तानी टीम के कैप्टन ने जब इजाज को ओपनिंग इनिंग्स की ओपनिंग के लिए भेजा तो जो तवक्कुआत उनको इनसे थी उन्होंने उनको डेफिनेटली पूरा किया है और एक बहुत ही उम्दा और बहुत ही अच्छी इनिंग्स खेली।
शाहिद आफरीदी और इजाज अहमद ने इनिंग्स का आगाज़ किया और एक मुस्तहकम इनिंग की बुनियाद रखी। शाहिद आफरीदी ने सिर्फ 23 गेंदों पर 47 रन बनाए। उसके बाद इजाज अहमद ने जारियाना बैटिंग के सिलसिले को जारी रखा। बहुत ही शानदार इनिंग इजाज ने खेली। शॉर्ट गेंद रॉबिन सिंह की, पुल किया इजाज ने, एक और चौका। 125 इजाज अहमद का स्कोर, 204 पाकिस्तान।
आज इजाज को जो भी ज़रा भी शॉर्ट बॉल मिला है उसने उससे भरपूर फ़ायदा उठाया है, जैसे कि अभी हमने देखा है। मेरा ख्याल क्रिकेट की तारीख में बहुत कम ऐसी इनिंग्स होंगी जहां पे एक बैट्समैन ने इतने ज़्यादा छक्के लगाए हैं जो कि तकरीबन उनकी बाउंड्रीज के बराबर हैं।
आंती है फील्डर जिन्होंने बाउंड्री लाइन के बिल्कुल करीब गेंद को फील्ड किया। 2 रन बनाए इजाज ने, 127 इजाज का स्कोर हो गया। 206 पाकिस्तान, और पाकिस्तान को सिर्फ 11 रन चाहिए।
आज जब इस मैच का आगाज़ हुआ तो किसी को भी गालिबन ये ख्याल नहीं होगा कि ये मैच इतनी आसानी से पाकिस्तान जीत जाएगा। दोनों टीमों का ख्याल था कि ये मैच बहुत ज़्यादा मुकाबले वाला मैच होगा, और क्योंकि इस मैच ने इस सीरीज़ का भी फैसला करना था, इसलिए दोनों टीमें बहुत कीन थीं कि ये मैच किसी तरह से जीत जाएं। लेकिन पाकिस्तान ने इस मैच को इतनी आसानी से जीता है कि भारत की टीम की तमाम कमज़ोरियाँ जो हैं उन्होंने अयां करके रखी।
और इजाज़ अहमद का एक जोरदार शॉट, और गेंद बाउंड्री लाइन से खासी दूर जाकर गिरी। एक और छक्का इजाज़ अहमद का। 212 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर और एजाज का स्कोर 133। नहायत ही शानदार और जारहाना इनिंग एजाज अहमद की।
यकीनन आज जिस तरह एजाज ने अपनी इनिंग्स खेली है, उसे यूं लग रहा है कि जैसे बॉलर जो थे उनके सामने कोई हैसियत नहीं रखते थे। बॉलर जब बॉल फेंकता था तो यूं लगता था कि जैसे उनसे कह रहे हों, मर्जी है आपकी, इसके ऊपर एक चुंगा लगा दें या एक छक्का लगा दें।
बेस दिलचस्प बात यह है कि यही बॉलर्स थे टोरंटो में जो पाकिस्तानी बैट्समैनों के लिए हवा बने हुए थे। आज वही बॉलर एजाज अहमद के सामने बिल्कुल बेबस और मामूली दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
जी यकीनन हसन, यही एक क्रिकेट का असूल है जो कि बात समझने की है कि मौसम किस तरह एक ऑर्डिनरी बॉलर को भी एक अच्छा बॉलर बना सकता है, और मौसम किस तरह एक दरमियाने दर्जे के बैट्समैन को भी लाजवाब बैट्समैन बना सकता है। नॉट दैट कि भाई इतना एजाज अच्छे बैट्समैन हैं, एजाज बहुत अच्छे बैट्समैन नहीं हैं, लेकिन टोरंटो में यही बॉलर जो थे वो अपनी बॉलिंग की वजह से नहीं कामयाब हुए थे, बल्कि मेरा ख्याल में कि वेदर था जिसने कि उनको बहुत उम्दा बॉलर बना दिया था।
अच्छा रन, 27 रन हो गए मोहम्मद वसीम को। 213 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर और सिर्फ 4 रन चाहिए हैं पाकिस्तान को ये मैच और 3 मैचों की ये सीरीज़ जीतने के लिए। वनडे इंटरनेशनल मैचों में एजाज का ये बेहतरीन स्कोर 133 नॉट आउट। इससे पहले एजाज का बेहतरीन स्कोर 124 था। शुक्रिया साबिक। और इसमें एक और ऊंचा शॉट खेला, नहायत ही जोरदार शॉट, और ये विनिंग स्ट्रोक है एजाज अहमद का। एक और छक्का एजाज का, और इसके साथ ही पाकिस्तान ने ये मैच 9 विकेटों से जीतकर सीरीज भी 2-1 से हासिल कर ली है। तेंदुलकर एजाज अहमद को मुबारकबाद दे रहे हैं, और एजाज और ये वसीम दोनों नहायत खुश फातिहाना अंदाज से पवेलियन की जानिब रवा दवा। शानदार कामयाबी पाकिस्तान की जानिब से। 9 विकेटों से पाकिस्तान ने भारत को हराकर 3 मैचों की सीरीज 2-1 से जीत ली।
यकीनन आज जब की इनिंग्स, पाकिस्तान की इनिंग्स एक्चुअली जो थी सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक बैट्समैन की इनिंग्स थी, और वो थे एजाज। एजाज ने बहुत उनका अपने खेल का मुजाहरा किया।
और ये विनिंग स्ट्रोक
आखिरी बॉल तक वो छक्के लगाते रहे, और हिंदुस्तानी बॉलर्स जो थे वो बिल्कुल इस विकेट के ऊपर नाकाम रहे, बिल्कुल नाकाम रहे एजाज को कंटेन करने में। और एजाज ने अपनी अज़मत का और अपने बेहतरीन स्ट्रोक्स का लोहा एक बार फिर से मनवा लिया।
और ये पाकिस्तान का स्कोर कार्ड, और एजाज ने अपने 139 रन सिर्फ 84 गेंदों पर बनाए, जिसमें 9 चौके और 9 छक्के शामिल हैं। आफरीदी ने सिर्फ 23 गेंदों पर 47, और वसीम ने 52 गेंदों पर 27 रन बनाए। बॉलिंग पुरविरा ने 6 ओवर किए, 42 रन दिए। मोहांती ने सिर्फ 3 ओवर्स में 38 रन दिए। कुलकानी ने 8 ओवर्स में 57 रन दिए। चौहान ने 5 ओवर्स में 30, गंगोली ने 2 ओवर्स में 28, और रॉबिन सिंह ने 2 ओवर्स में 22।
May I now ask Mr. Sachin Tendulkar, the losing captain, to please come up. Mr. Sachin Tendulkar. Can we have the Indian captain here, please? Well, they've just gone into the dressing room. Congratulations all around. The Indians and the Pakistan captains there. Mr. Tendulkar. Sachin, a wonderful match at Karachi and a little bit of a letdown here at the Qaddafi Stadium in the final.
I know it was very disappointing. We didn't get enough runs, but the way Ijaz batted, I thought we didn't have any chance at all.
But when you batted first, it was a good batting track?
Initially, the ball didn't come onto the bat quickly, but later stages, I thought when Ajay was there in the middle, I thought the ball was coming onto the bat, but I wouldn't want to take away the credit from Ijaz and Shahid Afridi, who batted like champions.
Well, the series 2-1, but you've had a wonderful tour of Pakistan. Have you enjoyed that?
Oh yeah, last time when I came here, we made few friends, and this time also we have made few friends. I'm glad we enjoyed this tour, and the hospitality you gave was excellent.
Well, we hope to see you more often in Pakistan, and congratulations for putting up a wonderful fight. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I now ask the winning captain, Mr. Saeed Anwar. Mr. Saeed Anwar to come and meet the chief guest. Saeed Anwar collecting the win bonus of 50,000 rupees from the chief guest, Mr. Shahid Hamid, the governor of Punjab. Saeed, a bit of a fight back after Karachi, where India played very well and came back to level the series. A good result here at the Qaddafi Stadium.
I think the pitch was very good, a brilliant pitch for one-day cricket, and plus we bowled and fielded very well in the morning. Mohammad Hussain took 2 brilliant catches, and I think the fielding, for a long time I've seen Pakistan fielding brilliantly in the last 2 games. I think that made a big difference. Then Ijaz Ahmed, a brilliant knock, one of the best knocks of his life, I think, and that made us win the game.
Well, changing up in the batting order, Ijaz coming out to open the innings at Toronto in the last match, and here again he's come out to bat with Afridi. Is that a sort of a permanent solution?
No, I think Ijaz wanted to play freely in the first 15 overs, and I had a temperature, so I thought giving Ijaz a chance would be a good idea, and it paid off.
Well, congratulations in a wonderful series. Once again, congratulations from everyone. We're all waiting for the announcement for the man of the match, and the jury, as I said, Gavaskar, Imtiaz Sipra, Sahi, Fawad Hashmi, Itshamul Haq, Rehan Siddiqui and Rashid Shakur, and their unanimous decision, the man of the match, Ijaz Ahmed. Ijaz, congratulations. And you have to take a medallion also from the governor. Congratulations, Ijaz, a wonderful knock. You're really enjoying batting at number 1, aren't you?
Yes, because I just want to say well done to my team, and also I like to say thanks to Saeed Anwar, who gave me a really chance to play as the opener in this game, because I was really struggling before this game. And it's good for me to come in good form. You know, I'm playing 3 test matches against South Africa, so I'm really determined to score runs there as well.
Well, you played a wonderful innings of 60 in the last match against India at Toronto, and this is the second time that you've opened in the last few weeks, and you've got 100, a very fine 100. Would you like to bat at number one all the time?
Yeah, I love to bat on these kind of tracks, but I don't like to bat as the opener in Toronto pitches,
Well, congratulations, thank you very much, and good luck. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you've been a wonderful crowd, and we hope to see you again and again at the Qazafi Stadium. And now it's position then at the end of the Indian innings is that they have made 216, so Pakistan will have perhaps 50 overs to make 217 to win the match, and as soon as Pakistan starts their innings after the interval, we'll be back with you to bring it live. Till then, it's back to the studios.
आपको खुशामदीद कहता है जहां पर पाकिस्तान की इनिंग्स का आगाज़ हो चुका है और इजाज़ अहमद को इनिंग्स शुरू करने के लिए भेजा गया है और उनके साथ हैं शाहिद खान आफरीदी। बेकरूविला तो 17 रन का टारगेट पाकिस्तान को मिला। क़ज़ाफ़ी स्टेडियम फ्लड लाइट से जगमगाता हुआ, बहुत बड़ी तादाद क़ज़ाफ़ी स्टेडियम में तमाशाइयों की मौजूद है। शाहिद खान आफरीदी आलमी रिकॉर्ड होल्डर, तेज तरीन सेंचुरी बनाने वाले।
हसन साहब पाकिस्तान की बैटिंग ऑर्डर के जो चेंज किया है उन्होंने कि सईद खुद बैटिंग करने के लिए नहीं आए, ओपन करने के लिए नहीं आए, बल्कि उन्हें इजाज़ को भेज दिया है। उसकी एक ही चीज़ समझ में आती है कि उनका ख्याल होगा कि ये दोनों बड़े तेज़ रफ्तार से खेलने वाले, रन्स बनाने वाले बैट्समैन हैं, और पेशतर इसके कि ज़रा और शाम ढल जाए और एटमॉस्फेयर हैवी हो जाए तो उससे जितना भी ये फ़ायदा उठा सके दोनों मिलके उठा लें।
बेकरूविला और शाहिद आफरीदी का उठता हुआ शॉट और गेंद बाउंड्री लाइन से थोड़े फासले पर गिरी और बाउंड्री लाइन पार 4 रन, पहला चौका पाकिस्तान की इनिंग का। शाहिद आफरीदी पाकिस्तान में इंतहाई मकबूल खिलाड़ी हैं। अपनी जारहाना बैटिंग की बदौलत दुनिया भर में उन्होंने बड़ा नाम कमाया। पाकिस्तान को एक अच्छे आगाज़ की ज़रूरत है, एक मुस्तहकम इनिंग की बुनियाद रखने के लिए।
शाहिद अफरीदी ने बिल्कुल टिपिकल शाहिद अफरीदी शॉट खेला है, जैसे कि लोग उनसे एक्सपेक्ट करते थे और जैसे मुतवक्का था उनसे। बिल्कुल उन्होंने शॉट बॉल था, थोड़ा सा शॉट था और उन्होंने उसे भरपूर फ़ायदा उठाया और उसको मिड विकेट के ऊपर खेलते हुए 4 रन हासिल किए। मेरे ख्याल में कि शाहिद अफरीदी एक ऐसे बैट्समैन हैं पाकिस्तान के जो कि जब भी चाहें बड़ी ज़ोरदार हिट लगा सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर अपनी हिटिंग में एक मेथड पैदा कर लें, जिसका मतलब है कि भाई थोड़ा सा सूझबूझ के साथ हिटिंग किया करें, तो ये और कामयाब बैट्समैन बन सकते हैं।
देवाशीष मोहंती भारत के नौजवान तेज बॉलर। मोहंती में टोरंटो में बड़ी उम्दा कारकर्दगी दिखाई थी। परवेज़, ये बड़ी दिलचस्प बात है कि एजाज को जब भी इनिंग्स का आगाज़ करने के लिए भेजा गया है उन्होंने अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दी है और टोरंटो में ये तजुर्बा किया गया था, वहाँ भी वो कामयाब हुए। और सन 1986-87 में जब पाकिस्तान की टीम ने भारत का दौरा किया था तो तमाम के तमाम 6 वनडे इंटरनेशनल मैचों में उन्होंने इनिंग्स का आगाज़ किया था और बड़े कामयाब रहे थे।
बाई एंड लार्ज ये देखा गया है कि ऊपर के जो 3-4 बैट्समैन होते हैं उनके ऑर्डर को अगर थोड़ा सा बहुत चेंज भी किया जाए तो इतना ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। और फिर इजाज़ तो बहुत तजर्बाकार किस्म के बैट्समैन हैं जो कि किसी भी नंबर के ऊपर परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं।
पुल करना चाहते थे शाहिद अफरीदी। तमाशाई स्टेडियम की छतों पर भी खड़े हुए हैं, बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। मोहंती गेंद करेंगे अफरीदी को, शॉर्ट गेंद और से बाहर। अफरीदी को खासा वक्त मिला स्ट्रोक खेलने का, 4 रन। दूसरा चौका शाहिद खान अफरीदी का। पाकिस्तान का स्कोर 10, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं।
हाल में ऐसी विकेट के ऊपर अगर शाहिद अफरीदी जैसे बैट्समैन को इस किस्म का बॉल किया जाए, लूज बॉल किया जाए, तो उससे ये तवक्को रखनी कि वो उसको 4 नहीं मारेंगे तो ज्यादती होगी।
गेंद हवा में थी मगर जाते जाके आगे गिरी।
इस मैच में बहुत अच्छा क्राउड है, हसन आया हुआ, और जितने लोग अंदर हैं उतने ही बाहर भी होंगे। बहरहाल ये एक दिलचस्प चीज़ होगी जानने के लिए कि टिकटों वाले अंदर ज़्यादा हैं या बाहर हैं।
शॉट गेंद इस वक्त भी पुल करना चाहते थे और गेंद बल्ले के ऊपरी किनारे को छूती हुई हमारे बिल्कुल सामने बाउंड्री लाइन पार कर गई। तीसरा चौका शाहिद अफरीदी का, 14 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं। और ये गेंद भी शॉर्ट और ऑफ स्टंप से बाहर थी परवेज।
जी बिल्कुल, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा था कि कोई भी शॉर्ट बॉल हो तो अफरीदी एक ऐसे बैट्समैन हैं जो कि अपने आप को उसको हिट किए बगैर रोक नहीं सकते। लेकिन बहरहाल उनको ये चीज़ ज़रूर सोचनी चाहिए कि किस बॉल को हिट लगाना है और किस को छोड़ना है।
दूसरे ओवर के खात्मे पर 14 कुल स्कोर, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं। रन बनाने की औसत और रिक्वायर्ड रन रेट 4.32। रूवेला बॉलिंग की जानिब से। आप क्राउड की बात कर रहे थे परवेज, तो यहाँ ये भी दाद देनी चाहिए कि बड़ा स्पोर्टिंग क्राउड है और उन्होंने जो पहली इनिंग खत्म हुई है भारत की उसका पूरा लुत्फ उठाया और दोनों टीमों को उन्होंने बराबर की दाद दी।
ये आपका कहना बिल्कुल बजाय है। लाहौर का क्राउड शुरू से ही बड़ा स्पोर्टिंग क्राउड रहा है, बड़ा नॉलेजेबल क्राउड रहा है और इसने हमेशा इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द फैक्ट कि भाई पाकिस्तान की टीम खेल रही हो, अंदर बैटिंग कर रही हो या मुखालिफ टीम खेल रही हो, उनको जो भी अच्छा खेलता है उसको पूरी दाद देती है।
ये आखिरी गेंद जिसे हिट करने में नाकाम रहे एजाज अहमद। 15 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, 217 रन का टारगेट पाकिस्तान को मिला है। भारत की इनिंग की खास बात अजय जडेजा की नहायत ही उम्दा बैटिंग थी, जिन्होंने बड़े मुश्किल हालात में अपनी टीम को इस सूरत हाल से निकाला। उनके अलावा सबा करीम ने अच्छी इनिंग खेली और फिर राजेश चौहान ने बड़ा अच्छा साथ दिया जडेजा का। विला बड़े अच्छे और बासलाहियत बॉलर हैं और बड़ी जल्दी इन्होंने टीम में अपनी मुस्तकिल जगह बनाई है। और इस मौका फील्ड रिकूव करने में कामयाब हुए और गेंद बाउंड्री लाइन के बाहर। एक और चौका पाकिस्तान की जानिब से। 16 रन हो गए आफरीदी के। 4 चौकों की मदद से उन्होंने 16 रन बनाए हैं। 19 पाकिस्तान का स्कोर, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं।
बड़े अच्छे तरीके से अपने बैट को एंगल किया। लास्ट मोमेंट पे एक्चुअली कवर ड्राइव खेलना चाहते थे, लेकिन लास्ट बॉल पे जब उन्होंने बॉल को अंदर आते देखा तो थोड़ा सा उसका एंगल चेंज करते हुए उस बॉल को उन्होंने मिड विकेट की तरफ मोड़ दिया और इस तरह 4 रन हासिल करने में कामयाब रहा।
ऊपर आकर गेंद कवर बाउंड्री की तरफ जा रही है और 2 रन बड़े इत्मीनान के साथ हासिल कर लिए शाहिद आफरीदी ने। 21 पाकिस्तान का कुल स्कोर, कोई खिलाड़ी आउट नहीं 30 ओवर के अख्तिताम पर। पाकिस्तान का स्कोर है 21 और कोई खिलाड़ी उसका आउट नहीं हुआ। चौथा ओवर शुरू होने वाला है। हम आपको अंग्रेजी खबरों के लिए स्टूडियो वापस लिए चलते हैं।
I don't think any bowler, particularly a new ball bowler, relishes the prospect of bowling to batsmen in limited overs cricket nowadays. Because with the field restrictions in place, batsmen can throw their bats around.
It's 36 for no loss. Openers have given them a fine start here, both still there. And Afridi's turn now to get back into the action. Another boundary through the offside. Again standing up tall and just punching it off the back foot.
He's got very, very strong forearms, very powerful wrists, and he does pack a punch when he's playing that short square of the wicket off the back foot. Doesn't really move too much on the back foot. You can see he's just transferring his weight, giving himself a bit of room. And this is a quick outfield. Might slow down just a little bit when the dew sets in.